Dude, come on,
Okay,
dude. Of course I do.
Are we finished yet? Have you got it all out? Do you feel good?
Yeah. Hey, where are you from, buddy?
That's
You from
perfect.
Norway or something, buddy?
I'm from Germany.
Oh, Germany.
Germans are supposed to be smart.
Wie geht es Ihnen, buddy?
Well, I don't want to speak German right now. On the other hand, I'm wondering.
Wo wohnen Sie? Wo wohnen?
Hey, sir, I'm wondering if your coping
Listen,
is done.
I'm an international pilot, buddy. I go to Frankfurt all the time, buddy.
Yeah, well, which plane do you fly?
Take a good guess.
Take a good guess.
Yep.
Are you commercially? Are you flying?
It's an Airbus. It's an Airbus. Guess what it is, though?
Yeah, A330, A340, A350, A380. What is it?
It's the A380, buddy. At least you named it.
Okay, so you're an American and you're flying A380?
Yeah, yep.
So what company are you working at? Because
Lufthansa, buddy.
Lufthansa as an American?
No, it's German.
No, I'm talking about you. You're American and you're flying A380 for Lufthansa. Yeah. What kind of routing is that?
Are you stupid or something, dude? I do connecting flights from fucking LAX, buddy. Are you stupid?
So you're under contract for Lufthansa, flying under delivery.
Is this guy dumbass or what? He doesn't even understand how the world works here. Who the fuck?
I'm asking
man, why is this guy able to speak, man? Hey, get some more voices in here. Who else is here with the fucking working brain? Hey, Maticus, go ahead and speak for me. I like that voice right there.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, what's up?
Am I talking? One second. Am I talking to an AI?
What's the plane that you fly?
He's saying he's flying A380 while he's working for Lufthansa, and that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
A380
makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, he flies an A380, works to Lufthansa, and is an American. That is absolutely unlogical at its finest.
My fucking kid was bothering me. Hey, are you a fucking idiot or something? I'm getting fucking pissed.
How much fuel do they store?
This guy wishes he made as much as me. You said what, buddy?
Good child, man.
How much fuel do they store in the wings?
Cussing in front of his children.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
And then my next question is, do you know what a cantilever is?
A fucking what?
Yeah, cantilever.
Buddy, I've never heard of that fucking LGBTQ shit, buddy.
No, that's not what it is.
Buddy, I don't do that fucking homo shit, dude. Come on.
Nope.
I have a wife.
Okay. How old are you, sir? Mentally, you really sound like a teenager or something.
Dude, go fucking stem with your goddamn fucking autistic ass on fucking flat Earth, buddy. Go.
Well, I would agree that I might be. Well, I would agree that I might be autistic.
Against your goddamn chest, you little autistic fuck. Fucking Norwegian.
Yeah, I might
You're
be
from
autistic.
fucking Norway. I can tell, dude. Oh, I know,
I'm
buddy.
from Germany.
Buddy,
I'm
you're
from
Norwegian.
Germany, sir.
I can hear it from your goddamn voice.
I am from Germany.
Buddy, listen, I've been to Berlin, dude. They would not accept you over there. It's some hardcore shit.
Das freut mich. Berlin ist eine schöne Stadt. But I'm German,
dude,
yes.
You sound like you just learned German, buddy. Take it from me, 20 years, buddy. 20 years in the industry. Never heard someone like you so bad. Oh, it's just so embarrassing.
Okay, are you done projecting?
Dude, the only one projecting is your goddamn autism stimming, dude. Come on, man.
Well, I already confirmed that I might have autism. I haven't checked.
I know, dude. Nope, I know. I can hear it from your Norwegian little voice, man. Come on.
But at least I have manners. At least I'm intellectually honest.
Dude,
at least
I'm the smartest guy here. My IQ's fucking 100.
I can
102, buddy. 102 IQ.
Very smart. You're really representing the globe right now.
That's basically right next to Albert Einstein. Very close to him.
Yeah, do you have any globe arguments?
IQ. What's your IQ, buddy? What, like 60?
Do you have any
like
globe arguments?
102?
maybe I have a low IQ. Who cares? Maybe
sorry, Elbow, not you. You're not a dumbass. You're just asking.
Okay, so do you have some globe arguments that you can present?
Dude, fucking do the light test, buddy.
Mr. A380 pilot that works for Lufthansa, but as an American, flies from LAX.
Hey, dumbass, I do connecting flights from LAX to Frankfurt, you dumb fuck.
So let me see what registration.
What else do you have to say, dumbass?
Oh, nothing. I'm amazed.
Yeah. What the fuck do you do? Like you're 16 years old on your computer fucking stimming, huh? My son's gonna be a fucking neurosurgeon. You wish, buddy.
You fly Delta Alpha India Mike Kilo, that registration of the A380?
Hey, dumbass. Hey.
Yes?
Go fucking stim somewhere else, dude.
Well, bless you, sir. Bless your inability to be kind of cultural.
Listen, yet again, my son's gonna be a neurosurgeon. How about you, buddy? That's what I fucking thought.
But I don't have.
You guys are both the same age, dude. You're like fucking 16. God damn it, you're a fucking Norwegian 16-year-old dude.
I'm a 24-year-old German.
That's even worse. And you're unemployed, huh? You're fucking
unemployed. Wasting his time talking to someone who seems to be just here to.
You're just an unemployed little bum. Fuck, dude. Go fucking get a job and then come back. You'll notice how much you'll change. Fuck, dude.
Well, I'm not unemployed, but I don't know what it matters.
You're fucking unemployed, dude. Jesus.
Okay, you can't believe whatever.
Anyways,
you think.
Hey, what's up, Andrew? Hey, what's up, dude?
I just want to have
finally someone with a working mic. Jesus.
You have a good globe argument? Can you defend the globe?
Without fucking muting, I mean, I'm just fucking mad.
Yeah, we get it, Neptune. You can cuss. You that is great, but do you have any globe argument?
Yeah, I can. I can do whatever fuck I want to do, buddy.
Yeah, amazing. I have been. See, I'm 24. I have been through that teenage phase.
You're just a little fragile man, ain't you?
The puberty phase.
And 24-year-old body.
I've been through that, with all the cussing and dirty words and whatnot. Like that puberty phase has long been surpassed, right? I'm 24 years old now, so I can actually kind of articulate my sentences in a very clean and cultural way, right? I can have intellectual discussions, not act like a child, maybe, right? That's something you can achieve if you grow up, but maybe, maybe take some time with you, sir. No offense.
So why the hell did I just get server muted? That's kind of rude. Whatever. I'm just gonna.
I know this guy. This is the guy that I point out to him that he likes to be abused.
Yes.
So this was your coping for the last time I actually made you think about your own life?
Yeah, I am a coping.
Well, yeah, so you gotta get right with God.
I'm just a little femboy who needs to be punished.
Yeah, much blessings to you, sir. I hope that the Lord might, put a mirror in front of your face.
Sorry, what?
I said much blessings to you, sir. I hope that the Lord might put a mirror in front of your face.
Just yapping right now. You're just so loud.
Well, I wish the best for you, sir. That's all.
Yeah, well, you're nothing but a pathetic fucking little sissy shit. I'm out of here. Go fuck your shit.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the guy I was talking to? Is he still here? Or did he leave? Oh no, Maticus, you still here, man?
Yes, I am.
So I appreciate you because you sound like a, like a normal guy to talk to. So unfortunately, we kind of deal with people like this from time to time. But yeah, it is what it is. I wish that person the best in life. So where did we stop? We had some cool thing that we talked about, but kind of derailed because of that guy. Oh, you posted a fuse system of the A380. Man, that plane is very sophisticated.
Sure, but the point I'm making, like I am in construction, so I kind of understand how like weight can be distributed or cantilevered, and so it's like a grand total of 520,000 weight divided into both wings, and both of airplane wings don't have cantilevers going into the plane. They're just attached directly to the side. And to have that much weight, even, of course, they never fly on full, but even still, if its ability is to have that much fuel in them, then they can accept that much weight. I beg to differ. I say it cannot hold up that much weight.
Okay, what is the official explanation to how it can hold up so much weight? Have you looked into that?
Yeah, they bolt the wings onto the side.
And that's it? Like,
yes.
So you say that structurally it would be a possibility to carry such amounts of fuel?
My argument is that you would have to have a stronger structure for the wings to be able to support that much weight.
So I have a GIF, which is a 747, and if you look at it's a time lapse of a review, and if you look at the wing, you can see how by the tons and tons of fuel that is being put into those wings that it bends. And I have analyzed this the same with A380 videos of it taking off and then landing, and looking at the shark or the wingtip, and I saw that definitely changed in height. So I'm pretty much sure that there must be fuel in it, and it must be a couple of tons. Otherwise, these wings wouldn't bend, right? But I can understand why people would put it in question. But you gotta realize the A380 is huge. It is in fact so huge that not every airport can support this aircraft. That's why it is really not in use that much anymore. In fact, if there would be a fuel hoax, right, with the A380, why would any company that has invested so much money in that aircraft now put it to the side because they can't earn any money with it anymore? If it's some crazy high-tech flying machine that just uses half of its fuel, right, or even like just 50% of what it's actually saying, then you wouldn't see so many A380s being out of use. Like that, it would be an unlogical thing to have a machine that is supposedly carrying much less fuel than they officially claim. Then it would be the ultimate money grabbing machine, in fact. But unfortunately, what you can see is that in aviation, if a plane is not getting filled up enough to pay for all the other costs around it, it is deemed to be useless. Therefore, you see that the A380 is getting out of the rails. I mean, there has already been, I think, 1 or 2 A380s that have been completely dismantled for scrapping parts. And this plane is a very new invention. So again, the question will be for a person who doesn't believe that it actually takes the fuel it takes, why is it so cost inefficient, right? That is my biggest question. That's something someone needs to, kind of explain if they want to believe in the fuel hoax.
Oh, I wasn't even saying I believe in the fuel hoax. I just find it. What are the chances that he pilots the largest commercial Airbus?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's what they base those theories. Well, not they like using that one just because they say that the wings have such a large fuel capacity that it makes it more controversial. My argument would be from a structural point of view. I don't think that you could support that much weight without some sort of cantilever, or in simplistic terms, like an extension coming from the wing, like say a couple beams that go into the body of the plane to help support it, as opposed to the wing being strictly bolted to the side.
So let me see what the maximum zero fuel weight of the A380 is 373 tons. The maximum takeoff weight is 510 tons. And the maximum landing weight is 395 tons. And the empty weight is 300 tons. So the gross weight, which is fuel quantity directly plus zero fuel weight input for the MCDU. Let me see. The maximum fuel capacity is 209 tons, or 209 tons and 993 kilograms. So the two outer tanks, they fit 8 tons. The two middle tanks, they take 29 tons. The two inner tanks take 37 tons. And the 4 feed tanks, feed 1 and 4 to 4, take both 22 tons, and the other ones 23 tons. And the trim tank about 19 tons. But if I think about how it's balanced out from the number, that sounds pretty logical to me, to be honest, and pretty manageable. Structure-wise. So do not overload the aircraft, which means it is a responsibility of the pilot to make sure the aircraft is not overloaded within the specified limits. Max zero fuel weight 373 tons. Maximum payload passenger baggage freight is determined by lowest of these calculations. So maximum zero fuel 373 tons. Maximum takeoff with everything added. So fuel, taxi out fuel, fuel load, taxi out fuel. And we get to the number of 510 tons. So let me see, what do they say is the...
Yeah, but the argument wouldn't be just based on total weight of plane and the argument would be the added weight onto the plane itself. Not only are the wings a certain weight, so they'll put strain on the structure itself, but then you start adding.
Okay, let's just calculate.
What did I say? 520,000.
Yeah, so let's just calculate real quick. So the maximum takeoff, the maximum zero fuel weight. No, sorry. The maximum takeoff weight is 510. The maximum zero fuel weight is 373. So the maximum with all the equipment, with all the people on board, with all the payload that is possible is 373 tons. The minus 510 tons of the maximum takeoff weight, which is maximum possible, gives us minus 137 tons, which means the maximum in regards to hypothetically have the greatest equipment of economy and business and people inside is going to be, the difference going to be 137 tons. So the maximum fuel theoretically that it can ever carry is 137 tons. Divided by 2 gives 68 tons, which means this is not even accounting for the center tanks, which are not on the wings, which is actually utilizing the body of the aircraft. Let's see what the center tanks have. 2 middle tanks, both 29 tons. So 2 middle tanks. 1 second. So let's get first the trim tank, minus 19 tons of the trim tank. So 68 minus 19 is 49. So trim tank is gone. And the inner tank is... Second, I think it's talking about... Wait, does it actually have a...
If you...
Okay. Let's screw the.
Wait. Let me just throw this one in for fun. If you start looking up, of course, not they're not. It's not 100%, but if you start looking up plane crashes, you'll be surprised on how many times like the center of the plane is burned, but the wings are like unscathed.
But in this hypothetical scenario of the maximum capabilities of seat economy class and people and baggages, both wings would need to support a fuel weight of 24 tons. Do you think that is ridiculous for the size of the aircraft? 24 tons?
Is this the minimum weight?
No, that is the maximum takeoff weight if you would put it equally on both wings. See, I can give you the numbers again. So, see, I'm going to give you the weights right here. You can calculate it yourself. So, if you have a maximum zero fuel weight of 373 tons, right? And you have a maximum takeoff weight of 510 tons, you're just going to calculate 510 minus 373. Then you have 137 tons of fuel. Then you're gonna put that into minus of the trim tank, because it's not part. The trim tank is the smaller flaps on the tail of the aircraft, so minus 19 tons there. And then you can divide it. Oh, sorry, you can divide it by 2. Then you have 59 tons. So, and I didn't get rid of the inner tank. But I'm not sure if it has belly tanks, if inner tanks, belly tanks, or if it's just about if outer tanks, middle tanks, and inner tanks and feet tanks are the wing tanks in itself. So I'm just gonna stick then, which means every wing would support 59 tons. Sorry, I did a kind of a miscalculation because I divided it by 2 again. So yeah, both wings.
Yeah, like I
should roughly carry 59 tons.
Yeah, like you posted here, like max zero fuel weight, max takeoff weight, max landing weight. Like those aren't you don't need those measurements for it.
Of course, this is very important for the pilots. If you would take off above the maximum takeoff weight,
I'm talking about the structure of the plane itself. That's all. I'm not making the argument that there's no fuel in planes or any of this. I'm just saying that structurally, I find it suspect that they're the maximum fuel capacity for each wing without, in my belief, proper structure.
But what I don't get
what is the argument here?
It's not an argument. It wasn't an argument.
I came in the middle of this. So I'm just trying
it was a comment in passing, and we kind of elaborated from there.
No, it's cool. I grew up. My dad was a aircraft mechanic, so
cool.
I grew up like climbing around through the fucking planes in the hangars and shit. So
I
was just curious.
So the thing is, this guy is saying that, and this is not by no offense. I mean, question things is legitimate, but he's saying that the supposed maximum takeoff weight in regards to fuel in the A380 put on both wings is structurally. He says he thinks it's too much in terms of,
I believe,
of tonnage.
Yeah, I believe it would be like a cantilever or simplified version, like say like steel beams coming from the wing itself, a dozen feet into the body of the main plane itself.
Yeah, but that's where they got like baggage and people sitting on it, right? But most of the fuel isn't carried in the wings, though.
I'm not even making the argument that most is. I'm just saying the claimed amount that they say can be put into the wing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So like they've straight up said like they can carry that much in there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because again, I'm not an aircraft mechanic myself, but I always just figured their tanks were within the body and they just kind of pumped the fuel out like a gas tank to the engine.
It depends on the plane.
Yeah,
but I mean I calculated the realistic scenario. Let's say you have a plane that just a plane that and this is not even a scenario that is mostly the case, but you would maximize the flying distance, so you would maximize the fuel amount, and by calculating the maximum zero fuel weight with the maximum takeoff weight, you get the maximum fuel capabilities of the aircraft, right?
So did they make? Wait! I just want to ask you a question. So did they make fuel tanks too big that the planes can't support them at max fuel capacity?
No.
Well, then let's go. Then let's go just based on max fuel capacity, not ideal liftoff.
Yeah, but that's not reality.
Weight.
See, that's not reality. In theory, you could strip the whole inside of the aircraft, right? Make it like a convertible, make it like a freighter, and then you fly it empty. You will feed both wings with the maximum amount of fuel. Structurally, would be no issue, and the plane would probably fly double the amount in distance that it would normally do, right? But that is not a real world profitable way of using the aircraft. Just because it has the space doesn't mean it needs to be utilized. Neither was the intent it to be utilized. So, I mean, if the space is there, if the wingspan is there, why would they make intentionally smaller, fuel tanks? I think structurally, it's just logical that the fuel tanks will be a bit bigger, but in terms of usage, they will always just take what is in the ratio of the balance between you gotta carry people, you gotta carry all the interior, right? There's many A380s with luxurious interior, business class, first class, and so forth, and you gotta carry baggage, right? So and you gotta get to your destination. So it's all a played out, balanced kind of thing, and it needs to be profitable at the end of the day. So therefore, I think this is where the big misconception lies, right? People imagine like, oh, this plane filled with all the people, with all the baggage, with all that interior stuff, and then they also think that they take the maximum capability of fuel, and I think that's where you might think, okay, this is crazy. Yeah, it is crazy because that thing would never take off. If you exceed the maximum takeoff weight, then that thing just doesn't get up, right? Or at least you would overshoot the runway and probably crash. So what is important is really these true numbers of how they would operate, in this case a Rolls-Royce engine based, not the Pratt & Whitney one, but the Rolls-Royce engine based A380, and these are the numbers. This is what they're gonna stick to, right? So when you calculate it, you get to about like 60 tons per wing. And I think 60 tons is not really that crazy. It really isn't.
The further out the weight goes, the more it does get crazy. Yes.
Yeah, but then you got to take into account like I mean, on the ground that's one thing, but in the air, the resistance and the lift being pushed onto the wings would inherently help support that weight too, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But also, if you hit turbulence, now that's going to start putting strain on it as well, because it's going to be going up and down.
Exactly. That's why
to pay the center in accordance to the wings.
But I flew out to Seattle a couple months ago, and I'm here in Georgia, so it was like a 5.5 hour flight, and we were going, and we hit some turbulence, and then there was like an air pocket or whatever, pressure difference or something, and that fucking plane dropped like a couple 100 feet. Like, you just felt the whole like a roller coaster feeling in your stomach, where the whole thing just.
How's it going?
Whoosh.
So can I just quickly say, in long destination flights,
blood makes the grass grow. We're gonna put a lot of it in the ground.
And no, we need.
Where do you want to go?
Rondo.
Someone is talking. And the A380 is a aircraft. The A380 is an aircraft conceptualized for long distance routes, right? So long distance routes. Oh man, someone is hot micing. Okay, so what they do is in flight planning, it's called step climbs. So that means that a pre-calculated route is going to give you the rough amount, or almost not the rough, actually mostly the most exact amount of when you expedite climb, which means, let's say for 3 hours, the A380 on its flight from Frankfurt to LAX, which is Los Angeles.
I mean, it's to your point. It's basically like when you're scuba diving and you have to take your time to come up so you don't get the bends. Like,
no, in this case, it's just because of the weight. You got to fly in a lower area with more dense air. And then after 4 hours, when you burn a few tons, then you expedite climb. That's why they have these step climbs. Sometimes it can be 3 step climbs, sometimes 4, sometimes just 2. But step climb is a very essential and important point to furthermore improve fuel efficiency, to save fuel, and to have a safe flight. Because it would not be smart to have an overweight aircraft try to get to thin air layers and try to hold that altitude. I would be very inefficient. So that's why we have these step climbs. Yeah, pretty cool how that works. There's another clue to that: these things actually burn tons of fuel, right? Not saying that it's good, probably not that healthy for us all, but it's just part of getting from A to B. Needs energy, just like your car.
I think the craziest
just
one
like your body,
like the SR-71. The thing just be leaking fuel all over the goddamn runway like a sieve.
Yep, it was actually the way it was built was actually with that in mind, that the fuel tanks would leak.
Yeah, and the fuel goes throughout the entire body of the plane. One of my dad's buddies back in the day worked on developing that at Area 51. I was so confused.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was so confused when I was growing up because my dad told me this story. Like, I knew about the special planes that fly out of the airport to like take them to the location and this and that. And then I'm growing up with people talk. That's probably what got me into conspiracy theories in the first place. Honestly, was just like all these people kept telling me Area 51 didn't exist. It was just made up. It wasn't real. And I'm like, I know that it is real. Like, what do you mean? Just for me to
you have these,
wait 25 years before they're like, yeah, that's been a thing all along.
Yeah, you have these red and white aircrafts, the Boeing aircraft, the 737. I think it's a I don't know what it's called again, but in Las Vegas, they have a distinctive part of the airport where you have the company getting the workers to the Area 51, flying them in and out. Forgot what the company is called that does these flights.
Probably some innocuous name. The more unassuming the government entity's name is, the more nefarious it is.
Anyways, I'm gonna be playing some Indiana Jones now.
Oh, is that out?
Well, you can buy there's a premium version you can buy, so you can play it earlier on Steam.
Who made that game?
I think it's what is it called? The studio is called
Ubisoft,
right? No. Oh.
Or maybe it's my Game Pass. I was needing to play that. I need to download that right now.
It is not out yet. I bought the you can buy a pre-access version, which is a bit more expensive than the normal one, like $30 more. It's made by Machine Games.
I was talking about the publisher.
Oh, the publisher is Bethesda.
Okay, so that is on Game Pass. Because Microsoft owns Bethesda now. God damn it, my Elite controller fucking. God damn it. Time to clear out some space from my hard drive. These motherfuckers do not make those things. Delete everything off my hard drive except for No Man's Sky. Which one of you puppies will hide my remote? Don't look at me like that. You're good, baby. You're all good, babes.
What up?
What up?
Anybody got any rotating horizontals?
My horizontals will always be rotating.
Really? How does that work?
I mean, sometimes it's even vertical.
Oh. Well, I guess if you had a horizontal plane on the top of a record player, you could rotate it, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. You getting it. Maybe with some vertical ridges in between. Yeah.
All right, so let me update my question. Anybody got any rotating horizontals that rotate on the y-axis?
What about the z-axis though?
The z-axis is depth. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Some people consider the z-axis vertical. So
that was what I meant. Fuck. I work with CAD software all day, so I'm constantly working with all the axes. I gotta download this game.
oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Clay, I got a Microsoft Flight Sim for Xbox, which is probably not as beefed up as the PC version, but it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I should look. Might get my account banned on Xbox, but I gave my dad his TV apparently has an Xbox app on it, so he can cloud game. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, so I gave him one of my controller, like my wireless controllers, and you know, I gave him the login, so I'll be playing something on my Xbox, and it'll pop up that, hey, this person, something else is logged into your account, but he's been playing the shit out of the 2024 one.
Yeah,
I haven't played it yet, but they added so much shit.
Dude, the first thing I did was try to fly through all my hometowns. You know,
I did that on the 2021. The last one was 2020. I did that with the dude. I was flying over because there's air shows where I live all the time, so I was flying like an F-16 or F-20 or something like that. Those things are squirrely, man. Like they're hard to keep control of. But I think my favorite was they added the Pelican from Halo in there, and that one was a lot of fun. But now they've got like hot air balloons. And like, what?
My main interest in the game was seeing how they represent the graphics of the ground as you're traveling along, and how accurate it is to your memory of traveling those routes.
Yeah, when it first came out, and they were having all those like server issues, because they use like pretty much, I don't know how live the satellite data is, but they use real satellite data. There was all sorts of fucking just like these weird pixelated like skyscrapers all over the goddamn place. And then, like people's planes were disappearing, and it was just like this person squatting down, like holding an error sign flying around. But he's not getting the best experience because clearly there's a lot of lag involved with playing through your TV like that, cloud gaming it. But
yes, I've noticed that the more powerful your hardware, the better the cloud gaming experience actually is. Well, of course, you need a good internet connection. But if you're using like a weak sauce, like if you're using a TV, it's not going to have, you know, a major processor in it, like a laptop would, or a you know, something like that.
And like I know this man does not have like a high bandwidth like internet connection. Like I just know he doesn't. You know, he's 60-something years old. He's not. He doesn't even want to pay 99 cents a month for extra iCloud storage on his iPhone.
Right.
He went through and was like, it didn't back up his shit, so it didn't even. He lost like all the contacts that were stored in it because it couldn't back it up. And I tried walking him through and showing him how to do it all. He wasn't about it. All for 99 cents. Dude, I don't know what to do with you. Like, I don't know how to help you here.
Right. So in the simulator, when you're flying the plane at a fixed altitude, relative to the frame of the ground, is the plane constantly rotating on the z-axis?
I mean, it depends. It is going from sea level to 30,000-40,000 feet up. So
Right, but once it starts to maintain altitude, so it's flying straight, maintaining its altitude, is the plane constantly rotating?
I mean, in theory, yeah.
Theory.
Yeah, because the planet is rotating as I'm moving, so I'm not in a fixed location in either time.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I know, but I don't mean so. Like,
I'm just fucking with you. No.
Yeah, so it's not rotating, right?
I would hope not.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that would be a rough ride.
Right, so it's traveling in a straight direction, not rotating, while maintaining a fixed altitude, just like planes in reality, because they're maintaining parallel with the horizontal plane of the reference, which is the ground. And if they're not rotating, then that means they're traveling parallel to the horizontal ground.
Yes.
And if the ground is horizontal and the plane is following that, not rotating, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Oh, fuck no. No.
Nah, you can't concede to all those points and have anything but a flat Earth, dude.
No, the Earth is not flat.
Okay, then the plane's rotating. It can't be. It can't be otherwise. That was
the point I was making. The planet is rotating.
No. The plane, the aircraft.
Just me and you are rotating right now. At like thousands of miles an hour.
I know, but I'm listen. I know that's a claim that people have, but I'm talking about an airplane.
Every time they try to prove the Earth is flat, they fail the test and prove the point is wrong every time.
Really? The name one.
The easiest one off the top of my head, a fucking laser, where they're like, well, if we shine this laser, this really bright light at straight ahead, then if the Earth is flat, this should hit here. But if it's curved, it won't be at this look. And then like, there's enough of a change, like
cool.
the obelisks in Egypt test. Like,
what was the obelisk in Egypt test? What was that?
Well, they took. There was, I don't know. I know one was in Egypt. I don't remember where the other one was at, but they did tests of like at the same time measuring where the shadow was pointing, kind of like, and like if they're both if on a flat plane, then the shadows should have been going relatively, whatever. But
what
doesn't happen.
So right. So what was measured? What was actually measured there?
That if you add into account the curvature of the planet, then the shadows make sense.
Friend, bro. I asked what was measured. What was actually measured?
It was the direction and length of the shadow, like a sundial. Like,
yeah, okay. So yeah, I got you. So they measured some shadows, right? And then what happened?
I was just using that as an example of like if you're on a flat plane. Right. And what the sun is just circling the flat plane?
Okay, so let's say that's the case. So what?
That's just not logical. Are we? So
why not? Why not?
So here's my other. Here's one of the ones that really gets me.
I know, but
we observe every.
Right, but you were asked. Hey, bro. bro.
No, it's fine. I just want to say, are we just are all the planets flat?
Oh, dude, why can't you stay on one point?
I mean, I can. It just popped into my head. I have a really bad ADHD, and I didn't take my medicine today. Sorry.
That's fair. No worries. That's a legitimate answer.
I was tearing apart computers today.
Dude, can you solder pads back on?
I want to learn how to solder. I do not know how to do that.
Dang, I got it. So I got an Xbox that got the HDMI ripped off, and the pads came up with it. So I
had that happen to one of mine. It had it had the not the plastic housing, but that metal piece that goes into the console.
Right.
That part got like lodged in there, and like it was damn near impossible to try to get that bitch out.
Yeah, I thought I had fixed it, but it turned out that the pads were loose. So I kind of like re-soldered it to loose pads. So it's kind of pointless, you know. I didn't
I'm sure I'd pick up soldering pretty easily, but it's one of those things I've never had the opportunity to mess around with. You know what I mean?
Right. So that being said, what's illogical about the sun being above the earth? That makes perfect sense.
Just I've grown up loving space, and like the flat part doesn't make sense because I've seen the planets floating above us with a telescope, and they're not flat.
Right.
So,
but think about what you just said. Just think about it this way, friend. I've seen an object that is not the Earth, therefore the Earth is this or that. That doesn't make no sense.
Well, no. I mean, that's minimizing it too much. I mean, I've been up again. I'm not. I'll say like I live in Georgia. I've been up in the Appalachian Mountains and at a cottage with no light pollution, and I mean just an endless sea of stars. Been out there with a telescope,
right?
And I've seen the passage. I've seen the passage of the constellations over time and everything else. We're not the center of it. That's just our perspective. But if
how would
it was flat, how would that change the way it does?
Yeah, but if you're the center or not the center, how would you know?
I mean, you know, because the passage changes over time. Like, if it was on a flat plane, that would be the same.
Oh, why? Think about it this way. If the Earth was really big and flat, and there were stars above you doing whatever they do, why would it make sense that the stars would always look the same? That doesn't seem to follow.
I'm saying they don't look the same.
Yeah. I went to Australia recently, and it was like, wow, look, the Southern Cross, completely different stars.
Yeah.
Right.
It really makes it sit into you like I'm on the other side of a sphere.
Well, dude. Well, I mean, in your imagination, that's what you probably thought. But
I mean, even
all the logic points to it for sure.
Again, the perspective is even if I was, let's say hypothetically, I was on a horizontal plane that was spinning. Even that was spinning, right? And either I was spinning like a clock, or the things were spinning around me, right? The perspective of how I've seen the orientation of these change doesn't work on a horizontal plane if you map out, because like if I'm here and let's say I'm spinning like a clock, right? Then the star I see above me, say it's like off to the left when I look at it, then as I'm spinning, it should be off to the right eventually, right? But it doesn't do that. It's the way.
Who said you're spinning? I mean, who said you were spinning in the first place?
Okay, then why would that change? Because then that's implying that the stars are moving.
Well, the stars are moving. It's pretty obvious.
Okay, so then what are the stars?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. When I reach one, I'll let you know. How about that?
But I'm just saying, if you're saying, yeah, I mean that's okay, that's fair. But one or the other or both are moving.
You can observe stars easily. Tell what the fuck
I was telling him about they did that test with like the obelisks out in the Middle East, like in Egypt and shit, where like
that wasn't a test,
shadows were bent, and then they did the laser tests and everything else, and it shows there is curvature. But
what laser
my point is,
what laser test?
Stay on, because I'm trying to not let my mind wander. One, the other, or both are moving, and if it's not us that's moving, then the stars are moving. So
they're both moving.
Where are they going, and what happens if they are circling us and go under us? Like,
who says they're going under?
Space-time's curved.
Who said they're going under?
I'm saying, where are they going then? If they're not going under,
they just go out of your view, and then they appear in your view at another time.
But where do they go?
What do you mean? Where do they go, dude?
They don't go anywhere.
It gets dark, right? And then it gets light, and then they're above you, and then they move a little, and then they're above you again, and then they move some.
Okay, so what's the process of them getting
all around?
So that's implying they're moving.
No, they are moving. It's obvious.
Okay, so what?
Not a hard one.
Let's say if I see it directly above me and I watch it going, let's just say for just this argument, I see it going in the direction of north, right? And it's moving towards the horizon. When it gets to that horizon point, where does it go to then reappear behind me, coming back up to that point straight above me?
Okay, so you're saying there's stuff in the sky that's moving around. It's going somewhere, then it's coming back where I can see it. It's going out of my view, then it's coming back in my view, right? Okay. Let's all agree to that. Now, what the heck does that have to do with the fact that the Earth is clearly flat and level?
Because the implication is, where the fuck does it go to reappear behind me again?
That's not an implication. That's a question. Just repeated twice.
Okay, either way, I'm saying what you're implying is not making sense. Like, you're saying, what does it have to do with one or the other?
No worries. I agree with you that it doesn't make sense if you attempt to say that what the ground is informed by what you think the stars are doing. So here's the difference, is that the ground is actually the ground, the stars ain't the ground. So to say all these things that aren't the ground are doing such and so, therefore ground, would be silly. Because let me tell you, I'm driving on my truck. It's pretty clear what makes them different. We're on the ground, and we're not on the stars, right? So they're different categorically, automatically.
Okay, so what are the stars?
Not the Earth.
Okay, but you're saying they operate on a different...
No, the Earth is flat because it's flat. Awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. You fucking retard.
God, hey, whenever you guys want to go climb that ice wall, see what's on the other side.
What ice wall? What ice wall?
You know,
the ring around the flat Earth
is like
all the water in.
These guys are just trolling. You know what I mean? This whole thing is just a troll. That's all it is. No one's genuine about.
Hey, dude, bro, don't come into my room and tell me I'm trolling. Okay?
He's trolling for sure. Yeah. You know what I mean? 100%
it's not my room? You sure about that, bro? Because let's see.
I know it's trolling. I just like to poke holes.
No, it's not. No, it's not trolling, dude. Dude.
Dude. Hey. Trust me, bro.
All right.
It's not trolling, bro.
All right. No problem. Listen. It's very simple. Okay? It's very simple. The Earth is clearly observably flat. Right? There you go. Explain what, dude? What didn't I explain for you that you need to explain, please?
You can't prove it. You can't prove it, dude. You can't prove it.
Prove what? That you guys don't know that the stars ain't the Earth?
Yeah, you cannot prove that. You can't prove that.
I can't. Logic.
How are you going to prove that?
Prove that the Earth is not a
it's easy, dude. Every time I told you
You haven't done
the
it yet.
stars weren't the Earth, you didn't realize and recognize that that's a fact.
You didn't do that. You never.
Okay, let me try again. Let me try again for the slow kids. Let me try again for the slow kids in the back. The stars are not the Earth. What say you?
You know what's really funny about that comment is
I muted him. I didn't have to hear his bullshit.
yeah, it's usually the slow kids that are not realizing that they're slow.
Cool story. Cool story. So who muted who around here? That's right. Good on you, dude. How'd that work out for you?
So how's it going, guys? What's going on?
Yeah. So why don't you tell me about the laser test that you supposedly know about? How about that? Tell me all about it.
I can send you the video where they prove themselves wrong.
Oh, just tell me about it, dude. Like a couple of sentences, maybe? I don't know.
Okay, well, let's not be patronizing. Basically, you take a big ass laser, like a laser pointer, and then if you're on a flat plane, then you point it in a direction, and then if I'm on a flat plane, then that should hit. Let's say we've measured it; it's all level. When I shine that laser, it should hit dead center of this target I've put up, however far away. But instead, the curve that doesn't line up. Like it clearly shows that target that you're shining it at is now below where the laser is pointing. It's that simple.
And you know who's done that experiment? Flat Earth have done that experiment, and
that's exactly what I'm telling you.
Hold on, hey, whoa, come on.
And they prove themselves wrong.
Hey, dude, can you not talk to each other when they're asking who did it and he's trying to say the answer, for goodness sakes?
It's the same answer that I've told you is exactly what he said. It was flat earthers that did it.
Yeah, Jeranism did that, and he showed.
He did it.
Showed the curvature, and then he just denied that he did that.
Yeah,
dude, you're ridiculous. Okay, so let me ask you this question.
The video. What do you mean that's ridiculous?
Hey, geniuses! Can you tell me the laser he used?
The laser he used. Dude, it's a fucking beam of light.
Are you implying that not all lasers go straight?
Like, can you curve the laser?
Goodness.
Do you have Hey, bro, do you have the laser beam that curves?
Okay.
Well, where do I buy that?
Okay, dude, you're ridiculous. Let me explain it very simply.
You see people shine lasers at planes.
Jiren did not shoot a laser. He shined a flashlight because he had already burnt out the laser that he was supposed to use. So no, he didn't use a laser.
Yeah, I thought you guys watched it.
No, you went on Google and said, "Oh, flat earthers prove the." No, you didn't watch it.
So meanwhile, friends, while you guys are watching some nonsense that didn't use a laser, the Field Engineer Corps took an actual laser and a hyper-accurate aiming sled to Lake Idsil. 25 miles, they shot a laser from one side to the other, about 6 feet off the ground on the one side of the shore, and about 6 feet off the ground on the other was the target. And they shot that laser and hit their target. That's called laser transit measurement methodology, with a maximum deviation, if perfection, of 6 feet, minus the beam divergence of about 2 feet, a maximum swing of about 3 feet for any ambient refraction, even if you calculate that at all. Right? And so the actual feet should be 270 feet, yet they hit something that was only 6 feet tall. That debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude through an efficient and sufficient measuring methodology, which you already agreed is a laser. So according to your own claim, if the laser hits the target, the Earth is flat. Thanks for playing yourselves. The Earth's flat. I rest my case. All right, let's unmute Knights and see if he understands what a flashlight is and what a laser is. Bro, what's up?
What good reason did you have to mute me?
Dude, you wouldn't stop talking through each other.
Don't know about that.
Okay, so flashlight, laser, are they different or the same? We all know the answer. So your own standards of what the laser should have, would have, could have done was done at Lake Idsil, and exactly like you said, it hit the target, and exactly like you said, it proves the Earth's flat. So welcome to Flat Earth, brother. Snacks in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests.
The only difference is the focus, distance, and energy.
Dude, dude, do you think that the only difference is the focus distance, dude? Do you
That's
even know
not
what a
what I
laser
said.
does?
That's not what I said.
Okay, then finish. Go ahead.
I did finish. I said the focus, distance, and concentration of the energy pushed into the light.
No, dude. Well, laser is collimated, dude. It's coherent. That's why they didn't use the laser, because they burnt the collimator out and the laser wouldn't function. So they used a flashlight, which is not sufficient to the task. Also, they didn't validate the locations of the boards in between each spot. Right? They didn't do anything of any valid scrutiny whatsoever. None. None of it. It's a joke. But by your own admission, you said if the laser hits the target, then the Earth's flat. So I gave you an example of the laser hitting the target. So you already conceded that the Earth's flat, bro. And I agree.
I did not concede that.
Okay, you conceded if the laser hits the target, the Earth's flat. I gave you an example of the laser hitting the target. So what, are you changing your story now?
No, but
okay, then
you're angry enough that I just don't even feel like engaging with that. So,
dude, I'm not angry.
Not angry.
You sound angry.
It's not
I'm very angry.
Listen, dude.
It's concerned about tonalities, not about the information.
Listen, my microphone is on the top of the table, and I'm like a 1 foot tall midget. I have to scream up to the microphone. Why are you picking on me for my disability?
I'm not, and my only issue is that I can give you all the. It's very clear I can give you all the evidence in the world, but your confirmation bias is not going to allow you to.
What are you talking about, dude? You ain't gave no evidence whatsoever. You talk about things that aren't here.
Links, dude. I'm not getting into an argument about it.
Okay. We all know
ignoring the
why.
information.
No,
yeah, you gave us a bunch. What information, dude? You want to talk about the stars? You want to talk about Shadowlink? I tell you, you agree that a laser.
But the thing is every time I give you something that doesn't adhere to that,
you gave nothing.
You weren't here for what we were saying before, so
yes, I've been.
Well, before I arrived, if you gave anything before I arrived,
what I was saying. See, you're the one talking to everybody. What I was saying was, if this is a flat plane, then if the sun is there and it's different over here and it's on a flat plane, that doesn't make sense. Also, the point I was making about the stars, where you're saying, well, they're different. It's not the Earth and the stars are different. Okay, fine. But I'm saying, and you even acknowledge this, if I'm looking at the fucking star above me and it's above me and I see it moving and it goes towards the horizon, how the fuck does it get behind me and then go back above that again? It doesn't make any fucking sense, because then you're saying this is a three-dimensional plane. Like, you're saying it's the stars are circling us, but then that implies that there's something under us. So, or you're just saying that it approaches the horizon and then it resets somehow and pops up behind me.
It goes out of your view, and then it completes its circuit out of your ability to resolve it.
Where does it go out of the if it's
somewhere else, dude?
Let's just say firmament, right? Like it's a half dome. It's going from behind me, above me, and back down. Where does it go to get behind me again?
Dude, let me ask you this question: if you're in the kitchen, and I go out the front door, and I come around the house, and you can't see me, and then I come through the back door, and then I take a piece of chicken off of your cooking plate.
Okay, but
how did I get
where
there?
does it go? I don't think you're understanding the point I'm trying to make with this. Like,
oh, I do understand it.
Like, it's going somewhere, and if I'm on a flat plane,
I know, dude. I know, bro. No, nobody said that the stars have anything to do with the Earth being flat, dude. Nobody except you.
So what I'm saying,
I say that he doesn't get it yet.
The point I'm getting at is, if I'm on a flat plane, why would everything else not be?
Oh my goodness, that's like saying, if I go into the ladies' locker room, why am I a guy?
The planets in the sky can be orbs.
Hey, control your mouth. Can you stop over speaking?
Dude, this is so illogical. Listen, if I accidentally stumble into the girls' shower room while they're showering, there's a bunch of orbs in there. That doesn't make me female, bro.
What does this have to do with flat Earth?
Yeah, nothing. That's the point we're trying to drive through your head. Is that the sky?
I just say my head.
And talking about.
You mean his head?
Painful, brother.
What do flat earthers think about inductive reasoning? Do you guys grant that or no?
In what way?
What do you mean? Like, do you think it's like a valid source of reasoning?
It's a valid source of reasoning to certain conclusions, but not all conclusions, right?
Again, do you mind giving an example where it's not going to be valid under certain conclusions?
Okay, let's see. So, let's see. Everything else that I see besides the Earth is not the Earth. Therefore, the Earth must be like the things that are not the Earth. There you go. There's an invalid form. There you go.
Wait, I'm being sorry. I'm like really sorry, but I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, you just Google that real quick. Don't worry.
Like what?
You said you see everything isn't the Earth, thus we know what?
Okay, so I look at a bunch of things that aren't the Earth. Therefore, the Earth must be like things that aren't the Earth. That would be a very bad form of inductive reasoning, right?
Sorry, how are you using inductive reasoning then?
Oh, it's very simple. Whole bunch of probabilities, right? Stacked upon themselves to say, if all of these things are similar, and I already have the presupposition that I'm one of those things, I can then conclude that I must be similar to those as well.
Man, get us a higher level flat earther. This guy's fucking stupid.
Oh my god. Wait, sorry. Right back.
So why don't you give me an inductive reasoning that proves the Earth is a globe, and then we have something to talk about. How about that?
Deflection.
Deflection? How's that deflection? Here you go, bro.
How is that? What?
Let's do it.
AI deflection. Saying the guy that ignored the laser test that you presented, he's saying deflection.
Yeah, after he conceded that a laser test of such a nature would prove the Earth is flat, then all of a sudden he has to roll his claims back.
That was just an example I was making, and yes, it does prove it, but
that's a deflection.
Wait a minute.
How is that? That's not deflection. What deflection is saying, yeah, okay, you give me an example of something that's wrong, but I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to say, well, what about this? And then try to push something else.
You're ignoring the information and the data being presented, and you're just saying whatever you're saying has to hold up.
All right, well, let's see what you have to add to the conversation.
Listen, dudes, I'm gonna go look at my refrigerator, and I'm gonna see a bunch of things that are edible, therefore food. So I'm just gonna assume that I'm food and just eat myself, and then I won't be hungry anymore.
You could be food.
Let's just help with this.
That's the logic.
Okay, no, hold on. So
Oh, hold on.
You're trying to say that I'm equating everything to being the same, and I'm not. I'm just saying if the only way I'm making that line through those things is saying.
Leap of logic.
Just let me fucking say what I'm saying. Is if I'm looking up into the fucking sky and every goddamn
away
thing
from the
is an
Earth,
orb, then why the fuck am I supposed to sit here and think that this place is flat?
Because sometimes you see birds and you know the Earth is not a bird. So then you see something, a light in the sky, and you say, look, the Earth is a light in the sky.
I'm not even talking about the light in the sky. I'm talking about the planets I've seen with a telescope in the sky that are clearly...
you see them as lights.
Wait. Right, just to be clear, Night isn't referring to the entity in the sky. He's just going to be referring to other celestial bodies. You stupid or what?
Well, you already made a mistake. You already made a mistake. You said
no.
The first thing you said was everything else you see is an orb. Right? Then you changed it from everything else.
He's referring to celestial bodies if you use common sense.
You're interrupting, dude.
Yeah, no problem. I'd agree with you.
Who's the one saying the celestial bodies thing?
Me, Sensei.
Can you shut?
It's who?
It's finished the conversation.
Sorry, am I like selling you?
Okay, no, you fucking get it.
Annoying. Just carry
whatever.
So things in the sky look spheres.
Are spheres. You can see their spheres.
Okay, that's why I said they look like spheres. Cool. So they look like spheres. Can you actually say with 100% certainty that the Earth must be like those other things? Of 100% certainty, or would you have to prove that the Earth is like those things?
Wait, why are you just presupposing even grants you can be 100% certain with anything?
Yeah.
You don't have to be 100% certain.
Okay, so we can't be 100% certain that the Earth is like those things, but we can determine if the Earth is like those things by directly measuring the Earth to see if the Earth measures like those things.
My
motion
issue,
and curvature.
I don't want to cut you off, but my issue with that point is not that the assumption that do we see this so we must be like that? It is through every single thing we look at, there was no other thing that is sitting there floating as a disc up in space, and that was the point I was trying to make to dude about the stars and the planets. Is yes, it's up in the sky. I'm not saying
my friend, we don't say that the Earth is a disc in space for starters.
If everything we look at shows very clear orbs and we don't see any other discs, then why the fuck would we assume that ours is a flat disc?
Dude, we don't say it's a disc in space, but we don't make assumptions either. Yes, we could probably say that the Earth might be like those things, but we'd have to demonstrate that the Earth has.
Why would ours be different?
Wait, sorry.
Because
when you just said that,
just like you won't let me finish.
You already wait, Jenna. When you say it might be,
look, y'all gonna start getting muted if y'all don't keep cutting them off.
Wait, sorry, 1 second. When you say it might be like an orb, that's just going to be really trivial. Obviously, it's a possibility. It could be an orb, but we're referring to it's going to be most probable based on some like inductive case.
Yeah,
but go on.
So those things in the sky look spherical, right? And they move. Now, we can't say that the Earth must be like those things. We'd have to demonstrate that the Earth is like those things. And we have to demonstrate that with direct measurement to see if the Earth measures like those things.
Yeah, so one, when you say the word must, is that some like synonym for necessarily because no one posits necessary? And then two, we wouldn't need to do the second part since the justification is just based off inductive reasoning
What
itself.
are you talking about?
Everything he just said made total sense.
None of what he said made sense.
That made complete sense.
No,
I don't know. Sorry, if you need clarification on like terminology, I'm afraid.
You're gonna have to explain clarification because none of that is even combating against what Jedi is.
Sorry, can you just like tell me what I just said, just to make sure we're on like the same page?
Stop telling me what I said.
I wasn't talking to you, Jedi.
I know you wasn't.
So I don't know why you're buddying, but all right.
That's why it needs to be clarified.
Wait, sorry. What needs to be clarified?
what you just said, what you just responded with. Because what Jedi is basically putting to him is that just because you see something up in space that seems to be like those things, that don't mean the so-called Earth or planet that you're living on is like those things. You would have to demonstrate it to be that. So it's not no must in it. It's you're making a positive claim that the Earth is like those things in the sky. Therefore, you have to demonstrate it. You responded with, "Oh no, you don't, because must means this, and it's just because you're saying must, and just because you're saying that, instead of either agreeing or disagreeing with the statement that was put to you."
Yeah, I'll tell you what I said, right? So if I justify something through one way, I don't have to justify it through another way as well, right? So it's just widely accepted inductive reasoning is just a form of justification. So if we just see the sun rising every single day for like however many days you want to say, we can just say it's also going to raise tomorrow via an inductive case. Like this is just a form of justification, unless you disagree with that.
Yeah, but that is a natural observation that you see.
Yeah, same with other
due to deductive reasoning. But when you're talking about a celestial body, wait a minute, hold on. When you're talking about hold on. You haven't. Wait a minute.
But he was trying to answer you.
He was done. Yes, he said deductive. He's saying deductive reasoning. He wasn't done talking. In deductive reasoning, however you want to say it, the same damn word. It's a concept. Go ahead. Stop crying about it. Inductive reasoning is just a base correlation of what you are observing in nature to always occur, such as natural laws and things within that nature. But whenever you're talking about identifying what a planet is, you're looking in the sky, but you're trying to identify where do you live. In order for you to basically prove that, you would have to prove that with measurements, because you're trying to say that this is okay. You're trying to say, okay, let me finish. Can I finish?
Well,
you said I was cutting you off. You also said I was cutting you off.
Well, you don't need to.
Let me finish, then. Let me finish. It's not a mute point. The point.
I said make a new point.
It's not a new point. I'm responding to directly what you said.
All right, go ahead, man.
Right. You say all of this could be proved with inductive reasoning, when actually it's a category error, because what you're trying to do is identify what a concrete noun is, such as the Earth. And you're saying that I'm going to look into space in order to use some inductive reasoning of what the concrete noun is, where I'm living at is. And just because what you see in space looks some way, that don't mean it's this way here. So you would have to prove that with a direct proof, right? It would have to be direct, such as measurements, in order to prove that where you live at is the same of what you're looking at in the sky. You would do that with measurements. So that's what Jedi is saying. You saying nuh-uh.
But you can easily do that.
Yeah, you get a mic.
That's what we get into.
You get a mic.
So do you have measurements?
Just
you can easily do those measurements.
Wait, sorry, just to be clear on something. You said inductive reasoning's valid in the sun case was because we're viewing some natural process or natural thing. You don't think we're also going to be viewing other celestial bodies in the sky being spherical?
No, the sun coming out every day is a natural occurrence that we see in the sky. We're not saying what the sun is. I'm responding to what you said. You said, in the case of inductive reasoning, such as basically like a correlation, we always observe the sun coming, rising and setting, going into the sky, however you want to basically say it, a sun pattern. So we always observe that, but we're not making a claim of what the sun is, what is the sun's physical attributes is, because we never been there to experience that. So your case, the case that you're making, is a category error, because you're saying that you're going to look in the sky to determine where you live at. Of what the Earth is, where you live at, something. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on.
You do this.
You're trying to say I'm going to look in the sky, something that is irrelevant to where you live at.
It's not irrelevant.
Right? That is, yes. Wait a minute, hold on. You want to look in the sky. Wait a minute.
He's never going to let anybody else talk.
You want to look at observations in the sky.
Yes, that's what we do.
It's irrelevant to where you live at.
In the water.
In order to say, well, since it looks like that up there, it should be the same way down here where I live.
I'll just tell you what.
The only way you're going to be able to validate now, the only way you're going to be able to validate. Hold on. Yeah. The only way you're going to be able. I'm not valid. How am I inspiring? I'm saying the same thing.
You're I get your point.
The only way you're going to be able to validate that, right? Just like Jedi say, it's with measurements, because measurements is something that is correct.
Yeah,
so you can't say I'm looking in the sky and therefore it should be the way down here because inductive reasoning. That's just nonsense.
Wait, I'm gonna respond to you said that I'll let Knight give his other other justification in the measure. So just to be clear, the reason why it's analogous because we're just gonna be referencing some property that's also gonna be in correlation or so. For the sun thing,
I'm gonna not a correlation argument.
Wait, be quiet. So
it's for the sun
category
thing, error.
Can you let him speak, please?
Yeah. The property I'm referring to the sun is that it has some ability to just move. Not move, yeah. Or, sorry. The Earth is going to be moving, where it just appears the sun is going to be rising, right? That's just the property I'm referencing. And we should go to, the celestial body thing. The property I'm referencing within these shared entities is just some some spherical shape. That's the property I'm referencing. So, obviously, it's just going to be some form of probability raiser.
Yeah, there's a probability. Sorry.
Wait. You don't. Yeah, that just means there's a justification. So already justified.
Yeah. You get a might be. It might be like.
No. Wait, sorry. We base everything on probability. Do you know that,
right? I know.
And everything you've been saying, everything that dude has been saying is a probability. Might be.
Yeah, everything he's saying is a probability.
No, I'm saying you're saying.
No, it's not. What did I say that it's a probability or might be?
Because
explain my rebuttal to him.
One of my biggest issues with what you were saying is the irrelevance of the things above us. That is just a cop out of saying I'm not worried about what's above me because that's not here, and that is already closing your mind off to what that might be. So my point with that is the sun goes over you and it sets. Where does it go? If you're not even gonna even try to posit what that might be, then you're already just closing off. If every single thing, and you want to talk about measurements, ancient civilizations have
on the table.
Megaliths set up that are lined up to the stars.
Right. Are you going to explain
the constellations are there? So you can't say.
Right. Are you responded?
My friend
responded to something that I'm not even making a claim about the sky. I'm only rebutting what he said as far as his inductive reasoning argument.
You know,
he's using a correlation. Wait a minute. He's using the. Wait a minute. Hold on, sir. Listen.
We let you go on a rant, man.
Hold on, sir. Listen. He's using a correlate. He's using an example of the sun rising and setting, which is a correlation, something that we naturally observe. This is something that we naturally observe alone. We only observing that the sun is rising and setting. We're not making any claims about what the sun is doing, or we're not making any claims about what the earth is doing because the sun is rising. Wait a minute. Here we go. Is I'm spiraling everybody, or is he cutting me off?
He doesn't
if I'm spiraling everybody, because he's gonna say I'm spiraling when I try to talk over him, when I try to finish a sentence. What I'm basically saying again, for the 10th time, the example that he gave to Jedi to validate that Jedi basically saying we're going to need some direct measurement to identify what the earth is, right? You guys are trying to make a claim saying, well, we could just look at the sun and inductive reason is going to prove it all. And he used the example of the sun rising and setting. And because the sun, we always observe the sun rising and setting in the sky or whatever, we're going to basically assume through probability that the sun is going to rise and set again the next day, right?
I think I'm like a better example.
But listen. But that is only about the sun. That only inductive reasoning is about an observation of a natural phenomenon about that item. So you saying, well, now if you make a distinction, right? Now if you make a claim and say, well, because the sun always rises and set, Therefore, the earth is doing this because we observe the sun rising and setting. That would be, right, affirming the consequence, because that is not relevant to what is going on here on earth. It's not relevant. Right.
This
So,
is just a
in order for you to validate, wait a minute, hold on. I'm not done.
Never done, dude. You're
Not done. Now, in order for you, in order for you to validate, just like Jedi said, in order for you to validate what is going on Earth and what the Earth is, which is identifying what a concrete noun is, you're going to have to do that wherever. Okay. You're going to have to do that. I'm making a point.
But you don't give any point.
Right. I'm making a point. You will have to do that with concrete evidence that is directly to this earth. Such what Jedi said. Measurements.
Okay, what measurements, though? Because I can give you measurements. Constellation.
Excuse me.
Star movement. Like planet.
I gave you 2.
He was trying to give it to you.
Hold on. I'm trying. So the things in the sky, they appear to be spherical and they appear to move. So you're going to need 2 measurements. One's of sphericity, as in curvature over the surface.
It's proven.
Why?
Be clear.
Why are you talking? Trying to help you.
You're not trying to help me.
Yeah, I am. I've already expressed the 2 measurements that you would need. You clearly didn't hear me, so I'm having to express it again. So the 2 measurements you're going to need is curvature. Excuse me. The 2 measurements you're going to need is curvature. That denotes the sphere. So the Earth, if measures curvature, can be a sphere like those things in the sky. And movement, because those things in the sky move. And if the Earth is like those things, then we should be able to measure movement. So 2 measurements of the Earth. It's not hard.
Yeah, and you can measure those.
Can you? Awesome. Can I have a measurement of curvature, please? Then we'll all fuck off.
Curvature of what? The Earth?
Fuck yes.
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 Oh, you was talking about the planets in the sky. You was talking about.
Well, I'm saying which one are you specifying? What do you want to know?
The
Earth. We mapped it.
Excuse me. The Earth. How was the Earth measured to have a drop over distance, a deviation from horizontal?
So trying to give you an actual factual statement, not what I have in my head, because you guys clearly are just gonna.
We're not trying to poison the well and help yourself. We want to measure.
No. 1 kilometer is 1 kilometer is 0.000008 kilometers, or roughly 0.08 meters.
Lovely. That's lovely. I want the methodology of how this was measured, so I can do it myself.
Yeah, it's the actual math is.
I don't want the math. I want the measurement.
That is the measurement, though.
Yeah, how was the measurement?
009 degrees. Well, you said you didn't want the math, so that's what I was trying to give you.
I don't want the math. Just tell me how to do it.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude. I want to know the method.
40,030 kilometers.
Giving me numbers. I don't want numbers. I want the method.
The method.
Don't give me numbers anymore. Don't want numbers. I want the methodology that gets the numbers. Do I need to be any fucking clearer?
I just don't understand what's not connecting to you here. It's the math. It's the very clear
measurement. The measurement.
That's what I was trying to give you. You said you didn't want the numbers.
Yeah, because I want the method that the numbers came from. If I want to figure out the rate
of method that the numbers came from is the measurements that were made.
Okay, and how did
with math
they do that?
Fucking math, dude.
No, what methodology? How did they do it? How? Dumb fuck.
Fuck you, dude.
Well, you don't understand a very simple question. It's becoming frustrating. I want the methodology of how there was a measurement of curvature, which is a deviation from horizontal.
Satellites to be more fucking like clear.
More.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay. So give me the methodology that the ranges that the satellites fly around.
Geometry and observing the angle of the sun's rays at different locations on the same day. Exactly the point I was making about the fucking test they did way back when with the obelisk.
Like, you want to call me a dumb fuck? Do your goddamn research, dude.
Sorry, what's the definition of an angle?
Sorry, Jeddah doesn't know shit. He has to ask these questions all the time.
Yeah, because you said angle. And an
They
angle
talk in circles, dude, with no evidence. They attack and want you to explain, but they don't fucking give any explanation behind what they're saying at all.
They're very well versed in flat Earth apologetics. It's a skill, really.
It's a deflect.
Hold on. We're trying to get to this measurement.
It's the same fucking thing narcissists do. The whole Darbo thing.
Please present the measurement method.
Let me do this. The reason why I asked you what an angle is, because we all understand that it's the intersection of two straight sides that meet at a vertex. Two straight sides. I'm looking for a measurement of curvature, which isn't a straight side. Yeah, I thought as much.
I didn't hear a question. I was pissing.
I'm looking for a measurement of a curvature. You give me an angle measurement, which is two straight. I didn't give you two straight sides, an angle, right?
I gave you the curvature of the Earth at the equator is 40,030 kilometers.
Yeah, we all know that. We can fucking Google that. I'm asking.
Okay, you know that, and so you know it's curved.
My friend, don't run away. Don't be scared. You said
an angle. So you acknowledge that it's curved.
Let me try again. You said an angle measurement of the sun.
You can.
Excuse me.
The point that you guys keep trying to talk over about how it doesn't matter.
You don't understand. It's okay. Talk through me. You want to hide your humiliation. I understand. Carry on.
Yeah. Fucking.
Yeah, go on. I'm looking for a measurement of curvature, not an angle. That's two straight sides.
I gave you two things. I gave you the curvature, and I gave you.
No, you gave him
measure that.
You gave him a number.
I gave him the number of the circumference of the Earth, and I gave him a way to measure that with the sun, the thing you guys think doesn't matter.
That's an angle measurement. That's a flat Earth measurement.
Yes, but that is another way of measuring.
Oh, what's the other way? Come on. You said there was another way.
I already said satellites, so I mean, you're
sorry. I think you meant more in depth with Alcosnes, like you knew what you were talking about. You could assume that the Earth was a sphere. You could assume that the light
easily do that.
Yeah, you could assume that the surface of the Earth was a sphere, and you could assume
that the Earth is flat when you have not given one single fucking. Neither of you, none of you, have given a single evidence or proof or map.
But actually, you did. You gave us a flat Earth measurement to the sun. Remember the angle measurement? That's a flat Earth measurement, sir. We looking for the curved one.
That's seriously, dude. I'll unmute you, but if you keep fucking talking through me, then fuck off.
Dude, that dude was talking over everybody.
Dude, stop crying. You understand that an angle measurement is a measuring curvature, right?
Not saying that. I'm saying there's a way to calculate, but whatever.
Calculate. Okay, and how do you calculate from an angle measurement? Because you're not going to get a sphere, you're going to get a circumference, which is a circle.
No, that's false. No.
Really?
Because it's calculating the angle. It's calculating the angle at the same time from different locations.
Yeah.
Shows you that it is curved.
Okay, then let me do this experiment. I'll stand underneath my light, no shadow here. I'll walk away from underneath my light. Oh, look, I watched the shadow increase in front of me. Awesome. That's a flat surface that I've walked across, and I've gotten the two angles. Eratosthenes, the well underneath the sun, the stick 500 stades away, the 3 points on the triangle, the well, the stick, the sun, and you get an angle measurement. There's no curvature here unless you do what?
The angle will be the same.
No, it wouldn't. I'd stand underneath my light. It's directly above me. I move away from underneath my light. It's not directly above me. I point at it and measure an angle to it. Are you stupid?
I'm not stupid. Like, dude, don't fucking call somebody stupid when you're stupid. Like,
why did you say that then?
Because you're okay. First off, you standing directly under it is already a bad start because
that's what the well was.
There is no angle directly above you,
so you won't get your zenith then.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying there's no angle above you, so it will be different on a flat plane if you step off to the side. But if you
90 degrees. Straight line down from the sun to where it intersects the well, that's your vertical, and then the horizontal plane, that makes a 90 degrees. You walk away from being underneath the sun, point at the sun, you can measure an angle. The three corners on your fucking triangle, the sun, the well, and the stick. Straight line here.
Okay, so let's go with your point, right? So that where you stepped off, that angle, okay, so that angle is not 90 degrees. But the shadow, or you know, the distance that light's going to travel, is going to be different than if you were on a flat plane.
No, we measure elevation angles from a flat plane. That's what the definition of an elevation angle is. A solar elevation angle in this instance, an angle measurement taken from the horizontal plane your observer is standing on and the imaginary line drawn from the eye of the observer to the fucking sun. Would you like a citation for this? Fuck it, I'll give you one. You're talking about solar elevation angles. That's a flat Earth measurement. It's supposed to be measuring curvature, remember? Guys, so the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar releve angle, describes the height of the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Comes with a pretty little picture. There's your stick where the observer is. Yeah, there's the stick where the observer is, and directly underneath the sun at the intersection with the Earth at 90 degrees, there's the fucking whale. So how did you measure curvature from this? Still waiting. How did you measure curvature from an angle measurement?
Already told you.
Okay. Did you have to assume the Earth was a sphere and the light rays were coming in parallel?
I'm saying that there will be the if I was standing on a perfectly flat plane.
Yeah. We can measure angles.
Say you're standing under the light, and I walked 20 feet out.
Okay. Yeah.
That angle is that angle, right? But if there's 20 feet's a bad measurement to start because it takes way more than that to because the Earth's not big. But to that point,
let me put it like this. You don't understand.
If it's curved, the shadow and the angle is going to change.
Going to do it. If you walk away from the position underneath the sun, 500 stages away, and look up and measure an angle, you can't. Do you know why you can't? Because the surface that you're standing on is curved. You ain't measuring angles from curved lines, are you? That's stupid.
But I'm saying if it's at the exact same time and it's on a flat plane, the angles should be the same.
Why? Because you're not directly underneath the sun.
I'm saying, say you're the person that is not the one directly under it, the one that has walked away. You measure it at the exact same time. That there's the guy under it, the guy close to it, and then the guy really far away from it. That angle is going to be different.
Yes, and I can do the same thing in my bloody kitchen. Thing above my head, thing not above my head. Point at it, let's measure 45 degrees because the thing's not above my head. You're not going to be measuring an angle on a curved surface, and you need to understand geometry better. Do you understand this yet?
I'm saying that the person...
I know what you're saying, but it's wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying, which is correct?
It's not correct, but...
Oh, it is. Sorry. You don't think... Try this now. Go and stand underneath your light. Point at it. Then fucking walk away from it and point at it again. Do you notice that you're going to be able to measure an angle, being as you're not underneath it anymore? It's really simple. You do this every day. You probably don't pay attention, do you?
I'm saying that, say there's 3 people. You got the guy under the light. You got the one that's really like that's walked off, however far, right? And then you got the guy that's however long you said 500 something or other away, 5 states, 500 state, whatever the fuck you said.
Yeah, it's about 500 miles.
Okay, you should be able to measure, doing math, again, the thing you guys seem to not give a shit about, that the light should be right there, and you'll notice that it's not there.
Yeah. Do you measure an angle?
I do it every fucking day, dude.
Good. So you understand that you can't measure an angle on a curved surface. Oh, but the Earth's a curved surface. So you're not going to be measuring elevation angles up from it then?
I'm saying that if I was going off of a curved surface or a flat surface,
can't measure an angle off of a curved surface. Don't be stupid.
That's not the point I'm fucking making, dude. Like I'm saying,
you need to be measuring curvature, and all you're doing so far is measuring angles.
I can calculate the angle perfectly. If I'm on a curved surface, that won't be the case, and that is what happens every fucking time.
Really? So you don't think that I can measure my elevation angle to, say, Polaris to know a latitude system? You don't think that I can figure out my distance to the ground position of Polaris just by using the angle measurement times 60 nautical miles? You don't think I can do that? That's exactly what we do. It's latitude, dude. Taken from angle measurements to the things on the sky.
What is the latitude?
That's an elevation angle to Polaris, a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris.
So
circle.
How the fuck, if it's flat, would any of our satellites work? How would any GPS work? I'm just saying, how would any of that work? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Really, you don't think that we can have technology in the sky?
How the fuck did I travel from Georgia over to Europe, over to Australia, and then over to fucking Hawaii, back to the US in a circle?
That's a westerly direction, isn't it? That you traveled.
It doesn't matter if it's flat.
Well, hold on, dude, you're so upset. So that was west you travels. Okay. Well, east and west are circles around north. You went in a circle.
I went east, but yeah.
Okay, sorry, I do apologise. You went east. So east is a circle around north. You know how compasses work, right? You get a compass, it points at north. That's a location, a spot on the Earth, the magnetic point on the Earth. And you can do the same thing. Put a magnet on your table, get a compass. You can walk around your table east and west with your needle of your compass still pointing at the magnet. You can call that north. East and west are circles, dude. You don't need a sphere to travel in a circle. Now, do you want to get back to your curvature measurements? Oh, fucking mind-blowing, right? Circles, fucking hell.
No, it's not mind-blowing.
East and west is a circle around north. You understand that? You understand that, right? Please tell me that you understand this. It's very
I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm saying it is wrong.
What? You don't think east and west are circle around north?
I'm saying that the curvature and the way it goes around is different than going around a flat plane, dude. And like, you guys keep wanting to dismiss the whole fucking fact of what is in the sky without giving any evidence. When I was in Australia, the stars were completely different.
Question's not about
if that's not a three-dimensional plane, then what the fuck is?
Excuse me. We're not interested in the things in the sky. We only reference them for things like
that. That is why ignorant. Ignorant.
Why? Just let me finish. We're not interested in the things in the sky because that's not the question on the table. The question on the table is the surface description of the Earth. We can reference the stars, sun and moon. We can use them for navigation and things, but we're going to be taking elevation angles. But that's going to be from a flat Earth, though, because that's what an angle is.
Because you're picking and choosing your confirmation bias is what it is.
Express that to me. Underline it for me. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is you're saying that the things in the sky don't matter because it's not Earth, but then we can use them to navigate by.
Yeah.
And when I'm saying that if I'm here in the U.S. and I'm used to seeing these stars that do still change, just like the sun and the moon moves and changes, if I go to the southern hemisphere, that I see completely different stars in the sky. You can infer and you can use math to calculate, again, like you said, to navigate that
confused, weren't you?
This is a fucking sphere and that I'm seeing two different sides. Like
No. You understand where the constellations are? They usually they reside within what's called the tropical gap, either side of the equator.
That's not what it's called.
The constellations, the area between the two tropics, it's called the tropical gap. It's noticed in the sky. It's a celestial phenomenon. It's where the constellations reside. So inside of those constellations, you have things like the Big Dipper that you can see in the northern hemisphere. But when you go south, there are other stars on the other side of that tropical gap that when you go there, you can look up and see them. Okay? This doesn't mean that you're standing on a curved surface. In actual fact, if you're going to measure the movements of the stars, they're going to be angle measurements taken from a flat plane. There's no bias here. I'm just telling you how the measurements are done.
Yeah, and I'm telling you your measurements are wrong.
Okay, sorry. We're going to have to start again. Do you know what an angle is? Okay. It's the intersection of two straight sides. I gave you a citation earlier of what a solar elevation was in regards to your story about Aristotle.
That's why I said that on a flat plane, if I'm calculating an angle, that is easy to do. But if I'm on a curved plane, then when I try to make that angle, it's not going to match up.
I can't measure an angle off of a curved line. What are you talking about?
But that's what I'm saying, is if I'm calculating what it would be on a flat surface, then that would be it. But if I do that same calculation from a different location and it's not coming up that way, then that's not a flat surface. That's exactly my point.
Have you done that, have you? Whatever it is you're fucking talking about. If I was to do this measurement in a certain way, I wouldn't. Not that you have. No, that angle measurements every single time.
I have not traveled and done those measurements.
You're going to go to a different location and measure an angle, aren't you? That's what you're going to do.
But what I'm saying is,
are you going to measure an angle when you go to a different location?
I mean, if I try, it's not going to match up.
Sorry. Have you, back around to the first question, have you actually answered that? Or are you pulling shit out your ass?
I'm not pulling shit out my ass.
Oh, you've done this, have you?
I literally said I have not gone and done it personally, but have you gone and done the measurements yourself?
Yes. So that's why I'm asking you.
You've actually traveled and done these measurements yourself?
I used to be a member of the Royal Cadets when I was a teenager. Yeah. I've done a lot of navigation, a lot of travelling, a lot of orienteering. Yep. I know how to read a fucking map. I know how to figure out my location on the Earth just by using the stars. Yep. Thanks. Now, you're saying this doesn't match up. I'm asking you if you've done this. Be honest.
I haven't done this in the country, not personally, no.
No, good. So you haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. You're just making shit up and pulling it out of your ass.
Fucking statement.
And trying to polish your shit and give it to me like it's something. But it isn't, is it?
Oh, yeah, because you want to hold up what you did as a kid as a shining beacon of you know the truth.
You're the one who claimed that something would not match up when you made a measurement from somewhere. I asked you if you'd made the measurement.
You want to go ahead and pay? You want to go ahead and pay for me to fly out to the fucking southern hemisphere
let's do this for everybody else. He just wants to avoid his humiliation. Everybody. That's all that's going on.
Dude, I think you're an idiot and you just don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I know what an angle is. I know how to find out my location by measuring an angle. I know how Aristophanes assumed the Earth was a sphere and assumed the light waves were parallel, and his measurement was off by a few hundred miles.
This is the midpoint of Darville right here.
Yeah, you're an idiot, dude. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Go to another forum and discuss what days of the week is best. Go on. You're no place here, dude.
You just don't want to hear you're wrong.
You've added nothing to this conversation about.
You haven't given a single fucking bit of proof. You keep asking me for proof and what this measurement and that measurement and whatever. Give me reasons to believe you. You haven't given me one. You haven't given me one.
Water. I've given you one. That was the measurement.
No, you haven't.
Excuse me.
You haven't given me one single one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Give me reasons to believe your side.
Excuse me. Do you remember the measurements that we took earlier that were elevation angles? That requires a horizontal plane. That's the Earth. Do you know what the reference datum is for that horizontal plane? That's water. Mean sea level is a horizontal reference datum. Water lays horizontal on the surface.
So ignorant. It's
what? Excuse me. You think that water doesn't lay horizontal on the surface when it rests and contained?
My biggest issue with what you're saying is your view is too small.
My view is too small. I can.
You're not taking into account how big the fucking planet is.
Oh, but I have.
Well, of course, here with 100, 200 miles seems relatively straight. I've drove through Kansas. That shit was flat as fuck forever.
You're not listening. So I can give you a distance measurements of 5,400 nautical miles. That's the distance between the ground position of Polaris and the equator. The equator derived as the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. 90 times 60. It's not hard. That's on water, dude. If you go to the other side, double that number. That's 10,800.
If the sphere is big enough, it's going to seem flat.
What, between the North Pole and the equator?
Yeah.
That's
because
a quarter of
so far. It's going to seem
that's
flat.
A quarter of your sphere.
Yeah, I'm saying
it's a quarter of your curvature, dummy.
Yes, I'm saying the planet is so big.
What, between the North Pole and the equator?
Your optical fucking nerves looking out at something that is that far is going to seem flat because you can't visually with your own eyes see that it's curved. But even with the water, you can because things disappear off the horizon.
So are you saying that from Polaris to the equator it's flat? Or it's so big it appears to be flat?
He's not getting it. I've already told him that's a quarter of the distance around the circumference of a sphere. Oh. It's like, dumbest person in the room. Doesn't matter. No, that flat distance, that's flat, that is. You've just squashed a quarter of your sphere, dude. But yeah, what's the horizon? Come on, now. You said things disappear behind the horizon. Please enlighten me. Tell me what the horizon is. When you come back, Knight, just give me a definition of what the horizon is, please. Then you can tell me how you
Wait a minute.
So, anybody else? I guess he's done.
Yeah, he's need to take a moment to pull the foot out of his mouth. I don't know why he couldn't grasp that that was not a globe exclusive way to measure, right? All he's doing is measuring an angle to shadows and then divide by 360 and oh, I have a circumference. When the Chinese were doing the exact same thing and deriving a flat surface. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, it's not a good argument. It can be done on both flat and curved surfaces. But we'll ignore that. We'll throw him under the bus. Fuck him, right?
Fuck him.
I guess they're just gonna chat skank, Dan. We gotta start kicking these guys out for hiding in the chat.
You're talking about the rat guy?
Yeah, and the highway guy.
No, okay. Why are you going to speak?
Highway Hermit's problem is that he believes the sky proves that the ground is curving.
I mean, it's understandable. That's how you were taught the globe. They pointed at the sky and said, look, it's because you're on a globe. And they did it while you couldn't really form an argument, so you just believed it. We all did. Until we actually questioned it again and realized that the observations of the sky have no logical connection to the surface property of the Earth.
All right, can't say I didn't warn them.
I was deafened for a while. Everybody's quiet. Highway Hermit, are you able to speak?
Does anybody have that really badass photo that shows, like, there's 2 sky rotations over a flat Earth? I've seen it before, and
No, I
it's
don't have the
pretty
photo. I know which one you're talking about. It does draw like a cool parallel between like the truth of both things that globe earthers and flat earthers believe. Yeah.
Right.
I can take some time to find it. Hermit's messing with me in chat, so I was hoping he'd talk. Here, give me a sec.
Right on, man.
I'll give Jenna if I can. My problem is I have like 46 gigs of conspiracy theories, so I gotta dig through that. It's too much data.
Same here. Just files upon files, stock full of data and memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guilty too.
Well, it's sad that Highway won't talk. He was talking to me on the side chat. I'd love to explain the flat Earth to him. And I don't even frequent this area. I'm sure somebody will join within the next 15 minutes who will spew their nonsense and get irate and not conform within logical principles. But that's typical for this area. So this is for flat earthers and globe earthers alike. It's it's important to be skeptical of any information that institutions are feeding you. You should understand first principles of information to go forward. My background, I'm in engineering and I am published, and I'm extremely skeptical. But in the premise of you observing something within your field, you have to bring that before the body of the institution that you're bringing up. And when you've seen something that nobody else has seen within your field, they tear you apart, much like the flat earth, globe earth argument. And you have to stand your ground to submit your paper for other people to not take on authority what you've seen as truth, but to reproduce your study and then to push it forward as the truth. So at this point, I haven't said if I'm a flat or globe earther. It doesn't matter. But in the body of science, whenever we're trying to progress things to go forward, it is important that we are highly skeptical of each other. So within the flat earth community, I appreciate the skepticism.
Why do you ever hold that that level of scrutiny to what is called modern day science?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then why is the entire curriculum based upon what is called science, but is clearly just pseudoscience because it cannot be tested nor replicated or duplicated? It can't be scienced, quote unquote. So why do you say
it's
that?
Lies we tell our children. So lies we tell our kids. You're told early in your academia you cannot divide by zero. That's the falsehood. You totally can. Calculus couldn't exist upon the principles in which if you couldn't divide upon zero. To divide upon zero, you're able to observe the limits and the approaches that the function takes based on being divisible by an infinity.
It's very interesting that we're talking about science and you immediately jump to math. So let's get back to science. So we're talking about things that we are told has been proven scientifically, but are you on that side of it, being the mainstream academia, propaganda, indoctrination, whatever you want to call it, brainwashing?
Right.
Like, do you believe that the distance to the galaxies that they look through a shiny glass Do you believe that that's science?
No.
Okay.
That's just what they've been able to observe and go through.
Okay. So just double checking.
Yeah. Everything within science is literally like what we define. And what we define isn't truth. It's just shared truth based on our observations.
Okay. So you're saying an observation is science?
No.
Okay. It's one of the steps, though. But right, it's one of the steps.
It is one of the steps.
But what about? But so then why? Okay. So then I just want to make this clear for anyone listening, because there's a lot of people, believe it or not, that they think that bringing a math book into your science class is accurate. A lot of people think that. There are a lot of idiots, though. So, I mean, it is what it is. But we're trying to get down to the nitty gritty here. I want to make sure that to see what side of the table you're on, is science or is science math?
It's neither. So science isn't science because science is the embodiment of what we decide to create, and these are the shoulders of the giants that we stand upon. You know
Okay.
I mean?
So then is there at least a respect as to what we can call science? Like for instance,
there isn't.
So there's no respect for science then. Okay.
There isn't. No, me in science, as somebody who's been published, I have no respect for it. It is literally me voicing my opinion into the wind, and people can either accept it and then republish it. Thus, I get like a higher impact factor, and my word becomes "quote unquote" truth because 200 people cited my publication, or ignore it. Where's the truth in that?
Okay, so then let's get down to like what we're trying to talk about here. All right, so if there is somebody such as yourself, you step up to your peers and you say, I think that the Earth being a globe isn't science.
What isn't? It's a hypothetical.
So don't you think that you would be laughed at, right? Amongst your peers, because
if I took that within my peers,
yeah. So that if we're in a system, right, this is just part of the system, just the way it is. If the system has all of these, educators and the professors of our time, and they truly believe in what they were indoctrinated into when they were taught that this is a globe ball spinning and it's been around for billions of years. Like, if they wholeheartedly believe that, then when it gets slapped with the label of science, proven fact through science, don't you think that they're going to then teach the next generation that it also is, this is proven science? Don't you agree to that?
Well, of course, the mainstream. Yeah.
Okay, so
that is the mainstream, yeah.
Okay, so then earlier when you first came in, you were talking about like having to, like approach your peers and do papers and like, I butchered that, but you said something along those lines. But how can you do that in a system that will mock and ridicule you if you even try to tell them, hey, we've been lied to? And they're like, get out of here, idiot. The world's a globe.
What do you mean? I get it. So within this construct that you framed, you framed it to where society will inherently reject me no matter like what kind of truth or different aspect that I do. So based on your axioms, I will fail no matter what kind of truth that I bring. So I mean, but ultimately that is the problem. If society and the truth of everybody else disregards what I say, even if it is, and I hate to use this term like objectively true, because I don't really believe in objective reality. But if what I bring to the table is objectively true and society rejects it, I mean, like, society can be wrong, but that doesn't mean anything for me because they have a shared consciousness of being right. Thus, on the weight of higher odds, I'm wrong. So I should accept being wrong, even if I'm right.
So you think that if you came into the arena with proof or evidence in the sense of you were able to disprove their position, and that would be your proof in this sense, you think that just because all of them will disagree with you disproving them, then that makes you wrong, even though you're right?
No. So your premise dictated that I was already wrong, and society agreed. Now you're flipping it, and it's a different discussion.
I'm saying you're right. I'm saying like, let's say you do 23 miles, you do a light test, and it's like there's no way that should be happening on a globe Earth.
I see. Okay. So if it was a light test or something, so in this hypothetical, whether it's flat or globe Earth, because like globe Earth likes to believe in refracted light, and it happens to follow gravity around a curvature. They could create a model in which they would be true, but also it would be true within flat earthers who don't necessarily have to follow the refractive light.
No, well, okay, so using something like a model, right? Like this infinite.
So whenever we talk about a model, and this
like this,
I appreciate you bringing this up, but like I'm going to draw the same lines that I brought up before because you brought up a model. If you bring up a model, it needs to be defined. Otherwise, it's really hard because it's simply saying under the construct of a model that we need to follow within that line of conversation without defining it.
Technically, there is no model.
Whatever.
Technically, there is no model.
That is the truth. There is no model.
Right.
Yes, so let's leave that out. Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
keep going.
So then let's say they go, well, we have refraction, and all you have to do is just do math according to an assumed spherical calculation. But the problem with that is that all that continues to happen as generation and generation goes on and technology changes rapidly and getting better.
Of course. And even our understanding, it's shifted so much even in the last 150 years.
All they keep doing is sliding that bar to make it fit what they're saying it is. But that's why I originally said on the opposite of that, if you can prove that you're going to see something that would be impossible, no matter how far you want to slide that error bar in your favor, it's still going to come to a point where no, like you're not going to see the back of your own head if refraction was perfect on that day. But mathematically, a glober will tell you that. So when do we separate ourselves from nonsense Narnia fairy tale land into reality? And when do we start realizing that in reality, you can't just slide a bar to make it fit your assumed falsehood? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. So I'm an electrical engineer. My background is measuring things that I will never be able to measure definitively because they are so fucking small and minuscule. I might as well be conjuring magic with the type of mathematics that I propose to implement my solutions. Based on those principles, I take at faith that if I adhere to them, the electrical principles will be followed out based on magnetic fields, which also magnetic fields, even though we've known about magnets for a long time, such as neodymium and the effects with like that type of reaction, it's not well quantified in science. It's qualified based on our publications and observations, and based on these qualifications, we're able to follow it. But the quantifications, if you were trying to apply some sort of mathematics in terms of like base 10 Western philosophy, it doesn't work out. But this is also why I reject the idea that if we were to meet aliens, we could communicate to them through the branch of mathematics, because a lot of mathematics are inherently base 10 systems. And even globally, this is not a shared truth. Globally, we do not agree on a purchase towards mathematics. Globally, we don't even share a base 10 system.
You keep saying globally. Hold on, that's an assumed position. I just want to stop you there. Stop saying.
It is an assumed position. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily an assumed position. Like I've been all over the world. But,
well, okay, so then I've been all across the football field. Doesn't mean that the football field's a ball. So here's the point, though. So I understand what you're saying in regards to,
I'm not asking you to accept my authority. This is me just explaining my experiences as I have. But you should reject them and be skeptical. So
hold on though. Because I do understand that there are those lithography machines that are however you pronounce that that are making using light and I guess in this case magnetism, right? In some form.
I mean, kind of, but that doesn't mean much.
But
what does it mean whenever you say you use magnetism? I've already said that magnetism isn't a truth. So why would you bring that up as your axiom?
But what I'm saying though is that we know that there's this machine called an ASML, and it's doing.
I don't know
XYZ. It's hold on. We know that.
We don't know. I don't know.
Hold on. When they press power. Hold on. When they press power and hit start, it creates a chip. Whatever magic is happening in there, we don't know exactly. Although they have like a whole breakdown of how it works. But people, the royal we, just people, that look into it and learn how this machine's made and what it does and the purpose of it and how they take the light.
I will not appeal to your authority. That's your position to me because it's not a part of my experience.
That's fair. That's fine. But what I'm saying though is that because you started with that, what you do is you measure things.
Well, I was explaining my experience, but I'm not going to accept yours.
So you were saying that you measure things way smaller, and the reason why I brought the ASML,
I don't measure things way smaller. I introduce things to give me an idea of what's way smaller. So you already do not understand my position.
Earlier, you said we could play back the tape. Whatever you said, I measured things way smaller than the naked eye can see. You said that.
That's
okay. Then why are you? Oh my God, bro! People like you are crazy. But listen, because I just said
I'm an electrical engineer.
I repeated what you said, and then you said I didn't say that, and then on the same breath,
I didn't say it. I reject your authority. From your position.
You did say that as well, but you also said I didn't say that, and in the same breath, you said I did say that.
Why
so
are you so loud?
So slow down. So you can turn me down if you like.
Emotional.
You can turn me down if you like. All right. If you want to be a little snowflake, go ahead. Okay. Just turn me down. It's that easy, Bubba. It's that easy, Bubba. All right. So here's the point.
Apo, we share some servers, by the way. Just letting you know.
Awesome. So here's the point, though. Here's the point that I want to point out.
Keep going.
In your experience, whatever you do and whatever you've come across, no way, shape, or form have you ever found it to be in your reality that this has to be the sphere that they've told you live on. In no way, shape, or form.
That's not a claim that I've made inside this entire conversation.
I'm not saying you did say that. I'm not saying you did.
Why would that be? Why would that be the crux of your argument?
I'm informing you that is our reality. We all have never come across anyway. The only place that exists is in the story of being told what it is. You cannot
said anything different. I feel like you're arguing against yourself right now, or some straw man that you've created.
Okay. You kept saying globally, so I was just letting you know that there's no such thing as a globe, nor have you ever experienced that.
I see my semantics. Right. So, or semiotics. So, I did not mean for global to mean that I accept the globe.
Okay, gotcha.
What I meant by that was the consciousness of human existence as we perceive and their understanding, which also can't be trusted.
Right. Okay. Well, how do you feel, you personally, about the shape of the Earth?
I honestly don't give a shit. Because it honestly does not matter on the scope of the type of science that I push forward. It doesn't matter on the scope of anything going forward. Even if we could get to some distant planet such as like Mars, which is not just a light speck on the firmament, what would it matter? And the amount of energy that it would take to get there, why would we devote it to terraform some other planet when we can't even fix global climate change on our own?
Okay, so you said in one paragraph, you said
doesn't matter.
This claims that aren't even true. It's interesting.
I prefaced with it doesn't matter, none of it, and everything I said after it doesn't matter. None of that matters. These are all things that I perceive that human existence talks about.
Okay, if it doesn't matter,
it's not something that is important to me.
Let me ask you something then. If it doesn't matter, which I agree, there's no point in investing billions of dollars into Harry Potter's world or Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth. So if it doesn't matter, then why aren't people then standing up and saying, hey, stop spending our taxpayer dollars on something that doesn't matter? Why don't we do that?
Well, do you want my real answer, or do you want to like meme?
You could do both, maybe. I don't know.
So the real answer is, in modern society, people are really happy about paying for some subscription service to take care of a problem they don't have time for. Thus, they are willing to pay towards some charity or some tax. They don't even care if it actually does the service. It could be misappropriated to fund some like fat rich person politicians' wallets and their friends. They don't even give a shit. So long as the media tells us that whenever we pay money towards X service, it's accomplishing something that makes us feel good morally, that's why we give. And that's why the rich get richer. And we do this willingly. Well, most of us do it willingly. But I am adamantly against those types of services.
Okay, so then if, like, for instance, wasting money on space programs, wasting money on space programs that are telling you they're spending billions of dollars to fly helicopters on Mars or drones on Mars and robots, if they're spending all that money when clearly
that was my real answer. Didn't you want to know my meme answer? I feel like I got cut off.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I wanted both. Yeah, so the meme answer is we just want rich people to get off. Sorry. Anyways, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. You're good. You're good.
Okay. So if you say it doesn't matter, but yet you come to a room to discuss, you talk about it. So then I'm
one out of billions. Also, I'm not here to change anybody's minds. I'm just I'm big into like Taoism, like the idea that we are all just matter and energy shared across the universe. Whether I live or die or whatever, I cannot be created or destroyed. I exist, and that's part of my principle of existence. So I'm just here as a free-floating entity talking to this room. I have no agenda. I don't want to change anybody's minds. And if you want to engage with me, that's cool. But I have nothing great. Like no intentions. Yeah.
All right. So just real quick then, in this room we usually find ourselves talking about obviously this globe Earth.
You largely talk to people who have no knowledge of logics, formal logics. They want to pass on to you axioms of people from positions of power that are lies, and then you largely talk to people who are uneducated, have no knowledge of logics. Keep going. What was that?
In other words, morons.
Yeah, they're called globers.
Yeah, so that's usually what happens inside
what we call globers.
Yeah.
Okay, but then what happens is sometimes somebody will jump in and then defend that position, whether they realize they are or not, and then we go down this road that we just did.
Yeah, no, and I've talked to them, and they brought up like triangles or different forms of mathematics or physics as like their axiom of truth, and I'm the one who points out that like yeah, that's true, but also inside of flat Earth that entirely works, and if you can't see that, you're blind.
Well, usually what we're trying to do too is like we're looking for that person that is like earnestly trying to find the truth and trying to get claw their ways out of the lie.
That's why I said that we're in shared servers, because I help towards those efforts.
And sometimes we will come across people that like generally are asking, and because all they do, like they look on YouTube and then they find all that nonsense, all the ridiculousness of what the algorithm pushed them to. So I think we find ourselves looking for those people more because we want to help people get out of the lie, and that's usually what it is.
All right. No, and I do agree. So that's why I started off this conversation. And one of the things that I said was, I think people need a healthier degree of skepticism. Like to go, and also the room, whether the Earth is flat or globe, it largely doesn't matter towards your skill set that you're trying to do. Even if it's like traveling into space and go to like some theoretical moon, it doesn't fucking matter, because ultimately all that technology and research has to benefit the planet that we're on, whether it's flat or global. Doesn't fucking matter at the end of the days. You can devote your whole life towards a discipline and towards rote memorization of methodologies and different theories and everything that works. And in the same breath, I've been in areas where I've worked with I can't say that. Let me figure out how I can frame it. So I've worked in a field with ICBMs where certain test equipment has to connect, and me as an EE, the electrical tape itself performed a certain resistance, and that fucked up the test for the ICBM, and I would remove the electrical tape, i.e. expose wires to the element, and it would cause the test to pass. Now, is that right or wrong? It depends on the discipline and the area that you came from. People like to tout that science and methodologies are some sort of monolith that you achieve, but it's literally people like me and you who have devoted our lives towards these disciplines that create what it is on Earth, whether it's flat or spherical. It doesn't fucking matter. We're all trying to make a difference. Doesn't matter.
I would argue
outside of space is bullshit.
Yeah, I would argue that it does matter in the sense of
how does it matter outside of Earth?
The truth matters, right? I mean, no matter how you may see it, but the truth still matters. Like if you have an entire populace being lied to. I think it does matter that the truth is shared.
So the Catholic Church said sex before marriage evil. Why? Because gonorrhea and different types of STDs were spreading whenever it was doing it. But if you had the faith and you prevented yourself from doing it, the spread of STDs were wrong. So was that a truth? I mean, question mark. I mean, like in the biggest question mark. Because it wasn't the truth. Yet the Catholic Church had power 200 years from now in the past, and they were able to influence society to where they allowed humanity to go forward. And this is an example where like religion wasn't inherently bad because the masses followed that shit, and it wasn't promiscuity, it wasn't sex before marriage that caused the problem. It was literally the Catholic Church said thing bad and this is God's punishment and that was bad. There's nothing in the scripture that talks about like that portion being bad.
It doesn't matter. It's just a stage of grief.
Right. So, and this is why actually, did I say this? So it's a common phrase for me, but I said like lies we tell our children. Oh yeah, because I was talking about divisible by 0. So I did bring that up. So there are certain lies we tell our children to simplify very complex issues, and I think socially,
like the globe is a lie that's told to simplify complex issues for adults.
Yeah. Yeah. There are lies we tell adults. The media lies to adults all the time.
Yeah, like the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's one that the media lies. Oh my gosh, Heretic, you're a part of some servers with me too. So never mind. So I'm coming at you as somebody like challenge you, bro. I'm not an enemy. I'm an ally. But that being said, I will challenge you so you can grow beyond your current area of argumentation.
That's good. I deserve the challenge.
Oh, Heretic, of course you deserve the challenge. I think I've talked to you before.
I'm ready to be challenged.
So, I mean, like...
mentally.
Ultimately, and sorry, Nash respect, you're talking about interesting in semiotics. Oh, never mind. I read your complete thing. It doesn't matter. You both acknowledge that there was a difference.
If you're saying it doesn't matter, why do they push it like everywhere in the TV, in movies? They push it in schools. So if it doesn't matter.
So what specifically you're talking about, like, that you think I said doesn't matter? And what specifically are you talking about, like, schools and movies and TV? Because I'm not following that train of thought.
You say it doesn't matter if it's a globe or whatever, flat or whatever, you say it didn't matter.
So that doesn't matter, because if you actually boil down to, like, the mathematics or the principles or physics or whatever, what area of physics matters where, like, globe Earth has to exist, where the precipice of physics needs to exist, like the rate of gravity, and how matter transfers through it, like mass per second squared. Why does that matter if it's spherical or flat? It's literally a truth that we observe, 9.6 meters per second, which is what I was talking about, mass over time with distance. Why does that matter if it's spherical or flat? It doesn't. Because most people, most engineers, most scientists, anybody who works with that is largely going to be working with it in Earth. And even if you do become part of the few quote-unquote elite who are in Disney and flying around in the stratosphere of a spherical Earth, why does that knowledge and what part of that knowledge transfers into space where gravity is now 0? And what are the implications of that? What about types of radiation? You know, lead is something that's kind of taboo, but lead prevents radiation. What about the radiation prevention that we do on Earth versus space versus lack of lead in space, because it's a heavy element and it's very expensive to send out there theoretically and work with? Why does it matter on the entire body of science? Like, literally, biology, chemistry, electronics, civil engineering, etc., mechatronics. It doesn't matter. Why does that matter? Why is it such this big monolith that we say that we have to agree that the Earth is spherical?
It matters because the truth matters. The lies, if you're going to say that it's perfectly fine to live in a world where the lies are just accepted and it's okay, and it doesn't matter if they're lying to us. No, it does matter because it should matter to everybody, and the truth should be important to everybody. And then ultimately, if enough people wake up to the truth, and then finally, maybe with enough people woken up, then people could start changing things collectively. Obviously, when you're a small group, and you're a minority, you can't really change what really needs to be changed because there's not enough people on board with you, and it does take people to make change. So that's why the truth matters, because as when you spread the truth, it wakes more people up, and hopefully, maybe not this year, but most likely not this year, but maybe in years to come, there'll be enough people that finally tell the fucking powers that be, hey, fuck you. We're tired of you spending money saying you're fucking building this bullshit billions and billions of dollars worth of fucking equipment to go who the fuck knows where, to nowhere. So that matters, at least to me. Maybe not to you, but to me.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because, like, I resonate with your energy, but, like, the truth of the matter is, whether the world was one way or the other, I would still make what I make, and I would still push the technologies that I do, because my technologies that I push are based on an Earth that doesn't give a shit whether it's flat or spherical.
Hey, newsflash, all of us operate that way. All of our professions, no matter what even when they tell you, yeah, exactly. Even when they tell you, oh no, you work in a job where it has to be a ball. No, that's false, because they're still going to treat it like it's stationary and planar. Bottom line,
right? Well, of course, even if under the hypothetical we're flying through the world at a certain rate, and flying through the Milky Way galaxy at a certain rate, and then the galaxy is traveling at a certain rate. Right now, right here, with you guys that I'm talking to, I'm stationary. I feel none of the effects on me.
As far as you know, you're stationary.
Well, duh, that's what I just said.
I thought you said something slightly different.
No. As far as I know, all my senses say that I'm stationary. So I'm gonna pose this hypothetical. Distance is a meme. Distance is a construct that we use to measure from, like, the point of where you are to where you could be. But ultimately, I'm always here. I've always been here in, like, almost 47 years of my life. I've always been here. No matter what distance, quote unquote, distance that I've traveled, I've always been here. That's not a lie. That's the truth. That being said, I have exerted energy to move my spatial awareness to different areas. But I've always been here, my entire existence.
And we will never go anywhere else.
Right.
Well, you were saying that, it doesn't physically matter, like, towards kind of really anything. But I would also kind of disagree, because, wouldn't it matter if we were actually going to a vacuum of space or not?
If we went to the vacuum of space,
possible, or is it not physically possible?
So the vacuum of space is a barometric pressure, and that's something you could experience here on this planetary system without actually having to go to space. And millimeters of mercury is how we measure this. And if I was to bring you into a room and I pumped you down to, like, 6 millimeters of mercury, your biology would stop being biology and start being physics. So at that point, we've determined that I could rapidly kill you and create an environment where you wouldn't exist. What's the meaning of that?
Well, life and death.
I mean, sure, yeah, why not? But I mean, like.
But I mean, in this case, we're talking a place that you can go and a place that you cannot go.
Yeah, sure. So if we go from a place that we can go to a place that we cannot go, and we can make it habitable, haven't we also conquered?
No, I don't mean inhabitable. I mean non-existent. Like I can't go to Hogwarts because it's not an actual place.
Oh, I see. So, man, if you really want to get into physics, Hogwarts exists. Hate fucking physics. It's a pseudoscience. Quote me on that. So there are many hard sciences in engineering. Physics is a fucking pseudoscience.
I mean specifically the laws of thermodynamics. Like how would you have, me and you were breathing gas pressure and, we're told that within this heliocentric model that there's a vacuum of space right next to it. Mm-hmm. And that's not physically possible according to the laws that me and you observe.
Of course it's not. It's rote memorization.
I'm not familiar. Could you explain?
So, I see. Rote memorization are things that we're told to each other from a very, very young age. So, largely in Western mathematics, we're brought up through the knowledge of algebra to lead us towards the intuition that will eventually bring us to calculus. Less than a tenth actually get there, but because most of us, and largely the amount of education that goes through in Western education peaks at the 8th grade. So anything that you take beyond the 8th grade, I'm going to call an elective for this. And these points that you bring up to include how we would observe the world in reality is ugly geographical location to geographical location. And the reason why I focus on geographical location is because most people are not autodidactic, which means able to teach themselves to learn based on their own readings and teachings.
Right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand watered down. I teach architecture, and I don't start off with, "Hey guys, we're going to design a museum." We see if they can even design a box, right? And of course, not everybody makes it, right? But what I'm saying is, when you get to that master's level, right, and you're actually testing reality, like in your case, you find anomalies, of course.
Yeah.
But in this case, there's never been the anomaly that, somebody actually made it to the vacuum of space. And I do think that's a bit important because, I'd love to hear back from the guy who came back from Narnia or Hogwarts. Even though, yes, you're saying that statistically it exists, right? But even then, that's not even verifiable.
Yeah, if somebody went to Narnia and back, so this is controversial to the flat Earth experience. I accept this is a lens that they viewed their reality. That being said, I am skeptical in the way that I reject that it is true until I get on it and board it myself. And that being said, even if I board it and view myself and everybody's like, it didn't happen, I accept their lens. My reality didn't happen until they do it. And even then, only that small select group within that sphere, we have a shared reality.
Sure.
So I respect every human's path on this earth, and no matter how you decide to test or evaluate it, is that if one day I decide for myself that the world is a sphere, that is a truth that I'll hold to myself. That being said, it is not a truth that everybody has to believe.
Ratajkowski. Is that your name?
No, you fucked that up. Ratajkowski.
Wait, how do you say your name?
I already said it. You want me to say it again?
Yes.
Rzhgalski.
Bertalski.
Yeah, close enough. Anyways, keep going.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not so much I agree. I mean, I do agree with you when you're saying like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, I get it. The shape claim doesn't really matter to me either. But the fact that somebody's bringing it up, like Jimsy was just saying, like, why did they teach it to all my kids? You know, why did they teach it to everybody? You know, why would they even teach you a lie?
Do you think children should be allowed to smoke marijuana?
Oh my god, that's off topic. Anyways, I have 4 kids that are by birth, and we're resource parents, so i.e. in modern day, we're foster parents, and we're constantly
what I'm saying is,
bringing them up. Like we're preparing them for that.
Have you?
But of course, what I'm saying is, it's actually the lie that is very important, at least to me. Right? It's not so much.
It is.
You know what I mean? Because that actually led for me to question, of course, all of the other things that I've ever been taught, whether it be architecture. Man, I was questioning salt. You know, it led to actually so many other truths, and I don't know, pretty important to me.
Yeah. So Flat, we also share some servers.
Of course.
I agree with you in a lot of these areas. So this VC was quiet for too long, and I decided to speak up. And I also happen to come from a legitimate academia-backed scientific area, and then I work inside this. But I don't think people actually understand where they approach this type of problem and the questions that are in this VC.
That's why I originally spoke up. That's why I originally spoke up, because you started speaking about what can be scienced, if you will, quote unquote. But that's why I said, well, what we call science today in modern day, it's not science at all. It's just. It isn't. Yeah, that's what I was just throwing. I was just mentioning that when you made mention of it earlier.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. And I gave you a lot of shit, but like, nah, you were fun to talk to.
Likewise.
No, but I mean, I appreciate you speaking up too. I can definitely respect and can hear your academic level, you know, and that you're willing to entertain really kind of the teeter-totter of both. And yeah, I mean, if you understand electricity, you know very well that it's not predictable.
Yeah, exactly. It's not real. I literally lean on principles every day, and I get paid for operating on those where like there's a high degree of certainty that they will work, but there's no like full truth with it. And that's why I think like electrical engineers have like a high degree of skepticism, and I call us schizos.
I mean, I'm not at that level, but you know, I tinker with guitar amps, so I mean, I'm right there with you.
Well, I mean, guitar amps. Yeah, exactly. If you're working with tubes and stuff, I don't know what kind of like amps you're doing. There's a. Have you ever heard of Frantune?
No, let me write that down.
Anyway, so like you play guitar electric.
Frampton.
Fran is an electrical engineer. She's probably the best in the industry for designing amps, and she too has looked into the chaos, and the chaos looked back at her. So Frantune's amplifiers are fantastic, and I'm
good to know.
I'm a friend of Fran, and she's heard my criticisms of her technologies because unfortunately. So for the room, I guess, in engineering, you just have to be used to being an asshole to each other. You all have different perspectives and different ways of evaluating truths based on your rote memorization and how you get to said truth. And it's largely inconsistent. But you'll come out with something better.
Design school.
Yeah. Flat, Lloyd, you've probably argued with people.
over the exact same thing. We practically agree, but we're arguing.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and that's beautiful, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm talking. Because I don't give a shit. You guys can like tear me apart, and I won't care.
Well, it's just like for me, like it is about the truth of reality too. Like it would just really stink to tell the next generation, hey, you can do something like go to Mars when you literally 100% can't.
Right. Well, I mean, so in a
like an ethical reason
where
almost.
I hate the idea that the media is pushing us to Mars.
I mean, literally occupy Mars.
It's such a waste of resources. Yeah, I hate it. So hypothetically, in a spherical world where like we can go to different distant planets, these planets orbit a sphere of radiation and electrical frequencies where if the planetary body was close enough, and if we could reach it, and if humans were able to exhaust tons of resources into space outside our atmosphere, thus we will not reclaim it due to acid rain or anything. Ultimately, these are elements that like we on this planetary body are able to consume, and it is a renewable resource within our area. If you are able to exude that into the absence of space to get to some planetary body and fix it, and a dead fucking planet, make it to where humans can live there, ? Why the fuck are we even talking about global warming and stuff? If we possess that type of technology, why are we doing it here where we live right now? It's because it's a fucking meme. Sorry, Charles, you're like murmuring, but like no English is coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, much better.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say as a quick answer to your story, it's because it's a fairy tale like Hogwarts, because everything you just said was just simply impossible. There are no other planets to go to, because this is not a planet to begin with.
Right. Oh my gosh, I'm in 4 servers with you. Anyways, keep going. I agree.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reasons do you have to doubt? I can't give you that framework. Are you actually going to trust like my authority on like?
No. I'm not. I'm just. It's just a casual question. Like if you can think of one.
Yeah. So I could. So me in my area of expertise, I've been able to travel the world because whether we're communist or capitalist or like whatever, I have a skill set that like will transcend political spectrum. From there, I've been to different territories. The biggest evidence that I've seen towards a spherical body that we live on is whenever I was working on the southern hemisphere, so like in Uruguay or different parts of Africa or Australia. And this is because the moon, whenever I observed it, it would wax and wane from right to left in my native hemisphere, which was Germany and United States of America. And whenever I went to the southern hemisphere, it would wax and wane from left to right. And I could whiteboard this, but if you were standing on the different planes and some stationary body was there, this is the most evidence that I personally have experienced that we live on a spherical planet. I don't expect you to accept that because that is my own individual experience.
Can you pass the salad dressing? Yeah, the Paul Newman one. Yeah, thanks.
Right.
And the Parmesan? Yeah, thanks. Oh, the salad's just really bland. It's just bland salad.
So
there's just some olives there. Yeah, thanks. I'm just waiting for the steak. But the salad's really bland.
The dumbest explanations that I've heard for like the Earth is spherical is, let me define gravity for you. And I'm like, well, fuck, gravity works on like any planetary body that happens, and they want to lean in hard to like the mathematics behind gravity.
Well, hey, I got something to say about gravity. So I'm not saying that I'm completely, totally accepting gravity, period, or whatever. But I'm not really in contention with the idea of gravity making a rock fall down when I let go of a rock in the medium of air. All right, I'm not in contention with that idea. I'm not in contention with very basic things like that. The point of contention that I have with gravity is when they say that gravity can contain gas in a consistent X value form.
No, I reject that. That also has problems in the areas of science that I work with. It's bullshit, and I could demonstrate that it's bullshit. Honestly, gravity 9.8 meters per second squared. What if we were on a flat planar space that was just traveling up at that rate in the universe? Or in the Milky Way galaxy.
You know, actually, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you should probably know this if you're not aware of this. I'm not sure if you just created that idea yourself, but what you just described there is actually part of a psyop, a psychological operation against flat Earth. So you may have heard of something called the Flat Earth Society, or the FlatEarthSociety.org, or the FlatEarthSociety.com, or something like that.
Sure, why not?
Basically, what I'm saying is there are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. It's strictly a psychological operation. It's just a website and organization that is meant to make flat earthers look bad, and they make us look bad by saying we believe the Earth is flat and that it's accelerating upwards, and that's why things fall down.
No, that's dumb as shit. There are several answers for that, but even if that was the answer, how does that disprove the flat Earth?
I'm not saying it does, but what I'm saying is it's pointless to talk very long about it because it's just a silly idea and part of a psyop. That's all I'm saying.
I see. You were just I see. Okay. That was the topic that I chose was personal to an experience that you had, and I apologize.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the consistent X value form thing that really gets me. So, like, we observe gas pressure, air pressure in a consistent X value form in so many different forms, and we can replicate it in an literally infinite different number of PSI or whatever with different materials. So we got our car tires. Typically, they're 36 pounds per square inch air pressure inside. That's an unchanging volume. It's a container. And you have an unchanging volume in that container to have the consistent X value form. At sea level, we have 14.7 psi. It's relatively consistent, which would be, as far as we can demonstrate physically, that is technically proof that we are inside a container of some kind with an unchanging volume. Unless someone has a demonstration the contrary. If someone had a demonstration the contrary, like gas pressure without a container, due to gravity or due to anything else, like take, for instance, demonstrating 20 pounds per square inch inside 1 cubic foot at sea level between me and you. We can measure with a barometer and verify and all that without a container.
Yeah.
If someone could demonstrate that to you and I, then you and I have
observable for us in the same room. Yeah.
If you and I could demonstrate that, if anybody could demonstrate that for us, then we would have a logical reason to believe that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity or that other thing. But without that demonstration, it's just a mere blind belief on our part or anybody's part that they're breathing air pressure due to gravity.
Right. The fact that we're breathing air pressure due to gravity is rote memorization, some truth that we largely just take as fact. Could it be something else? Of course. I'm human. I can imagine like 1,000 different ways that like I'm able to breathe and exchange energy.
So I think if the Earth were actually curved at 8 inches per mile squared at a radius of 3,959 miles, I think that people would have already measured it directly and detected curvature with solid materials using a straight edge on top or next to an arc segment measurement, a curved.
It's disgusting because the same things that. So why can you see so far beyond the curvature of the Earth? They call it refraction. But what if you take refraction away? It's flat. Literally the same constructs that are used to explain a curvature can be arbitrarily inserted to rationalize a flat Earth. And within this construct, so within a curved Earth, it's huge. And anybody who goes like into the upper stratosphere or an airplane or something else like that, the glass and the lens that you're looking through in which you see said curve, you can literally just go like a GoPro camera, and the curve of the lens of the GoPro camera is able to introduce a curvature ? Within your area. You can create this inside both metrics, and Matt, you post an image. I love this because I love working with triangles. In order to be able to work with like this type of image that you posted there, you have to assume a top of the wall. You're not going to get a hypotenuse without an assumption of the height of your triangle. And that level and that 90 degree and everything else like that, to be able to figure it out, you have to make a lot of assumptions. It doesn't work out as cleanly as you would think it would.
Well, it's obviously a simplified cartoon as a representation, but
right.
And even still, like nothing's perfect in there, but like, it's just an example of how ridiculous things could be.
Yeah, I feel bad. I'm a long-time listener on a specific server. I frequent that YouTube, and I think these conversations are very useful to people. And I think that I actually like on this server that it's a consistent channel that people come into. We get a few assholes in here, but largely it's good. It's good discussion. And Lloyd, are you still there?
Yeah. And
you were fun to talk to
as well.
I'd love to talk to you more, Lloyd. I think you get my position.
Yeah, I mean, in a world of ours, there are a lot of things that are uncertain. But for me, it's like this topic is like, I mean, kick back and the lazy boy, like, and it is kind of nice to know something, I mean, I know I'm sitting down and, little colloquial things like that. But, there's things when I put beams together that I'm like, yeah, I'm 99.999% sure. But I know it could also fail because I've seen it fail on somebody, but when it comes to this topic, it's like, no, it measures flat. I know I was lied to. I don't necessarily, I've kind of already moved on from like the emotions, of course, of it. But at the same time, yeah, absolutely valid. If I can be useful towards logic or explaining it to somebody, because I am pretty patient when it comes to, teaching architecture. So why not, flat Earth as well? But yeah, man, would love to talk some engineering.
In architecture, you have, oh my gosh. So I've used it before. Your tool that you set on a tripod in which you can tell like different elevations, and somebody else is holding a pole at the other end. What is that called?
A theodolite
I'm
or
retarded
workstation.
right now.
It's like a laser level.
Yeah.
No, it's not a laser level.
But like a theodolite?
That's it. Yes. Okay. So when you're using that to measure in architecture, does curvature even fucking matter at all? Even if you were to build a city several hundred miles, it doesn't.
And, I mean, you've used AutoCAD before, right? You think there'd be a button that goes apply curve?
Not the city itself. Not the city itself, but if you had one building that was, say, very tall and very long, you would theoretically have to.
Theoretically,
no,
but you don't.
I mean, so
it's a flat level.
No, but that's essentially the image that I posted would say that because of the curve, because of the curve, you're making a rectangular building, and that beam. Let's change the numbers up, but let's say your beam is 20 feet long. You're making a rectangular building. You're going to make the bottom the exact same height as the top. So either your walls will not be level, or you're going to have, let's say, a top beam and a bottom beam of mismatched numbers to make sure your walls are level.
Yeah. I've flown in an aircraft for reasons for over like 200 times in my life. And people are like, I've flown an airplane. That's proof that the Earth is round. Because if you take that, but I've been at ground level taking pictures outside of the sky area, and because of the lens shape, and it turns out that globe earthers are very big on this, the refractal lens, there is a curvature of the window in every aircraft that I've been that is measurable before I even take off from the ground beyond whenever I'm outside of the aircraft. It's bullshit already because it's a bulbous window. You can't get any truth from it. Whenever you're like, quote unquote, 20,000 feet above like sea level, and you see the curvature, there is a lens curvature. And
absolutely. I mean, what are they seeing? McDonald's Earth? Are they going to look through a few windows?
Right. So, and the idea of rejecting that, oh my gosh, the lens of the aircraft is curved, thus it messes with everything. That's messed up. No, I mean that's just the truth of it. The world is not that curved that if you're inside an aircraft at that altitude, that it would present itself inside that way, even if you believed in a global sphere.
That's correct. In fact, according to the globe geometry, you shouldn't even be able to see the curvature at 120,000 feet. So what measly 30 to 40,000 feet are you talking about, silly man?
Right. And people present this as truth, and I'm just like, have you ever had a GoPro?
No, I've got one for you that I show them, when they bring up like, but we see the curvature in the pictures, and they really don't understand,
So even with the curvature of the picture, like forever ago, I used to use, 110 film. I don't know your guys' ages, but like I'm legitimately Gen X. But 110 film was like super important, and to get like that really wide photo lens, and we would use it in rocketry and other things. I think rocketry is banned in modern age because reasons. But we used to be able to do this type of like photography, and the lenses that we used to be able to get the full frame photos in 110 film, which was just like a barrel, a strip, and then another barrel on the other side. The lens would have a curvature to it, and you could make the argument that the planet was round based on the photos that you would take, because the cameras that we would work with and the lenses would mess up with it. We've since improved, and I don't think you can trust modern photos because there's so much AI going on. Like literally, that's it. Thanks, Riley. That's a 110 film strip. So like 35 millimeter was pretty popular, but 110 was the cheaper. So I did a lot of my photos in 110 back in the day, and whenever you were trying to like take a picture, like even in digital, it'll let you know if you're level or not, and different things, and it modifies it. It's crazy. The photos that we take today based on like my growing up. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Like before you're even done and looking at the picture, it's already been changed.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Raiden. I bow my head to science. I effortlessly work towards improving my field, and I get paid for it. I've gotten several grants that I applied for to push things forward. Yeah. And you will, as somebody who is potentially a globe person, you will appeal to my authority, because me, as a part of the body of science, I have authority on what you're going to read. Which is unfortunate, because I am human, I am flawed, and as much as I think it's true, and as much as people within my field will dispute me before I become published, if I am published and other people cite my work, you'll believe it, even if it's wrong, and that's a problem within the body of science.
Oh, they'll even come in here and be like, "Well, where's your peer-reviewed paper?"
I mean, I could source it, but I've been doxxed already. That's why my account's so young. Because people figured out who I was. Yeah, I see.
But the royal they're like,
yeah.
When you actually look at some of the ridiculousness going on about peer-reviewed papers, where they don't actually remake the experiment. It's somebody checking numbers. And
so my first Discord account was years ago, and people would question me that on Discord, and I start like posting my publications, and then people would come after me, specifically during COVID, because biotech is where my engineering goes into. So like I brought up earlier in chat mass spectroscopy, flow cytometry, and stuff. So like biotech is my field of industry. I've also worked at several startups with like mRNA long before COVID, and I was coming on Discord to like communicate like what I had seen in the different areas, and all it was just trolls who would call my workplace. So I killed that account. I created this account, and I'm still here, but I'm wiser.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna post my studies, people. Platter, booty, rata, yeah. And here's my position right now, Platter, is you can choose to believe what I say or not. That is within your right. I could just be some dude like memeing and lying on Discord. That's also true. Who cares? I'm giving you any evidence, but I'm not going to give you any evidence to the contrary.
Well, that's just it. We don't need to blindly believe you. You can test the Earth yourself. It's not beyond any of our
literally.
means.
Right. It is. That's true, Charles. Yeah.
And I would even dare say most people already even have that knowledge and, of course, experience the Earth flat and stationary every day. And they just don't realize it. You know, if you were never even taught this globe theory, would you have even conjured that yourself at all?
So years ago, like 2009, this kind of movement happened, and I was like, how would I prove it? How would I do that? And I set apart myself to where, like, I would have different things, like a sextant and all this different stuff. And it's like, I can prove the Earth is round. And I couldn't, because there are certain truths that you have to accept axiomatically to get to a spherical Earth. And I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah,
but I can't measure them, and I don't know how to communicate it to you, Lloyd.
Well, no, I mean, I'm right there with you, because I made the mistake of when I was discovering this aspect. I was actually in, you know, a studio class for architecture, and we were studying specifically the violet light hours for the sun. And I was actually testing the moon as well. Like, and it just occurred to me, you know, you'd see these gigantic, you know, optical effects of the moon being really big at the horizon, and thinking, wow, that's really cool. And then I would be asking myself, how in the world does that work on a spinning ball? You know, and I was always a NASA kid, you know, watching the Science Channel. I never planned to question the globe, you know, until, you know, it started to dawn on me, and I really started looking at it for myself. I mean, I think that's the only way that a lot of people really actually know. You know, I mean, it doesn't just come from a guy on Discord, and I'm right there with you. I'm like, don't believe me, go look into it for yourself. You know, it's the only way you can really even learn.
Are you familiar with magnet schools?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I grew up in, I'm a second generation immigrant, and I was born towards a certain low impoverished community, and I was drawn towards a magnet school, and that's what changed my life. Now,
absolutely,
does that mean better or worse? I don't know. I definitely think it changed my life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I was kind of accidentally going to a school that was one. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like,
and they taught us CAD and robots, and we played with CO2 cars.
Right.
And,
you know. I still remember the friends that I grew up with, and I look back on them, and I'm closer to my 50s than my 40s, and you know, it's sad looking on them, and we still talk, but I don't know. I don't know what I would have been if I wasn't picked up into this. I probably would have been high on meth right now.
Well, good thing you went to a magnet school.
Right?
But see, that was another thing that I can't remember who was bringing it up. Like, I mean, if we're talking hypotheticals here, how great would it be if everybody was just taught the truth? You know, would we actually have these innovations, these brilliant minds? Would we actually have this crossbreeding of great technologies that aren't hindered by the political structure of grant systems? You know, did you word it correctly? You know, are you really asking a deep question? Should I give you that funding? You know,
like pseudoscience. This is an area that I like talking to. So, pseudoscience, and I've been on Discord, and people will be like, "Oh, it's a waste of time. You shouldn't talk about pseudoscience." Blah blah blah. It's that and the other. But a hypothetical within scientific method, you need to have a well-defined area, and a lot of human progression has been based on pseudoscience, and then after the fact, we've been able to prove the hypothetical through like large amounts of resources and truths. That being said, there are more. Man, this is for the room. there are more publications out there today that you cannot replicate. And whenever you're on Discord and you're citing studies, be careful of that, because just because it's a study and some body of science within some countries said that it was true, doesn't mean that it was actually vetted. A better measurement.
I agree with you. I want to actually add to what you're saying. I know I'm cutting you off, and I apologize.
No, keep going. Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying about pseudoscience. So those who you think are basing their foundation off of such a thing, it's just not true. So I would urge anyone to go and look into this, especially when someone is claiming a cause of something in nature. That would appeal to natural science, right? So we need to appeal to the scientific method that would be for natural science. Cause and effect, that would elucidate cause and effect relationships. So you need to be able to observe a naturally occurring phenomenon first. First and foremost, that needs to be the case. And sometimes, like quantum mechanics, that will come by in such a way that is natural, but it's still kind of like it is natural, but somebody that is the observer needs to be able to understand what is going on to be able to create, like, the double slit demonstration. The double slit experiment is actually something that's
I was
natural.
talking about that earlier.
Yeah, so think about it like this. So the double slit experiment is actually something that happens naturally in nature, and the demonstration of the double slit is expounded on and given to people that it's understood because it was something that was found in nature, and that is the
the server already purged it. I was going to at you where I was talking about that earlier. Sorry.
Yeah. So, well, the behavior of light is some sort of the behavior of light can be fixated on, and that is why we have quantum mechanics, why we have semiconductors, why we have the technology that we have today with our how we progressed in photographs and the technology that we have, like with the
you
screen.
Cut me off, I'm going to cut you off. So
sure,
an easier way to explain this is whenever we're trying to measure something that is just microscopic, you can't see it with your own eyes. How do you see something you can't see? You have to introduce some particle, and then you observe the behavior of some particle outside of it. So whenever we're talking about like the uncertainty principle or measuring something that can't be seen, and like is a wave a particle or something else like that, or can we determine an electron's position in space and time versus the speed? We can only get like one place or the other. Whenever we say that we observe something, it's not like you're looking at it and it changes it. Whenever we say that we observe something, we're introducing some sort of particle or physics or some measure of metric. And as we introduce that medium into whatever it is that we're trying to observe, we are changing its behavior. And that change in behavior comes from whatever it is that we're trying to throw into the thing and get the difference of the feedback. And yes, a particle can become a wave, and a wave can become a particle. But also we can determine an exact position in space.
Please let me cut you off, please. I apologize. I would say that this isn't something that you can interchange. Either the waves are made up of particles or they're not, because the wave-particle duality is a misconception.
It is a misconception.
Right.
So
I would say
it is a wave until you throw particles to view it.
Yeah, but
then it's a particle.
Right, but what you're talking about is your independent variable that you can vary and manipulate to determine what is the cause of the dependent variable. This is the scientific method that we're talking about.
So I'm on the surface it would appear that way, but no.
No.
I'm not saying that.
I'm saying that our human interaction would come at the independent variable, not the dependent variable. The dependent variable is what we observe naturally happening.
But how do
So
you
we
observe
would
an independent variable if it's too small to the naked eye?
that
You
would
have to
be
introduce a
quite a feat.
dependent variable.
No, well, I would say that you would have to witness something happening in nature because of
That's
something
that's the
that
dependent
is just
variable.
there. That is the dependent variable, absolutely. So something that's introduced to you that you observe in nature, you're like, what is the cause of that? That is crazy. So
Yeah.
you have
And
to figure
that's why I say it
what
changes the
causes it.
independent.
Right. The independent
And
variable
that's
is
the
what.
behavior.
Right. So what you would introduce would be your manipulation of the independent variable to get the cause, what you observed. So you need the cause of what you observe in nature.
Right. So to rephrase what I was saying, you in your language, you have some independent variable that's just interacting in nature as it is. If you want to look at some independent variable, which is smaller than the naked eye, you can't just observe an independent by measuring it. We don't have a very strong way to do it. So you introduce some dependent variable.
Wait.
Once you introduce the dependent variable, you're fucking up the independent metric, and thus your dependent output is very different from your independent variable, which goes back to the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics.
See, this is where you and I have a disconnect because something that is observed, even given some sort of introduction to something that would give you some sort of effect that's naturally happening, like you are seeing something happening in nature, therefore you want to figure out why it's happening. So the independent variable is what you would manipulate, right?
Yes.
So I'm not trying to like cause something in nature that is outside of what would naturally happen. I want to observe things happening naturally without um, too much interference, because you have a lot of these things that can happen in nature that you don't observe. You just, civilization and intelligent beings being on Earth will cause you to see something happening naturally that you wouldn't necessarily see otherwise. And no one would, because you're not an intelligent agent. So you need an intelligent agent to observe something happening naturally so that you can figure out what is the cause by manipulating the independent variable to see whether or not it is the cause of what you're seeing naturally happen.
So I mean, like, to a certain. So first of all, I'll acknowledge, yes, we have different backgrounds. I fortunately have been able to work with the Q-Wave series in parallel, where we've had two Q-Wave systems that have to be pumped down inside a room to like really cold temperatures in order to work. And I've been able to measure exactly what I'm talking about. That being said, your truth and your perspective is also accurate based on what you framed.
What she's talking about is a scientific method
It's not
specifically. What you're talking about is tests. You can conduct tests.
How are tests not a part of the scientific method?
Because it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment which uses an independent and dependent variable. It's very specific. It's outlined.
Oh,
wait,
okay.
how?
Well,
wait.
Hold on. Wait.
What?
No. Okay, let me just finish up what we were talking about, because I like where we were going without any other input. So I would say you can recreate natural effects like within a system that will naturally happen always, like entropy.
Mm-hmm.
You always experience entropy happening, increasing, always. It's just there's
always
in a system
that is life itself. Yeah.
Right. So these things that we experience, well, that's a natural law, but we can also find things that happen in nature that maybe we've conditioned it to happen, but not necessarily to the point where it's outside of nature. Because the things that happen in nature happen always, right? So we can agree on that. In that aspect, if you're given some sort of scenario or climate or whatever you're conditioning your scenario to, something that's happening is worth investigating and figuring out why it's happening. So I would always implore others to figure out where it's happening in nature without our influence so that you can get to the bottom of the truth and not just where we put in some sort of influence. You get what I'm saying? Like our influence can distort the truth because we can manipulate things in nature that seem like, say, like the pistons. You know, we can use air pressure or gas pressure, where we can sort of reverse the effects of where it would keep expanding. We can compress it, and then it will expand and again in such a violent manner, and then compress it again, and it'll expand. You know what I'm saying? So when you use these methods that we experience in nature, you can utilize them in our sense, like the intelligent sense, and um, somehow give someone the some sort of other explanation that isn't actually what's happening. And I'll give you an example so I won't be so vague. So we're talking about the torsion and the springs, like springs and stuff like that, with the is it the Cavendish? Yeah, the Cavendish so-called experiment. It's not really an experiment because there is no naturally occurring phenomenon. We're like facilitating something and then attributing some sort of cause and effect after the fact without what is actually being done, and or some sort of conclusion that would be a cause that isn't actually what is happening. You get what I'm saying? We can do things in nature. We can manipulate nature to work to our benefit, but that shouldn't be used for evil, like telling people that a cause and effect relationship that actually isn't the case in whatever said experiment, because it's not even an experiment, right? So
I guess the question I have is, what point do you think I was trying to make whenever I was bringing up introducing new medium to measure something changes it? That's the premise in which I was said.
That's
what do you think I was actually saying whenever I brought up my item in which you think that you're meeting me against?
What are you talking about? What item?
So it seems like potentially you're going against some straw man of people that you're used to talking against, but you and I are involved inside a dialogue. What exactly did I say that brought you down this path?
No, not you. I'm talking about my own experience. I'm not referring to anything you've said. I'm giving you examples about things that I've heard.
I see. I missed that connective tissue. We're good.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to attribute any of that to you. I was just trying to make a point, like just kind of giving you an example of what I was talking about. So
no, that makes sense. I just didn't follow how it connected to what we specifically, you and I, were talking about.
Well, I have to tie it into Flat
you
Earth.
explain it on the right.
Right, so I'm tying it into Flat Earth. My name's Flatsy.
I see. No, you're good. I sent you a ping.
Okay. Well, no problem. I don't usually accept DMs unless they're well vetted, so beware.
Well, it wasn't a DM. Yeah, it was on a shared server ping.
Oh, okay, that's fine. No problem. Yeah, okay. I would say you need to be able to have some sort of like filter with all this information coming in. I don't feel like you're too far from that, if not right on the ball. I wouldn't be able to give
I don't think I'm far from it at all.
I wouldn't be able to judge against you because it seems like you are pretty aware of how things can be like a parlor trick. And I would consider Cavendish a parlor trick, you know, and the Foucault's pendulum. And even on our side, the flat earth side, have utilized parlor tricks like such. The Venn diagram generator and stuff like that. These are all parlor tricks that they're using to propagate some sort of narrative that isn't actually falsifiable. They don't have a basis to stand on. First of all, you can just cut them off at the knees and say that, hey, this doesn't actually follow the scientific method that you attribute yourself to be so akin to. So we don't have to even go down that path, but I would like us to at least explore why it's not valid and other aspects of it too. And a lot of us in here, not just me, so I won't just hog the mic because you can have good conversations with a lot of people in here.
No, not possible. No, I'm kidding.
Funny. There's a lot of good folks in here. I've had such a good experience since I've been a flat earther. I wasn't a flat earther because of this place. I became a flat earther on my own and then came to this place. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people I know because I sought them out, not because they convinced me. They're not in the convincing business. They're here for people who want the valid information of our position, because our position is being so it's so
I wish the server didn't purge messages because I would source your position because I spent some time explaining earlier, like hours ago, the flat Earth position. And I think so. I'm really empathetic towards it for reasons that I don't want to say in voice.
Appreciate it.
We don't actually have our position being voiced out there correctly, so that's why we're here. We're here as a forum,
straight, right?
Yeah, we're here as a forum for you to come in and exactly. Set the record straight. Come in here and ask us questions. A lot of us may have different answers because based on who you're talking to, flat earther wise, might be wildly different because they came from a different background. They may be more esoteric. They may be more not necessarily factually based. They may be more like, I like this narrative better based. That's not my position. My position is factually based. My position is definitely not esoteric. So anything that falls into that realm, I want to stay on the. My argument is usually based off of the principles or the laws that govern the principles of logic and the types of logic, the scientific method.
So,
and these are my bases.
I'm going to cut you off.
This is
Do you see
in
the
other
esoteric
servers?
side?
I make this argument for this position in other servers, and they get confused. But I also explain why what I'm saying is the truth. Period. If you're okay, and afford me 5 minutes, I can explain position.
Rajitsky, man, what are you drinking tonight, bro? Talk to me.
Oh, tons of vodka. Holy shit.
You doing vodka? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm drinking a beer. No, wait. Wine.
I'm like 600 milliliters in. So
okay, my birthday was yesterday. So forgive me. I'm going to stay quiet from now on. Unless compelled to speak.
No. Don't stay quiet.
Hold on. I'm going to give you a reason why. Because my birthday was yesterday, and somebody gave me a birthday present today that involves Crown Royal. So
oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh!
I'm going to go ahead and
happy birthday, man! Woo!
Thank you. I'm 33. Illuminati confirmed for all the conspirators.
Oh my gosh!
For all the
80s girl.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday, Flatty.
Thank you.
I'm a 70s boy. So
I'm from the 60s, man.
Yeah,
Cool.
but all the
fantastic!
conspiratards.
Yeah.
I like all the conspiratards to go ahead and confirm me as Illuminati. Go ahead, you conspiratards.
Well,
I'm not going to do that.
You said you don't come from the esoteric side, but like, do you understand or like agree with the esoteric side? And it's just like that's not the side to
Hold
argue
on a
with.
second. I don't come from them because I don't agree. But I do
yeah,
understand.
that's what I'm asking.
I do understand their side because I fell for it. So I'm over here on the other side of being deep in the deception of it and having to like kind of be like outside of it and objectively see it from the outside looking in.
Damn.
Yeah.
Love it. We're checking out the other side for a while. We had like decades of the globe, man. Now we're checking out the flat for a minute, bro.
So flat. Here's how I understand like the position, and I think I think it's the best for like many reasons. So one of the things, and this is me addressing the room, not like you directly, Flatsy. Flat earthers have probably the strongest reject towards the logical fallacy of an appeal to authority. So I come on Discord
and popularity.
And I say, yeah, and I say that I work inside this area, no matter whatever it is.
So do I.
It doesn't matter because my experience are unique to me, but within the Flat Earth Society, there's a high degree of empirical reproducibility from the average person.
Well, you do
think that is probably.
Can I cut you off one second? Just 1 second,
Yeah,
and
sure.
then I'll let you continue. We are not the Flat Earth Society portrayed as.
Oh, you aren't. No,
we
not like
aren't.
the institution of it.
Exactly.
Because
Okay.
that's disgusting. Right. No, just being people who speak towards the claim, and that's respectable. But the Flat Earth Society as itself, as an entity, as a body, no. I'm not saying that you belong to that.
Thank you. Okay. That as long as that's addressed, then I'm good. You can continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I forgot, like, some people may be aware of that. So, the big thing is in society, and this has been proven historically, societies will push onto us rote memorized truths in which we accept to go forward. And it may be good socially for us to accept those truths, and it may be beneficial in society for us to go forward with that.
Well, you got to accept and pass your tests.
Oh, sorry. What was that you
have
said?
to accept. You have to accept those things to pass your tests.
Oh my gosh, you do have to accept those things to pass your test. That's not wrong. So, in this framework, imagine trying to explain that the Earth is spherical without having to lean on an entire body of science, and I think that's difficult to do. So a lot of us would think that explaining that there's a spherical Earth, and that's just empirically true, it would be easy. That being said, once you accept the spherical Earth is easy, and that you could explain it based on the truths that you've been told, at some point you're standing on the shoulders of giants. And standing on the
I agree.
Oh, sorry. I said it would take about 5 minutes, Flatsy, but keep.
Oh, yeah,
you can interrupt.
Let him cook.
You can continue, but I do want to I have a rebuttal to what you're saying already.
Well,
So
you got a rebuttal?
I'll write it
You
down.
get to my conclusion. But anyways,
I'll let you.
go off on your rebuttal.
Go ahead. I'm going to write it down. I just
Write it
know
down.
that at this point,
We'll bring it back
there's
up.
a rebuttal. Okay.
Yeah.
That guy was cooking.
So here we go. I'm probably going to make up your rebuttal. So anyways, inside this framework that we're supposed to accept or reject or different principles, and largely the largest argument that I hear against the flat Earth is literally the function in physics for gravity. And that's funny because the function for physics and gravity also work within a flat Earth, because if you accept in physics that mass is that mass is pulled towards larger mass, what is to separate the larger mass literally being underneath you within a flat Earth? And the idea that, well, what about all the different areas inside the sky being spherical? Why is it that we wouldn't be spherical? If you take a square light on a flashlight and you remove it sufficiently far away from you, it eventually becomes spherical. And this is because of refractions and light. Like we can talk through it.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. I said I would need about 5 minutes. What's going on, Hawk?
Okay, stop interrupting.
I said stop whining.
He's not whining.
Stop interrupting.
He's explaining some good shit, actually, man. Let him cook. 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Go.
2 more minutes. Okay, so within this framework, as you pull back, the idea of a firmament or a rotational light sphere within the framework, it does make sense. And within the understanding of the body of science that has been forced on us socially, and within things that we can measure, it's also true that these truths exist within a flat Earth as it does within a spherical Earth. So the idea that we would quickly reject a flat Earth is unfounded, because the same truths exist inside both spheres. Largely, what flat earthers try to talk about is oh shoot, 1 second. What were you saying?
That's a big brush, man.
Give me 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Go ahead. I'm so biting at
Flatty. Just say it, Flatty. Just fucking
No. I want him to finish. Please let him finish.
Yeah. So the idea behind it is we should be very skeptical about the institutions that surround our framework of the knowledge that we understand, and within that skepticism, there is no positive or negative outside of the truth, and from within the flat Earth community, recognizing that man, I apologize. My wife was talking to me and she interrupted my thought process.
You got this. Take care of your business, man.
Yeah, no problem. I need you to be
It happens all the time,
aware
man.
and attentive when I like talk to you. Okay, back like when
so.
I have,
Yeah, and there were several interruptions.
but it's not really a rebuttal.
All right, go ahead and finish up, man. 1 minute. Close it out.
Yeah. So 1 minute. Okay, so I'll close it out because I thought it would be done in 5. But ultimately, the truth of this is what we can measure for ourselves, what can be empirically represented, and it can't be these fake frameworks. And I apologize because I'm going to go on a tangent on something else. So, like, people like to stand upon the monolith of mathematics. And there are certain things that exist in mathematics, and I brought it up earlier inside chats, like a circle. A circle exists definitionally only. It does not exist mathematically.
Correct.
It does not exist mathematically because whenever you insert a point at a start and you decide to draw a circle mathematically, you can only approximate your end point towards the start infinitely, but you'll never actually touch it. Because our understanding of mathematics can get us infinitely close to an approximation of a complete circle, but we'll never actually do that. And that is like multiple theories of how to get to pi. That being said, in reality, and this is the flat Earth argument, if you were going to draw a circle in your yard with like rocks, sure, what is it that you would need to figure out the length of rocks that you would need to draw a circle in your yard? Honestly, 3. Any other decimal point doesn't even fucking matter. You can take the diameter, multiply it by 3, and then you have the amount of rocks that you need to be able to make a circle in your yard.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't work, dude.
What do you mean that doesn't work?
It does work.
How does it not work? 3.14 versus 3 on like a 3 foot diameter circle that you want to make for a fire pit. How does it not work? Why do you need 3.14?
It does work. I don't know who's objecting. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's somebody who actually thinks that like mass at 3.14 or beyond matters on like a 3-foot diameter fire pit.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's so
crazy, man. That's crazy thinking.
Yeah, because
on a 3-foot
circle. Sorry.
On a 3-foot fire pit, it wouldn't make much of a difference, but it does make a difference.
That's what I said.
But it makes a difference for larger.
Brenda, that's what he said, Brenda. Shut up.
Yeah, so it does make a difference for larger things.
No.
Okay,
of course, yeah, precision, and I brought up precision in my discussion.
You, Brenda.
Nobody asked you, Brenda. So can you please just mute your mic and let me talk to this guy because you aren't involved in this conversation.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and address all those things. If you don't mind, if you're done, are you done?
I think so. I think he's done. Pretty close. Right?
I want to know that he's also done and listening.
All right. Well, he's not answering. So.
Well, his wife was talking.
I know. No, his wife's. He might be dealing with diaper. For all I know, I think he said he got 4 kids.
Yeah,
he's got some shit he's dealing with. I get it, man. I've been there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure he's present and listening.
Let's wait for him.
I'll wait for him.
I think he's back. Okay, you back?
Are you back?
Yeah.
You don't sound like you're back. What happened?
Kind of. Is it okay? Keep going.
He's not back. He's not back.
Are you done?
Let's wait till you take care of your shit, man, and then come back. Yeah.
I wanted to know if you were done.
You were cooking, man. You were cooking.
Yeah, you were cooking.
Stuff,
I liked what you were saying.
I loved it, man. It's good stuff, man. You actually brought some really absolute truths to the table tonight.
He's a
Thank
real
you.
person.
I'll just say that, bro.
He's real. Like he's.
Hey, you're for real, bro. I appreciate it.
So, are you back?
Anyway,
are you able to?
He's
Hold
dealing
on.
with. He's all right. I'll shut up.
Just wanted to make sure that he's back because I've got a bunch of stuff to say to him, and I want him to at least like be
want him to
here.
hear it. Want him to hear it.
Yeah. I can't hear him.
I can't either.
I can see him lighting up, but I think that he's kind of busy.
Yep.
I've written it down. Like I've got it all written down.
I appreciate you writing down.
Well, sort of.
No,
like
you're not.
notes.
You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Oh, he can't talk right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you can ask me, and I'll tell you.
Brenda, we're not interested, man.
Nobody's interested.
We've known you for
in
too
your
long.
bias.
We're not interested.
I tell you the truth.
Biases. Yeah.
No, I always tell the truth. Always tell the truth.
You have cognitive bias.
I'm not buying that. I'm not ever buying that, man.
I didn't ask you.
Didn't I just agree with this Radachowski?
I don't care. You have cognitive biases.
Get it right. Anyway,
that's what you say, but I say I speak the truth.
You've demonstrated it. No, you've demonstrated your
haven't.
Bias.
No, dishonesty, man.
What lies have I told you?
Go. I'll see you guys later, man.
Your opposition to flat earthers alone.
That's just the truth that the earth isn't flat.
You only have to elucidate your opposition to our position without
because it's not true.
Yeah, well, you don't have any proof of that.
Yes, I do.
This guy is actually being honest. And I don't know his position, whether he's a globe earther or flat earther, but at least he's honest, and you're not.
I can literally prove that the earth can't be flat.
I don't care what you have to say because of your
So you don't care about the truth now?
I do care, but I know your biases.
It's not biased if I can prove it.
Okay, do you have any bias towards the law of identity?
Okay.
No, I don't.
It took me a while. I had to walk down the basement.
The law of identity
now I can talk with confidence.
Hold on. Let me just squash this really quick. So you don't have any problem with the law of identity.
So you think that this is a plus for you?
Yes, I do, because the law of identity.
Why?
because it's the basis and the principles.
What does my gender identity have to do with the shape of the Earth?
She's answering. You asked why, and then you're interrupting whenever she's explaining.
asking a
like,
question.
Are you going to be rude?
I asked you.
No,
a
you already
very
asked the question she was answering.
I asked you a very basic question. Do you have a problem with the law of identity
I do
in
not.
logic? Because it's synergistic
I do not.
with. Okay, well then it would be. Do you have a problem with a law of excluded middle? Whether or not the proposition can either be true or false. It cannot be one or the other or both. That would tie into the law of non-contradiction. So a proposition cannot be true and false at the same time. You don't agree with those principles, and I know you don't. So why are we even talking? I don't care about anything else.
I do agree with those principles.
No, not on the whole, because she introduced contradictions and things we agreed. You can't just agree with the whole area. So within propositional logic, which aspects specifically do you agree with?
All of it.
So the law
Everything that she brought up, because she brought up contradictions.
Yeah,
you can't agree with that in order for propositional to be true.
I don't accept that contradictions are true.
Okay, cool. So I mean that is outside of the framework of the set that she brought up.
No, it's not.
It is, because she brought up that the proposition cannot be true and false at the same time. That is not true.
Yeah,
and you said
that's
that you
what I
agree,
said.
and you agreed with all areas.
I agree with all of that. I agree that contradictions are false. I agree with the law of identity, with the law of the excluded middle, right? I agree with all of those.
With all of what she brought up.
All of what she brought. All of
propositional logic.
All of it. I agree with it.
So you don't agree with the.
Oh my gosh.
So you don't agree with the identity politics or anything like that?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Because it would violate the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
How does it do that?
Agree, because you would have to agree that that isn't possible in your paradigm.
No, I wouldn't have to agree with that.
Oh, so you will say
you
that
would.
you follow it,
You'd
but
have to
you
modus
don't
ponens your way in order to add to what it is that she brought up.
Right. So she's talking about my gender identity, right? And she's saying that because I claim, that's what she's talking about, because I identify as transgender. And
when did you bring up gender?
I didn't bring up gender. I was just.
Yeah, you're making stuff up. You're like in your own head. You're fighting somebody who isn't here.
I know about the politics identity, like the identity politics that's going on, and how I've heard Brenda actually argue in favor of the opposing the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle, opposing those things, so violating those laws. So I'm not bringing up anything specific. I know for a fact that this person, Brenda,
you didn't modus ponens gender identity into what you were bringing up. You were just talking about propositional logic as a structure.
Yes, because fundamentals will bring down anybody's argument. It's so fundamental, honestly. It's so great. I love it. I love fundamentals. All right. So all of those things that you were talking about earlier, I made notes of. So I put them down. So you were talking about it's hard to speak for the globe without appealing to the body of science, right?
Correct.
And, yeah. So, and I agree with you that it is hard to argue your points from that standpoint of spherical Earth without appealing to that, which is a logical fallacy. Mm-hmm. And that is a problem. So you would be able to attack it with something fundamental. So I've got the 3 points that are fundamental right now. These are Mickey's 3 points, and I attribute them to Mickey because
I'm familiar with Mickey's. No, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. So his fundamental 3 points are so prominent to flat Earth. It's not funny. This is why I want to bring it up, and for anybody that's listening, any audience. So Miggy's 3 points is that you need to be able to demonstrate that there is a measurement of drop over distance over of curvature on the Earth. To be able to do so, you would need to be able to directly measure that. So directly measure the drop over distance on the Earth. That's never been done in history so far that we can tell. And if you can give us such a
for
thing.
globe earthers, this is very difficult because if you believe in light refraction, even if you're using a laser to be able to do it, the light, in theory, would follow the curvature of the Earth. Thus, it's a moot point and it's difficult to be able to measure. But go off.
No, you're right. So the way that it's not actually refraction, but we always hope. This is the point. This is the point. We hope that people say refraction because then they give up their geometric horizon that is supposed to be Earth.
Correct.
So that's the problem on the globe. And that's the flat Earth winning point. But this is the second point.
Yeah.
The second point is axial rotation. Has never been measured or even felt. We don't feel or measure any axial rotation. And it's never been documented that it has been in history. So if anyone has anything that would give us such a notion, we would appreciate that. So we're accepting the evidence. Like, if you've got it, give it. We're not over here. We're taking a default position. So the default position is non-existent. That doesn't require us to prove something that doesn't exist. We need to be able to prove what you're claiming does exist. Okay? You already know that. And I don't mean you personally. I mean you, the royal you. Okay. And the third point.
Right.
Yeah. And the third point would be
you hate me because I'm a scientist.
No, I don't hate
I'm
you.
kidding. I'm joking.
I actually enjoy talking to you. That's why you were able to have your whole talk and whatever you were saying. I took note of everything you were saying on purpose.
No, good.
Yeah. So the third point is that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. And we have gas pressure that we're breathing on the Earth. And you cannot demonstrate gas pressure being some sort of consequent with anything other than the antecedent being a container.
It's arbitrary. It's something that you can measure, but so this is why I brought up specific gravity of water earlier in the talk. I don't know if you were here for that, but specific gravity of water is something that's used in engineering as a constant, but it's not something that you can derive. It's something that has to be measured and observed. And whenever you measure and observe it based on temperature and atmospheric pressure, thus like altitude, so like 7,500 feet above the sea level. So these are real values for living in the Alps, so like northern Italy, Austria and stuff like that, or Colorado type areas in the United States. These values that are taken as constants cannot be true, and it vastly changes things in engineering.
Radajowski, do you claim to be a scientist?
I'm published. I'm an electrical engineer. I work inside the field of bioinformatics, and
Bioinformatics?
Yeah.
Interesting. So what is modus? You said something about modus ponens and propositional logic.
So propositional logic was something that she brought up. This is a logical method in which you can use a mathematical means to be able to tear apart arguments. If you want to introduce something new that is not like P implies Q, and you want to bring something new to the equation in which you can logically add connective sinew for your argument, you can introduce new information using modus ponens. If you want to remove some information from something that P implies Q within logical propositional logic, use modus tollens, which allows you to use logical structures to remove that. In communication that we talk to each other, intuitively, we use these types of techniques to be heard. That being said, not everybody's aware that they're using these techniques to work with it. So if you want to be heard, propositional logic is probably the fastest path and the most articulate discipline to learn mathematically, to be heard, and for people to follow your discussion.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Yeah. What is modus ponens, by the way?
So modus ponens, so if you have some proposition and you wish to get to some end, but to get to some end, you need some extra additive information. Modus ponens allows you to add to some proposition additional information that will create that connective sinew to get to that end. That being said, if part of what you're introduces a new set of information that should normally be ignored and you wish for it to be ignored, use modus tollens to remove that set of information so you can properly fixate on it. This is largely done with this is why it's hard for me to talk on people on Discord, because a lot of people on Discord will say things like always, all, everyone, and something else like that. It's a universal generalization, which is an upside down A in propositional logic terminology. They think it gives them more weight by saying like, oh, all like Republicans or all Democrats are this, like U.S. lens is what I'm framing this in. And they think it gives them strength. But the problem is whenever you do a universal generalization, you inadvertently make it to where your truth statement, your axiom, your proposition that you're trying to communicate to the world can be undone by a single thing. How do you undo this within propositional logic? You make an instantiation. So almost all, which is a backwards E, a universal, whenever you're going to say like almost all of this, so the backwards E mathematically gives you the ability in propositional logic to take a universal generalization, but add in a set of information where there are areas where it won't be true. So if you're talking about like the 99th percentile of something, you want to introduce an area where like things could be wrong.
You went a bit fast.
Oh, I apologize.
What was the backwards E again? What is that called?
It is called, and I apologize because now I'm really drunk. So upside down A is universal generalization. Backwards E is instantiation.
Instantiation?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what that means.
So if there exists the possibility that inside this case something could be different. So universal instantiation. Universal existence. Oh, sorry, within E, exstantiation. That's in English. Okay. Universal exstantiation.
So it means what again? It means what again? I got that the upside down A means all things, right? It's a generalization.
Yeah.
And the E is
instantiation. Yeah. So if I say every morning the sun will rise, you could extend this to universal truth, and that would be the upside down A. But if I also said every day the sun would rise, except the day that it doesn't, that is a backwards E, and that is a universal exstantiation instead of universal generalization. It's important to view the world with the backwards E because it opens up the world to a set of possibilities in which what can be unpredictable can be quantified.
Does it mean that there exists something? Is that what it means?
That's what it means. There exists. So if you were to go to, like, I don't know, ChatGPT or Google and search propositional logic, universal generalizations, and universal exstantiations with an E. More importantly, if you look into the Harvard, I think it's Harvard, it might be MIT. Who's the one that does like OpenCourseWare. Look that up on Google. So OpenCourseWare propositional logic, that will walk you through exactly what I'm talking about. You don't even have to pay for it. That's a college course for free.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with any of that.
I apologize. I feel like I'm taken away from what she was saying. But that's
she was asking
logic.
you
That's
questions.
what she was bringing up.
Yeah, she was asking you questions.
I can't read because I'm not upstairs anymore. And sorry, I've done like.
Yeah. So are you also a flat earther, a Ratajkowski?
Yeah.
Really?
It's Radagovsky.
Radagovsky.
Yeah.
Really? What was the best evidence that you found that convinced you that the Earth must be flat?
The best evidence that I found was a sextant. The idea that a sextant would prove the round Earth.
That's my love language.
Assumed a hypotenuse that a certain distance could not measure. Basically, for a triangle to exist, I needed to know at least two angles or two distances, and I could not find a way for that to be true.
Oh, sextants just measure angles; they don't measure triangles. Triangles aren't used. Triangles aren't used in celestial navigation.
A sextant works if you assume truths that are not measurable. Correct.
No, it just measures. It just measures angles. That's it.
Elevation angles. Elevation.
Any angle.
No, this is specific. Do you subtract from 90?
You can hold it sideways.
I have a question, Brenda. Do you subtract your angle to the celestial body from the adjacent from 90? Do you do that?
That's part of the procedure, I think.
Yeah, because of a right angle triangle, right? That's an elevation angle, a right angle triangle.
Right, there's a right angle at the observer, right? A horizontal line forming a 90-degree angle with the observer's zenith.
No.
Like above your head, like a line going right through your head.
No. That would be you're actually talking about the cosmic rectangle, which would be a part of a process of celestial navigation.
No,
but
it's just
you would
talking
need a rectangle. You still need the 90 degrees to be the ground position of the star away from you, the observer.
No, I was just talking about the zenith over the observer.
Okay, you need to look up the cosmic rectangle. Because you don't know what you're talking about.
There's no rectangle used, dude.
There is a rectangle.
No, there isn't.
But
it's nowhere.
For the room, it's super critical, I think, for like people in terms of like going through critical thinking to understand propositional logic. I didn't get in propositional logic until I started taking discrete mathematics. To take discrete mathematics, you either have to go through some sort of proofs course. Well, I mean, I guess
Well, you're actually
if
right.
you're not
You're
going through
correct.
it as a science.
Here's where you're correct, because the principles
Mhm.
of logic, the laws that I laid out, are the foundation of how we have developed languages, mathematics, symbols,
Yes.
and syllogisms. So the laws of logic
Right.
hold true to all of those things. So if you can hold true and 100% to all of the laws of logic that make up the principles of logic, then all of the types of logic follow. But if you can't,
Right.
and all of those things can be superseded by your ideologies and these things like that with politics, those things do not actually matter in reality. We operate in reality. Politics is a distraction. We don't care about your politics, and we understand that you will concede to something not being so- that would adhere to those laws, but that isn't true. It doesn't matter what you think that they aren't true. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the simplest example of propositional logic is the statement, where there's smoke, there is fire. Thus, I see smoke. What does that mean axiomatically? It's fire.
Yeah, exactly. There is fire somewhere.
What is axiomatic about that?
Or
It's
just
not an
a
axiom.
So an axiom, I made the claim, the statement, this is the tricky part of propositional logic. So once I said that if I make the statement within propositional logic, where there's smoke, there is fire, that is an axiom. In order for it to be an axiom, you have to remove your bias to follow it. Thus, you have to accept the truth that in the statement, where there's smoke, there is fire. There are conditions where that is not true in the reality of the environments that we live in. But because I said in propositional logic, the statement is where there's smoke, there is fire, you have to accept that axiom to be true. Thus, whenever I say, I see smoke, what follows, there is fire. This is important to understand because if you're reading a philosophy or something else and you wish to follow somebody else's axiomatic truths to be able to understand what it is that they're talking about, and usually the first 2 chapters, they're like on a huge rant of their axioms, talking about statement after statement after statement. If you actually want to follow a philosopher, if you actually want to understand what they're trying to say based on what they do, you have to accept their axioms. Whether you agree with it or not, to follow their logic, you accept it to read through their conclusions in its entirety, but it doesn't have to be a truth, and that's skepticism. That's something that Flat Earth brings to the environment.
So I would agree that in order to follow the argument, right, you would do that, but you could just as easily say, no, I don't agree. I don't think that if
you
there's
can, and you'll miss the point.
Yeah, but it would, then I would deny the conclusion then, right?
You don't have to, right. You don't have to accept somebody's axiom, but you won't be able to view the world through their lens.
Well,
and
true.
Ultimately, whenever you're reading somebody else's take, you need to accept their axioms, however brief it is, to fully understand the world through their lens. And if you're unable to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that I might not agree with them that where there's smoke, there is always fire. There might be cases where there isn't.
I disagree with that statement myself.
Correct.
But because I brought it up within the framework of propositional logic, and one of the things I was bringing up right now is the topic of propositional logic, in order to follow said statement within propositional logic, if I ask the question, after making the statement, where there's smoke, there is fire, propositionally, I see smoke. What does that imply?
Well, the implication would be fire, given given the first,
given the statement and the axiom, right? So it's not necessarily a truth; it's literally a following of the logical.
No, I understand that. But what if we're trying to decide the truth of the proposition?
So this is hard, and like if there is an area that like I disagree with like the arguments that are made inside this channel is I don't believe in objective truth, which I've already stated.
Oh, that's surprising to me.
But I will follow, and I will make claims, and I will lay out logical statements in which the room can follow. But it isn't a true. It isn't an objective truth. It isn't the true truth.
What is your argument? What is your argument that truth is not objective?
My argument that truth is not objective is that, unfortunately, I view the world through too many lenses of possibilities, and I can talk myself in and out of many different positions. So it's totally personal to myself. It's not something that I could push onto somebody else. I've tried to influence minds to think this way, and I failed in my life.
But what is the argument that truth is subjective?
Oh no, I have no argument.
So it's just an opinion that you have, a belief.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, so I can just reject that because I think
you can, of course.
Yeah, I think truth is
objective. I don't think you should accept my opinion. Jeez, I'm not that egotistical.
I think that when a proposition is true, it's true independent of somebody's opinion about it.
Oh man, that's horrible because I could make several propositions that I don't think you'd agree with.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Try me.
Okay, cool. Do you mind if I do it with an accent or something funny?
I don't care. As long as I can understand
I'll do it through an American lens. Yeah. Boy, howdy! As a Southern Democrat, I really love the military, and the best thing that I love about the military is the fact that we got them transgender people inside there. You know, there's 15,000 of them inside of that area, and the best part about it is they're able to get something that like socialists have been pushing for a long time, like affordable care. They're able to get like their reaffirming surgeries, get everything that they want for within that time frame, and they're also fantastic at their computers. The other thing is, did you know that because 15,000 transgenders are inside the American military, that equates for 20% of transgenders in America. That means 1/5 of them want to go in and serve our country. So it's fantastic. Imagine if cisgendered people would be able to do that. We actually need more transgender people to work with it. Largely, they work within intelligence. And within that, they're able to prevent like the Obama era drone strikes because they're able to give people more accurate information.
Is this what is this? What is you're doing right now? I don't understand.
Yeah, I already defined it, but I don't want to
So how is
I don't think you understood the point.
Yeah, I don't, because it's not showing me that truth is subjective.
No, and my point that I'm trying to show you is truth is, yeah.
But I claim that truth is objective. It's the truth of a proposition is.
Tell me an objective truth. Tell me one objective truth. Maybe this will be easier.
All bachelors are unmarried men.
All bachelors are unmarried men.
Yeah.
I don't believe that to be true because in India, what they would consider bachelors doesn't necessarily coincide with marriage.
How so?
You can be a bachelor and be married and be courting another wife.
How can you be a bachelor and be married?
You can't in English, but you can in Hindi.
Oh, show it. Give me the proposition. Show it to me.
Give you the proposition of a different language. Nope.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Yes, you can.
So
yes, you can.
So they call it. Okay, so they call it a bachelor. Period. Whenever they're courting somebody else.
Are they, yes,
because
when they're courting somebody else?
Their term for being a bachelor is not what it turns into in English.
Oh, okay.
So
it's just
in this case, language is subjective. Correct. Yes,
it's
exactly.
Then right. So it's they're not actually bachelors.
Right. That is one way to take that.
Right. Yeah. So thank you for showing that my claim was true.
Well, I mean, of course. Yeah. So once you accept so this is the problem with like objective reality. Once you accept that your language, your meaning of vocabulary, your assignment of the value of the word is true, it's objective. It becomes subjective once you extend it beyond yourself. But objective truth is possible within yourself. So yes, it is true for you.
I think you're using a different definition than I am. What my definition?
How am I using it different? Whenever I said that in Hindi, this would be true.
Because subjective means the truth of a proposition depends on my opinion. Objective means the truth of a proposition.
Again, it comes back to you.
The truth of a proposition is independent of anybody's opinion.
Ooh, anybody's. That's a hard one.
Yes.
That's a universal. That's an upside down A.
A subjective.
I have a hard time agreeing with that.
Yeah, I don't care if you agree or not.
No. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just.
What the fuck is this? The halftime clown show or what?
Yeah, Alpha. I'm having a discussion with Lovejoy.
Oh my God. What the fuck is going on?
Well,
speak, Radikowski. Get your feels out.
Radikowski is.
He's making Brenda look like fucking.
And Miggy
he's making Brenda like fucking QE.
And Miggy
the fuck?
There you go.
I
know. Rolls
smarter than QE.
It's so weird. Miggy makes his entrance, and I just gave your 3 points, Miggy, before Brenda totally derailed my conversation. And there you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Flatsy.
No, I said the guy who's speaking. I don't know who the guy is, but he's making Brenda look like fucking QE. Like what the fuck? That guy is. He's like, like you scrape the bottom of the barrel. We're already fucking drilled through that bitch.
Everything happened fast.
We drilled through that bitch, and we're underneath the fucking barrel.
I don't know what you're talking about, Alpha.
I don't know.
I said you. This guy, he's making you sound coherent. Does that make any sense?
He's giving you props, Brenda. Yeah. This guy's fucking retarded.
This guy is so. He's like, I don't even know, man. When you're actually correcting him and I agree with you, it's a strange fucking world we're in right now.
I'm telling you, it was not like this before Brenda came into the conversation. And then when Brenda came in, everything went upside down, apparently.
I'm sorry.
Because I thought we were having a good conversation with, what's his name?
I'll mute Flatsy.
Just call me Rat.
I'll mute and let you talk, Flatsy.
Oh my gosh. This was such a good conversation. And then Brenda came in and then roles were flipped. I don't know what happened, dude. I thought it was going in my favor with Rata.
Just call me Rat. It's okay.
Oh, I don't want to call you Rata. I'll call you Rata.
It's fine. A lot of people don't. Yeah, Rata's good. Okay.
Yeah, Rata. So when I was having a great conversation with Rata, and then Brenda came in, and then I just kind of let it happen because what can I do? I don't have any power in this server, so I just let it happen, of course, without causing audio chaos. And Brenda turned into QE, and I don't know how that happened.
I'm like, I'm listening on my lunch break. I'm like, is this the fucking halftime? Is this the halftime clown show or what the fuck?
I don't know, man. I'm so confused.
It is. That's what I'm
saying. Damn, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I was listening this all along,
or at least for the last 20 minutes or so. Brad, I gotta admit, man, you sounded very coherent. Yeah, you sounded very coherent up until the time you started saying, "Oh, there's no objective thing," and then when you use that bachelor example,
so but I already stated that's my opinion.
I know, but check this out, dude.
But opinion doesn't matter.
Exactly, Platz's guide. This is not an opinion thing. This is a language definition thing. Once you have the definition set, right? What you can use whatever babble.
That's true. If there's a shared definition, there is objective truth. That's fair. That's true.
Laws
so the
are objective truth. No, hold on.
Go.
Laws are objective truth. We don't have to squabble about laws. Okay, so we've got laws that make up our principles of logic, our natural laws, and all of those things are not disputable because they are right all the time. So those things happen all the time. We just observe them happening all the time. Thankfully, that's how we are able to develop languages and symbols, mathematics, and syllogisms. So you are like, there's some sort of opposition against logic that will utilize what we would consider the truth of the matter outside of us, outside of like intelligent agents. So people will take those esoteric like things on and be able to distort those things and say, oh, they're only subjectively true in this case, but subjectively we can consider this. I don't care about subjective anything. I want objective truth. Without my influence, without your influence, without anyone's influence, what is happening in nature? So we can see what's happening in nature without anyone's influence, especially on the minds of people like psychology. So psychology is kind of a mess up if you're not utilizing it correctly, because you're not telling people objectively what you experience is true. What we experience is a flat, non-rotating earth that has to be contained because we are breathing gas pressure.
All right, so check this out, man. When you're not here anymore and your bones are dust and you're pushing up daisies and shit, the world's still going to continue to do what it does. Nature's still going to continue on. So what your subjective opinions on this world don't matter shit. So Flatsy's just telling you. She's just telling you that when you look at this world, things are happening, regardless that you're alive or not. Like, without you, the equation of you being deleted, the world's still going to continue.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was happening before you. It's happening while you're here and well after you're gone. These things are still true. The law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction are still going to be the basis of logic. And anyone who wants to go against that, the law of identity, you cannot be male and female at the same time. Sorry.
Of course, in most cultures, that's not possible.
I
can't think of a culture that wouldn't be possible.
I don't make that claim, right? I don't make that claim.
Listen. So Brenda just pointed something out to you. The married bachelor. You can't have two. It's violating the law of non-contradiction. You can't have the thing that's supposedly defined as one thing also being another. You can't. It's just, it don't work. It's a paradox.
Not in Western society. So,
no, dude, like you even said the name of somebody that's in another country, it's not a bachelor. It's defined as something else. So the definition for that thing is something else. It's not a bachelor.
Which is literally what I just said.
No, it wasn't. Well, you did. You kind of said that it's not a bachelor, which is you basically. Brenda made her point. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, right? You're restating what I said, but yeah.
Yeah, but then the whole thing was that you were trying to make it sound like you can have a married bachelor. That's what you were trying to provide as evidence. No, dude.
So no. I said
wait a minute.
Evidence. I was bringing up a whole different culture in Western society.
Rada.
I don't give a shit.
You should give a shit because that's what this conversation is about. It's about giving a shit, dude. If you don't give a shit, then why are you here?
I mean, you can say it's Radisgovsky.
Whatever, dude. I'll call you Bob. What the fuck?
Okay, you go. See, it doesn't matter. You don't give a shit. You just made this big thing on what it is my name is. I said it doesn't matter, and then I told you what it was, and you said that it doesn't matter. Don't say like you're standing on some sort of precipice. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I already said it does.
Hey, dumbass! I thought you were talking about the conversation, not what your name is. All right.
You were the one who made it about the name.
Are you high? I'm talking about the conversation, numbnuts. Not your name.
Okay. So let's go back to the conversation.
I don't give a shit about your name.
I brought up different cultures, so let's go back to that because the name was what you had issues with.
I don't give a fuck about your name.
Alpha,
good. Because I didn't either. That's what I said.
Alpha, he is drinking. I've heard him say that.
I am.
How far into a fifth are we, Radic?
Oh, way far. I'm 60 milligrams.
Into what is it? Vodka, rum? What's your poison?
Brenda, we don't give a fuck. Listen, dude. If you're gonna be in here, if you're not gonna be coherent, we're not gonna try to reason with you when you're fucking inebriated. It's not gonna work.
How am I not coherent?
You are making nonsense. You're saying shit that don't make sense.
Okay,
it was pointed out
my nonsense is.
You're running over people when they're talking, like me. So you're not getting the cue. You know when not to talk and when to talk because you're inebriated. Your senses are dulled, bro. You need to fucking take a seat or some shit because you can't have a conversation when you're inebriated. It's not gonna work.
Okay, I'll disconnect.
Sounds like a great idea. Fuck's sake, man.
I would say that this guy was very good at being interrupted when some point needed to be made when he was in the middle of something. He was okay with being interrupted and having that point made. He was a great interlocutor until Brenda came in. I don't know what happened.
No, he was drinking, and as time progressed, he got drunk. That's all it was. Now he's fucked up, and he wants to still be in here. And it's like, dude, people are trying to have a conversation with you, and you don't know the cue when someone's talking, so you're just running over shit. And then people are being interrupted. So that's what it is. When you're fucking drunk, it's hard to have a conversation.
Yeah, but AV, lots of people have been drunk while they've been in here.
I don't care, Brenda, but it makes it difficult for everybody else who wants to talk because they don't understand when the cue is when somebody's stopped talking or when they're still talking and they're just interrupting and shit. It just makes it difficult. It's like when somebody turns you down when they're muting you. It's the same shit because it's audio chaos. We're trying to keep this shit fucking where everybody can hear what's going on. It's called moderation. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Jedi just joined. What's up, bro? Trying to stir up the fucking conversation with some people who haven't been drinking. Well,
since Jedi's not going to respond, and since there's an opening, I think this conversation can still go on.
And aren't you, Rada?
No, I don't think.
Aren't you a flat
I don't think so.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You're a flat earther, right, Rada?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a problem when we encounter flat earthers that have some sort of misconception about reality, and they want to conflate what we experience with something that's imaginary. We don't have to imagine anything. I have all of these notes that I wrote down about the whole thing that you talked about. I was never able to get through that, by the way, because Brenda interrupted. So you heard me go through Miggy's 3 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I got interrupted right after I said you can't have gas pressure without a container. I wasn't able to even go into that conversation with you, but you said that you've heard Miggy's 3 points. So if you are a flat earther, you've heard Miggy's 3 points.
Yep.
Where is it exactly that we have a disconnect?
This bottle of liquor?
Honestly, maybe. So honestly, like I was getting on to, I have a hard time accepting objective truth, just personally. That's a big one
that
for me.
Objective truth is something that we can, like, we have a caliber of in reality that is true while we're here.
If we have a shared value
before we were here, and will be true after we're gone. It's like the river will flow on, even after we're all long gone. That the river will still flow on. It's not something that you can just change. It's not going to do something else.
Accept that to be true. It's just that I've seen too much in my personal experience where it's not necessarily true for all people. And I think that's where I do it. So in my own reality, I do believe in objective truth. But on the whole of society, I don't think, based on their cultures, they have objective truths based on my objective truths because our values differ.
Omit
and our language
cultures.
differs.
Omit cultures. Forget about cultures.
Omitting cultures, there is objective truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of all of people's belief systems and cultures, we have something that's objective, like the law of identity.
Oh, absolutely.
The law of excluded middle,
like there are objective
and
truths.
the law of
non-contradiction. Yeah.
Can I get May I? I just want to add.
Yeah.
I just want to add something, dude. It sounds like what you're saying is the quote objective truth is based on the language itself and not the content. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Because, like, if you go back to what you're saying before about the non-married bachelors, married bachelors business, the problem is not the content of the material of the term. The problem is the placeholder, the actual term itself, the placeholder. In one language, a bachelor is, a non-married man. But in another culture, that same placeholder, BACHELIOR, means sometimes married man. So if you replace that,
you can actually,
you know what I mean?
You
that's
can
the
actually
issue.
deem that culture illogical. It's okay for you to do that based on the principles of logic. They still can hold their beliefs that go against those things. But you can still understand that that is outside of objective truth.
Yeah, it's just like the analogy that you pointed out, Flatsy. You said that the river flows, right? Whichever direction the river's flowing, is that going to change? No, right? It's objective true. It's going to be the same tomorrow and the next day and so on. The river's going to flow. That's what it does, what it's always been doing. So it doesn't matter if you say, no, I don't believe that's true. Like, is that going to change?
Yeah, you're right. The Earth is going to be round and spins on its axis. long after.
Prove that. Thank you. Prove that. That's a positive claim against our experience.
Brenda thinks of Four Horizons. I don't even think you want to go that direction.
I really don't, because I know that Brenda can't prove anything other than a shoe is some sort of scientific experiment. Please.
It's a natural phenomena.
It's a natural phenomenon.
Look, man.
Yeah, you have your phenomenological experience of the shoe is what I was talking about.
That's a mouthful.
Okay, well,
let's see if I don't know. That guy, I don't know. We might need to switch people in here. Is there somebody else we can speak to?
Do you think that you could see something that looked like a shoe and it doesn't turn out to be a shoe?
Or
My God.
Shut up, please?
Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's possible?
Can you just not? Is that possible? Can you just not?
We're not going to talk about synthetic things.
Dissipate from flat Earth? Is that possible?
We're not going to talk about synthetic things.
No, a shoe is part of the natural world.
No, it's not.
Man-made.
It absolutely
What the
is.
fuck do you see? Can you help me out, man?
It's man-made. You made the shoe. It's not a natural phenomena because man made it.
Humans are part of the natural world.
Sorry, you understand that natural, right? We've tried to have this conversation with you for the past, 8-9 years, maybe shorter.
Humans are outside of that.
Hold on, facts, please. So, do men make shoes?
Yes.
Good. So it's man-made then, because you don't find. Hold on, you don't find shoes out in the natural world, do you?
No, you don't.
Good. So it's not a natural phenomenon.
Yes, it's made out of natural materials. It's made out of
matter. Oh my gosh!
In science, nature refers to everything that is physical, matter.
So your smartphone is natural.
Yes.
So natural science, not synthetic things, not the supernatural, natural, outside of man's influence.
No, there's no such distinction in science.
Brenda, shoes are not natural phenomena, or you'd be able to go and point one out in the physical natural world that a man didn't make.
Yeah. This distinction that you're making isn't made by science.
Oh, it is. Would you like the citations?
It's on the Berkeley. It's on the very webpage that Quantum Eraser cited. Right? Natural in the sciences includes everything that is physical, matter.
Natural. Outside of man's influence, because if you want the phenomena of shoe, you're going to end up with man caused that. It's not natural. It's not a natural phenomena then.
It absolutely is. It's part of nature.
No, it's not.
No, you can say that, but you're just wrong. Science doesn't.
Do you think you're intelligent, Brenda?
No.
I think that I'm of average intelligence.
Do you think you're intelligent at all, at any caliber? I don't care.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So outside of intelligent interference, what would happen naturally without you?
Things would pretty much go on as they are, right?
Those are natural laws.
Do you think? Do you think that the tools that animals make are unnatural?
Do you think that animals make any tools that
yes, they do.
From something that would be not including intelligence?
Animals make tools.
And that would include what?
You can show you videos of a crow bending a piece of wire to fish out a piece of food from a jar.
So intelligence.
Yes, they're very intelligent. Chimpanzees will use sticks to fish out ants so they can get some protein. Animals make tools. Are those tools unnatural according to your definition?
Yes.
So the tools that animals make are not natural?
Exactly. So things that happen in nature without any influence of an intelligent agent would happen all the time regardless of our influence, right?
So this is why science rejects this distinction that you're trying to make between the natural and artificial.
Yeah, but you're not accepting what is going on outside of that. Everything else, other than the particular one thing that is being focused on, is happening. You're talking about a whole expanse of things, like in the macro.
Yeah, we can study that.
Yeah, okay. Well, everything happening is happening in a natural way. You have things that are happening that you can't control. So you can manipulate some things here and there with the way that you understand the effects of nature, but you're not able to give some sort of cause to why we experience what we experience naturally without our intervention.
So we can study people scientifically. That's called psychology, or
who cares? I don't care.
Yeah, that's a science.
That's a red herring.
No, that's a science. Psychology.
That's still non sequitur to my point.
Sociology, anthropology, those are sciences.
Non sequitur to my point.
No, it absolutely is. Science studies natural and the world of humans.
Okay, you're not addressing what I said. You're going on to another subject instead of what I said.
No, the distinction was made by Quantum Eraser, who claims that.
I'm not Quantum Eraser, buddy. So
but you're accepting his distinction, his claim that things like shoes can't be subject to science because they're made by people. I say that shoes can be studied scientifically because they're part of the natural world.
No, you're wrong.
I'm not.
You are. Sorry. I'm glad that you went ahead and was you were willing to give us all of your stupidity out there.
I'm fine with it.
Again.
I'm cool. Yeah. I'd love to give you more of it because it's what I say is true. Science doesn't make this distinction that you seem to think.
It would happen all the time. Do shoes happen in nature all the time without any influence?
Obviously, they're made by people, but they're still part of the natural world.
Thank you.
They're part of nature. They're physical.
No. They're not a part of nature. No, they're a part
Absolutely, they are.
No, intelligent influence.
No, they're as much a part of nature.
Do monkeys have shoes? Do monkeys have shoes?
They make tools. They make tools.
Do they have shoes?
No.
Okay, so not in nature. By intelligent agents.
They're made by intelligent humans, and humans are a part of nature.
No, that's conflated.
Huh? No, it's not.
You're conflating intelligence with nature. What would happen without intelligence?
Intelligence is part of nature. It arises naturally.
Oh, so what is the spin of or kilojoule or any measure of matter of intelligence? Please give me that.
That's not how you would measure intelligence, but intelligence, many animals.
Is it matter? Is it matter or energy or what?
Intelligence is part of behavior, right? There are many animals that are intelligent.
Matter or energy, because that's the only thing that you can contribute it to. So which one is it?
That's not true.
Oh, so it can be
the structure and organization of animals
so and their supernatural. It can be supernatural.
How things are structured isn't supernatural.
Then tell me how it's matter or energy, because that's the only thing that makes up a materialistic world where no one else created it and you just think that it created itself.
Intelligence is how brains behave.
Do you think that our intelligence was somehow naturally evolved?
Yes.
Okay, so it has to have matter or energy.
No, it doesn't. It can
so we were able to create some supernatural thing out of nothing?
It's not supernatural. It's just how brains function.
Oh, okay. So what is it then?
How brains are structured, how they are ordered.
Okay, how is it measured if it's supposed to be naturally evolved?
Well, I don't know if we have a measure of intelligence.
Oh, so you don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but my not knowing doesn't mean
it. In your paradigm that can be measured.
So crows and elephants and dolphins and other things are intelligent. Octopuses are intelligent.
Yep, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
And their intelligence is a consequence of their having. They have brains. It's how their brains work.
Mm-hmm. So
and
what is that
all natural? That's all natural.
So what is that information like in a naturalistic worldview where nature? Hold on, you need to let me finish. What kind of information could be evolved in a worldview that you hold that could be evolved from naturalistic means? So nature would create itself.
I don't know how you get that. It's just that brains are structured in such a way that they behave intelligently.
Oh, so you don't have an answer how nature could create a brain?
It emerges, right, from complexity.
What kind of complexity?
Complex brains.
Great. That was so
simple brains. Simple brains are not very intelligent.
Stimulating and invigorating what you just said. Thank you. We all understand so much.
Worms have brains. Worms have brains, but they're not terribly intelligent. And crows have brains, and they are intelligent because they have very complex brains. Same with...
They're more intelligent than you.
Good job. Good job. Right? So intelligence is a consequence of having a big brain. That's all.
So let me get this straight. We have two contexts, right? One is more
Brenda can't understand. Sorry, Brenda can't understand what functional sequence specified complexity is. So
That's
she does.
Because it's gibberish.
You don't understand that because your worldview would make you think that this can't be possible from a creator point of view. But honestly, you only have a creator to fall back on.
Yeah. Specified complexity. I know what that is.
That's, no, functional sequence specified complexity.
Yes. That's just additional words that John added. Is just creationist gibberish.
Okay, so you have no genetic code replication, transcription, translation.
That all happened naturally.
All metabolic pathways, etc. All of physics, quantum mechanics. Basically, all of reality are the essential examples of what? Yes. Functional sequence specified complexity.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
That's
are.
Not what that means. That's not even what that means when John uses it. He's talking about DNA. He's not talking about the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe are simply arose during the Big Bang.
I didn't say that these were the laws of the universe. I'm talking about a certain specific thing.
You know that RNA spontaneously assembles, right?
Oh, is that right?
Yes, it is.
So are we able to replicate that and create it?
Yes, we can. Yes.
So give me an example where we're able to do that.
Professor Dave has several videos about it.
Oh my gosh.
He
Please give us the example that Professor Dave gave you.
His debate with James.
Listen, give us the example that Professor Dave gave you that gives us the exact thing you just
on a clay.
Go ahead.
I'm talking. Yes, on a clay substrate. On a clay substrate, RNA will spontaneously assemble into long chains.
The demonstration.
I just told you.
Give me the demonstration. Telling me means nothing. What you're telling me means nothing. Give me the.
Yeah, you can say nuh-uh, but
I didn't say nuh-uh. Telling me means nothing without demonstration.
And in the emerging environment. On a clay substrate, RNA will spontaneously assemble itself into long chains, and lipids naturally form into small little nodules, or that look an awful lot like protocells.
Demonstrate.
All I can do here is talk, dude. You can just you can look these up.
Talk. Oh, great.
Yes, that's right.
I'm great to.
Just like you can only talk.
Me, bro. Trust. I didn't tell you anything that isn't verifiable in reality for you. I wasn't telling you anything that you have to believe. You are. Thank you.
You're welcome. Specified complexity is creationist mumbo jumbo.
You're horrible at
Yes, I know. I know I am. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
you're horrible at articulating any kind of rebuttal to what I've said. Thank
Specify
you for
complexity
being the
is just
demonstration.
is a nonsense phrase.
We appreciate you.
It begs the question because it presupposes. It begs the question because
talking me the whole time. We appreciate you. Somebody, please. I'll mute, and you can mute her, and I'll mute. If you don't want, just please.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious about that instance of RNA assembling spontaneously.
I want to see these videos by Professor Dave. Like,
was there a paper he cited?
he had a debate with a creationist a couple months back.
Okay.
Excuse me, what about his credentials? Why did you refer to him as a creationist when he has credentials
so
that are
long
worth
that you
mentioning?
don't even want pussy anymore.
How fucking disingenuous is that?
Yeah. So if the guy used a paper, if the guy cited a paper or something in the debate, it would be nice to see that.
you said you guys wanted a demonstration of the thing, but like he's saying there are videos and you don't want to see them, so I don't know what to do for you.
Dude, that's not what it's about.
Jewish people control the media. Like BlackRock, is all Jewish. Like all of our news is Jewish.
It's the Jews, isn't it?
Hang on.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, calm the fuck down.
Like everything is Jewish. Everything is Jewish.
88, right, buddy? 88.
Everything is Jewish.
Calm the
Jewish
fuck
controls
down.
the banks.
Calm the fuck down. I'm just asking for the paper or the demonstration, please. Oh, very simple. For the guy who said I don't want to see it, I'm asking for it. So, like, you're fucking retarded or something.
Hey, smart science guy who mentioned Professor Dave earlier, can you post some paper or some bullshit like that in side chat, please?
Guy, Brenda left. So, that was fun.
Yeah.
See that? All you had to do was scrutinize and ask for the actual material, and it cannot be produced. So,
I mean, I kind of want to look at these Professor Dave videos myself. Hopefully, he links it in the side chat so I can like learn about why creation is retarded.
Yeah, well, no links will be provided apparently because the
I
person's
think
not
I'm
here to do
familiar
it.
with the Dr. Dave video YouTube channel, so I could probably Google it myself. Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, sure.
I'll watch the videos.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
then,
if you want to.
like, watch his videos, and then I'll learn more about why Christianism could not be the case.
So if you want to sift through, however countless number of videos, actually do the search yourself, as opposed to rely on the person who made the claim, to provide their evidence, you can do that.
Okay, I mean, I could look up some science books if you want.
Mm-hmm.
They would probably tell me about, like, DNA and RNA and a bunch of other things that creationists don't believe in.
Dude, I worked in bioinformatics. Okay, I'm familiar with the shit. I'm just looking for the claim. Thank you.
Which claim do you want?
The claim that it had been done in some sort of laboratory setting. A setup where RNA spontaneously emerged out of raw material. I'd like to see that. So if the person could point to it, paper or something like that, or the video specifically, that would be great.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, to be honest.
Yeah, that's why I kept asking. Brenda left, so.
Brenda left? Was that the name of the girl who was like shrieking about creationism?
Quote unquote.
Brenda is a tranny, man.
Who said that?
It's true. It's true. That's why I say it.
Who was? Yeah, hold on, you guys. You fucking violating TOS. Who was that dick? 1 second. Yeah, that's one of the words we're not supposed to use in here. Everybody who spends all day, every day in here should fucking know that, obviously. Don't jump on that, please.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Bob. Now I don't have to pull over and mute them myself. I really appreciate you, okay?
Yeah, because you can do that, right?
I don't know who it was. So I don't know, but somebody will probably ban.
Yeah, the people who do slurs usually do them in other rooms. They'll get caught eventually.
Wait, it's against TOS, but his name is okay?
What? Whose name?
Your name.
Yeah, mine is totally fine. This guy's a mod, and I've banned him from this room for that name before too. But yeah, it's crazy world.
If you want to ban me, you have to type in the side chat ..ban and then my user ID, and then I'll be like permanently muted.
No, you won't. You'll still be able to get in because you're a mod. I have to go over your head and ask somebody else to do something.
No, you can't kick me from the room, but you can permanently. I was muted in the God Isn't Real channel for like 3 months at least. Like eventually he got bored, I guess, and let me unmuted.
No, you changed your name, so I let you back. Then you changed it back to this shit.
It's crazy, I know.
How are you a mod? I don't get it.
Me neither, dude.
Oh, okay. Server-wide mod. Okay. Maybe.
All right, let's get Tree Man up.
What's up?
Standards. These guys want, they want to know how you know that the Earth's a globe. They're dying to know.
Yeah, word. I had a nice conversation with you the other day. I hope we can keep it nice again. It's pretty clear it's a globe.
I don't actually want to. Sorry, I don't want to talk right now. I just want to listen. I want to listen to other people fight.
I don't really feel like a fight. You know, like I'll tell you guys my ideas, but like if you, it always becomes, you guys have this tactic where you start losing, and then like 3 of you jump in and start dogpiling, and then you just kind of like clamor out my words with your yells, and it's just like
go ahead with the first thing, which was the globe argument. I just want to listen.
Yeah, I'll give it to you, but like I'm telling you right now, if you guys pull that shit, I'll just mute myself and like leave because it's
I'm
like
not
annoying.
Participating. It's up to the room. I just want to hang back.
Yeah, I know. This isn't to you; it's to the room. But anyway, yeah. Well, there's a myriad of reasons why we know that the Earth is a globe. A pretty obvious one is the if you guys will let me get through this without interruption, Eratosthenes' result. You guys explain that by saying, well, the sun is actually much closer and much smaller than imagined. And I do concede that you can explain that shadow effect, that differential shadow effect, if you do that. But the problem is that if you assume that the sun is much smaller than imagined and much closer than imagined, then it would have a different apparent size throughout the day. We would see it as it moved around in your model, like, or whatever model you have, it would change apparent size. So that's one reason we know. If you guys could want to respond to that.
Measurably, using the solar filter, the sun does sometimes change angular size.
I didn't quite hear that. Sorry, one more time.
All right, do apologise, my friend. Measurably, using a solar filter, the sun does change angular size. The sun changes size throughout the day, for example. Sometimes it can appear huge on the horizon than it did at your zenith at solar noon.
Yes, it can appear huge when it's setting, for instance. Those are like optical effects. That's due to the way the light scatters.
I know, that's why I brought up the solar filter, to mitigate for those atmospheric effects. Have you looked at the sun using a solar filter?
I have never actually. No, I haven't.
Okay, cool. So you might want to look into that. I'll see if I can find something for you with regards to the measurement of the sun. No problem.
Okay, but it would be. I mean, the difference would be dramatic. You know what I mean? If it was actually just a few thousand miles across, or I don't know the figure you guys have, but if it was actually that size and actually that close, you'd be talking about a huge difference in apparent size throughout the day, like a massive one. And it's
I guess if we knew what the sun was. But when we look at Eratosthenes, you understand that he made assumptions. He didn't. What he measured were angles. His assumptions were he was on a ball and the light rays were coming in parallel, giving him the join of two vertices, the stick and the well at the centre of a radius. So you can imagine him standing on the outside of a 360-degree protractor. So there's the well, there's a straight line down to the centre of the Earth, and the 6 straight line down to the centre of the Earth being a sphere, and the shadow at 7 degrees measured at the top of the stick due to the hypotenuse from the top of the stick to the edge of the shadow. And that's going to give you an angle measurement where you can figure out the circumference of a circle. It's not a measurement of curvature, though.
No, I'm aware. No, it can be a measure of curvature if you assume a circular round Earth. But if you don't, if you assume it's a flat Earth, you can still get Eratosthenes' result. But there's no way around then saying, well, then the sun must be much smaller than popularly depicted and much closer.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily make that claim that the sun is a definite article to say it is smaller than what we're told and its location is different to what we've been told. I don't know the size or actuality or anything about the sun. We just measure angles to it, don't we?
Yeah, no, yes, but then you have to bite the bullet on like a massive difference in apparent size throughout the day, which seems like you're not willing to do.
Again, I bit that bullet in my last sentence because I don't know anything definite about the sun, so I bit that bullet.
So are you saying that the sun, just from your perspective, from every perspective on Earth, when it's moving around, it enlarges just for you? Like, I don't understand. Does it change sizes throughout the day?
Do you remember the bit where we spoke about a solar filter? It's probably no less than 5 minutes ago. Now, do you want me to go and get that information? Because it sounds like you're going to try and talk about it again without understanding what I just said. You're going to need the information, aren't you?
If you can provide some information, like
he's just upset that his Eratosthenes is no longer globe evidence. Yeah, you can scratch that off your list. So what's next? You said it was clearly a globe.
What can I scratch? I can scratch Eratosthenes off my list. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you just said it requires an assumption.
Yes, but if you don't make that assumption, then there's an inevitable.
Yeah, we'll just concentrate on the assumption you and the ancient Greek guy made.
Please don't interrupt me, man.
No, you said it was clear.
I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be polite here, man. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. Okay.
You're right.
You're right. That if you
said it was clearly a globe, it's becoming foggier by the second.
No, it's not. It's not becoming. I don't know how you're not tracking this. This is so simple. If you make the assumption that the Earth is round, right, then it does measure curvature. However, if you don't,
if you make the assumption the Earth's a dragonfly, it's a dragonfly. You moron.
Let me get through it. If you don't, and you assume it's flat, you can still explain it, but then you have to bite an alternative bullet that you're not able to bite. It makes no fucking sense. So I hope you were able to track that with your piss pea brain, fucking idiot.
Chill out.
You get your fifis out.
The point being stated to you is that the Eratosthenes thing is not conclusive. Because the two assumptions have yet to be confirmed or verified.
I don't know why you guys aren't tracking this. This is so simple. I'll write it out for you. Because I don't. It boggles my mind that you're not tracking this.
Hang on, dude. You don't think I'm tracking? Okay,
I really don't. I really don't think you're tracking. Dude, I'm acknowledging that it's an assumption. You make an assumption that the Earth is round. If you don't make that assumption, it leads to an absurdity. It's called a reductio ad absurdum. You're not like
Whatever. My point being is that the statement that it's not evidence. It's not conclusive. Your evidence holds. Your evidence holds if the things are verified to be true. If they're not, it's held in suspension as a quote possibility. No. I'm granting you. The problem is these two things. One of them has been falsified. We don't measure curvature rate. Okay, so there's a problem. Okay, so now if you can propose a means by which we could actually measure the distance to the sun and conclude that, it is indeed 93 million miles away, or whatever distance such that we can approximate or allow for the rays to, or how do you put it, far enough away such that we can assume the rays are coming in parallel. If we can actually do that, then you have something, but you still have the issue with the non-curving floor.
No, you don't seem to understand, man. It's the only alternative to the round assumption leads to an absurdity. Therefore, you can dismiss the absurdity. I don't like this is simple stuff. This is very simple stuff, and you can't take the exit route. Stop. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm in the middle of talking. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm in the middle of talking. I'm in the middle of talking.
You guys are total spastic.
I'm in the middle of talking. Okay. So, anyways, this alternative, you can't take the cop out that we don't know what the sun is. Not only do we know what the sun is, we know what elements it's composed of because you can do spectrometry on the light that it comes.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's look into that. Okay.
Shall we?
So can you go get like a spectrograph of the sun?
Yeah.
Please?
Show me the Fraunhofer lines that indicate that that's a gas and what gas it is. Show me the Fraunhofer lines.
You really okay? You want me to search for that online, or do you guys want to do it?
Try to do it without having a spaz out.
You want me to find this common knowledge online, or do you want to search it yourself?
True. I mean, I've got it already. I mean, if you want to go and get the claim, then that's fine. Then we can look at the Fraunhofer lines that show that is a gas up there and not a liquid metal.
Yeah, and not only do we know. We know exactly what elements it's composed of and exactly what ratios. Like we know everything about the composition of the sun. It's mostly hydrogen. Like we know these things. You can't say it's a hologram. It's a real object. It's composed of atoms.
There was the question there. What type of hydrogen?
What type of hydrogen? I actually don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So recent studies, don't want to blow your mind, recent studies show that hydrogen that you see up in the sky, that's liquid hydrogen. Metallic liquid hydrogen.
That would be impossible in this. That would be impossible in the sun because the sun is too hot. It's not. We can. Do you want to get into why? Do you want to get into? It's a plasma. It's a plasma.
Okay, it can't be this is why I asked you about the Fraunhofer lines. Can't be a gas, can't be a plasma because the spectrum doesn't show gas or plasma. It shows. Dude, I'm just trying to help.
It doesn't show gas or plasma, dude. I'm dead.
He's a spastic.
You're just denying reality. That is the biggest piece of shit I've ever heard.
Tree.
It doesn't. It shows liquid hydrogen. Are you kidding me? We've known what the composition of the sun.
Hold on, my friend. For fuck's sake, would you like a PhD lecture to explain it to you at university? Yes. Would you like someone who studies the sun using spectroscopy to tell this to you?
Is this particular PhD schizophrenic or like an actual guy? What are you talking about?
It's fucking brilliant, guys.
Does his voice crack like mine does?
I mean, I'm sure he is, dude. I'm sure he is. Send it. Go ahead, send it. Go ahead, send it.
I mean, I don't mind helping people discover things that they haven't come across before, but do me a favour, mate. Don't be a cunt. Can you do that? I'll get you the information and you can look through it yourself and you might come to another understanding.
Send it. It'll be fun. Send it. It'll be fun.
Your voice cracks are hard on the ears, Tree, man.
It'll be fun to see. It'll be fun. Send it.
Just fuck off. Just fuck off.
It'll be fun to see.
Fuck off. Go on. Off you go.
No, send it. I'm willing to see it. I'm willing to see it. Send it. Send it.
Tried to be kind to you, but you're sniggering like a little 5-year-old girl. Fuck off. Show yourself the door. Go on. Go on.
I have like fucking 5 other reasons why I know for a fact the Earth is round. You guys want to hear those?
Okay, I'll tell you what. Thing is, we're not going to be talking about the sun anymore. Let's go to the other facts because Aristophanes wasn't one. Let's go to another one. Which other facts have you got?
Another fact that I have is that in the north, you guys object to northern hemisphere, so I'll just say the north. In the north, stars rotate counterclockwise, and in the south they rotate clockwise. This is inevitable on a spherical Earth and impossible on a flat Earth. So you have a logical certainty.
How do we measure the stars in the sky?
You can see which way they're rotating with by just taking a video of it.
Okay, so when we measure things in the sky, we use two types of methods. Elevation angles above the horizon, which is going to necessitate a flat plane to make the measurements, and north, south, east, and west. Now, the stars come from the east and set in the west, don't they?
No. Okay, you guys have used this tactic before. No, you guys have used this tactic before. I'm not. That's as meaningful as
reality.
Saying goes from 3 to 9. I'm not talking about the linear. It's not meaningful.
About reality, guys.
It's not meaningful to say they go from east to west. It's the direction that they take. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
direction that they take is east to west.
The rotational direction. The rotational direction. It's either clockwise or counterclockwise. There's no way around it.
Okay, that's lovely. But the way that we measure the stars are going to be elevation angles taken from a flat plane. Using the celestial sphere model, that's a hemisphere of vision over your head, like a protractor, and you standing in the middle of it with your two straight lines reaching the horizon as a fucking star. So you're going to be making flat Earth measurements when you talk about anything in the sky, anything taken from a flat Earth.
You understand that the curve, the radius is big enough that a locally flat approximation is valid. Like you can do that without
5,400 nautical miles is small and local.
5,000. Where are you getting that dimension from?
That's using the celestial sphere model of how we celestially navigate using the stars, based on the simple premise of an angle measurement, the point from you at the center of that radii out to where the edge of the protractor is 5,400 nautical miles. If you go straight over to the other side, you double that distance, 10,800 nautical miles. That gives you the distances. One, from the equator to the pole. That's a minimum elevation angle to Polaris. 5,400 nautical miles is a straight line distance, because every single step of the way you measure an elevation of Polaris to denote your latitude. Again, an angle measurement taken from a horizontal plane. So, no.
Why don't you send this material that you're referencing this from? I'm sure I can just look at it and easily fucking debunk it. Send it to me.
What? So you think that you can debunk angle measurements? Okay.
No. I'm sure that you're misrepresenting it terribly. So why don't I just look at it myself? Oh, big boy.
Okay.
Why doesn't the big boy in the room look at it himself?
You're not a big.
I'll look at it myself.
Your voice has been cracking the whole call. You're not a big boy.
You've gone from a 5-year-old little girl to a 4-year-old fucking idiot. Trying to have a conversation.
I'm sure you're terribly misrepresenting it. So let me look at it.
Just fuck off. I don't get it. There's obviously a cunt, not me.
It's a bigot.
Check this out, man. Check this out. Let the material. Once the material comes in, go study it, and come back when your balls drop. How about that?
You guys are funny, man. You guys are funny.
I don't have that much time to wait.
Yeah, send the material, man. Send it. I'll look at it. I am so sure that this halfwit is completely misrepresenting it. That I'm happy to look at it and just tell him why he's an idiot. Let's see.
I'm going to give you a dime. Can you deal with pictures? Can you deal with pictures?
I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Seriously, dude, you've gone so far downhill in my estimations now. I don't even know why.
I'm smarter than you. I know. I'm smarter than you.
I will. Pardon me, what did you say?
It's uncomfortable talking to someone who's smarter than you. I can understand that. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. I don't waste my time with fucking idiots that act like fucking princesses, dude. I'll have the conversation with you. I was literally just about to get...
You're scared. You're scared. Send it to me. Send it to me.
Not scared to send it to you. I asked you a question.
Then do it.
That question was, I've got some graphics here. Would you like to look through them?
Send everything you have. I'll look through it all. I'll tell you why you're an idiot.
Yes, then, little girl. No problem.
Send it and the fucking the 5,400 nautical mile reference you have and everything else you have. I'll tell you why you're a fool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're going to tell me why I'm a fool when we make angle measurements. Okay. How are you going to do that?
I am so sure that you're misrepresenting that like it's not even going to be a challenge. I'll just like send me the material. I will get back to you and tell you why you are just completely misunderstanding it.
You haven't got a fucking clue.
Man, he still thinks Eratosthenes
I'm still waiting for it, bro.
You're on Professor Dave tier, dude. You're still saying incredibly ignorant things about the sky. It's just cringe.
No, it's not. It's not ignorant, man. There's no. You guys always use the word.
You are
perspective.
fucking ignorant,
There's no way.
dude.
There's no way.
You're ignorant as a piece of shit, dude.
It doesn't
All you
matter
have
which
to
one you
do
fake.
is watch.
You cannot.
the
It's
videos
invariant with respect to
for you.
perspective.
Why don't you?
It's invariant with respect to perspective.
Why do you keep saying that when you could spend?
Because it's fucking true. Because it's fucking true.
It's not. Shut your mouth. You keep saying that over and over again against people who have demonstrated time and time again that you're wrong. I posted a video that would have taken you all of 10 fucking seconds to watch.
The crepuscular rays.
Shut up. You need
the crepuscular rays.
I'm not talking about crepuscular rays, you fucking nut job. I'm talking about what you are talking about. If you would just spend the 10 seconds watching the motherfucker, all this chanting that you've been doing for like the past 2 or 3 weeks, you would find out has been all for naught. Yeah, why are you laughing, you fucking sicko? Like, you're mentally deranged, dude. Like, there's just something mentally off with you.
Oh man, this is too good. Send all your references.
Well, I mean, Jedi has you doing something right now, but I'll put it in the queue and you can watch it next. And please fucking watch it. I'm so tired of hearing this stupid.
I'll explain it to you. If you have a clock on the
ceiling. You don't need to explain it, Tree Man. You can just watch the phenomenon and we can all watch it together and go, okay, that's how reality presents itself, regardless of Tree Man's reasoning, so-called.
So-called? I'm dead, dude.
And Treatman, do you have like Professor Dave
brain dead?
No, dude, no. It's just I'm like, I studied physics in college. I'm knowledgeable about these things. You guys are idiots, and like this is a cakewalk. So whatever. Send all your resources. I'll look at it.
A cakewalk, dude. You haven't landed it. A cakewalk, dude. You haven't landed jack shit in the last 20, 30 minutes.
Intransigent fools. It's because you're intransigent fools. You're not listening to the fucking.
Well, think about it. Bro, think about it. You present Eratosthenes. We conclude that it's inconclusive. You talk about the sun.
You concluded erroneously. I was right about that. I was right about that.
No, you were not. It was inconclusive.
It was conclusive. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
Hang on.
Wow.
It's not a reductio, dude. It's one of your assumptions is faulty, therefore the whole thing.
No, you're not tracking because you have the mind of a tank. You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You're not tracking.
You're fucking dumb. You need all variables to hold.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
I am very much tracking, dude.
You didn't track any of that. You didn't track any of that. You didn't track any of that. It's like the simplest case of reductive.
Nah, you're fucking stupid, dude. You need all variables to hold for your claim to be true. Okay?
Calm.
God damn it. What a nut.
He prefaced it with, if you guys mute me, I'm leaving, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to take control of the conversation come hell or high water.
I feel like the conversation went crazy after I stopped talking. It's just been one train wreck after the next.
This is what we deal with every day, man.
How these people are. They're fucking nuts.
Yeah.
At least your stuff, we, seem to get to some sort of conclusion. And then, cordially said, this is where you're wrong. This is where you're wrong. Oh, or maybe not. It was civil. Otherwise, we're dealing with fucking children all day.
I just feel bad because there was a list of questions that what was their name? Flatsy wanted to ask, and we didn't get through them.
mean, it's all right, dude. I think in the end, the thing with your bit, it was about definitions. You know what I mean? Like the
so I mean, like, and I wasn't hung up on the definitions. Yeah.
I thought it was, man. It sounded like you were.
And I wasn't.
Well, I don't mean to say hung up.
I wasn't hung up. I was just. Yeah, I was just saying what was, like, from a point of just defining my perspective. That's what I was explaining. It didn't have to be like definitionally true. It's just a perspective.
Well, think about it, right? It ended on the conversation with the bachelor's thing. That was supposedly one instance where this objectivity line of thinking doesn't hold, supposedly. Then we boil it down and we realize that the term bachelor, right, that set of characters, that string of characters, is in one context a placeholder for one meaning, and in another context it's a placeholder for another meaning. One meaning, not married men, the other one meaning sometimes married men. So of course the logical statement, all unmarried men are unmarried, and the other statement, some all unmarried men are not married. They clash. So no shit, you're going to deal with problems. It's only when you unravel.
And we got to the point. Sorry, we got to the point where the discussion was, okay, ignore other cultures, and I accepted. That's the premise, and we never explored that. So once we said ignore other cultures and ignore other definitions, I admitted, yes, there is an objective truth within my own respective culture and language. Yeah.
But that I wouldn't even say that, dude. I wouldn't even say that, because the culture issue is like the layer that holds up the placeholders. Okay, so it's more like if you unravel the placeholders, then the terminology, right? The definition of the term bachelor being badly translated from one language to the other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They don't align. So if you look at the meaning itself, all unmarried men are unmarried, and for all definitions or for all terms or words in other languages that are translated into that language meaning unmarried, that statement will hold true also. It was just a one-way translation issue.
In this case, are you making the argument that there's a problem? Because once I drop culture in different areas, there's only one area that it goes to, and it was the statement that was made before.
Meaning what? Being what?
Meaning that you can't be a bachelor and be unmarried.
Yeah, and all bachelors are unmarried, or rather, all unmarried men are unmarried.
Right, in that framework, correct? Yeah.
All unmarried men are unmarried. No shit.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Duh.
So this is where when you boil down to, there is some objectivity here. It was just hidden under a layer of obfuscation caused by the rapper, right? The term used to supposedly mean that, which got confused from one language translation to another.
Right, and once we removed culture, it was easy to follow, but I don't think I got that space.
Well, there we go. So we recognize now that when things are coherent, objectivity makes itself known.
Yeah, in a shared culture, shared value system, absolutely. And that's something else I brought up. There is objective truth within a shared value and culture. Yeah.
But how can you say that though? Because remove the culture, no culture or language aside, right? I can say all unmarried men are unmarried, and the equivalent statement using those exact phrases, those exact words, translated specifically with that meaning in mind to another language, and it's going to hold.
Yeah, so the difference is, so largely we're Westerners, which means that we're used to Greek philosophy, which is binary. Thus, there is a truth and a falsehood. It's a two pathway, whereas other cultures, specifically Asian philosophies, it's sets of information. So within every set of truth, there are falsehoods, and within every set of falsehoods, there are truths. So, from a Western lens, yes, this is true what you're talking about, and I agree with it. But within like Asian philosophies, this is not true.
Okay, so
that's my separation.
So can you point out an instance in any language or culture where the term an unmarried man does not mean an unmarried man, for which the statement all unmarried men are unmarried?
Yeah, I already did. Even within Western philosophies, you could point to like.
No, you didn't, dude. You pointed out the term bachelor, which by definition means sometimes married.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize the conversation shifted. I thought it was still on the focus of that specific term. No, I did not with that, and no, I can't.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm harping on this, because we're getting rid of the wrapping paper, and the meaning is the meaning.
That's fair, and if there's time taken to like explain like what you just explained, that makes sense.
And that's why
not what was said previously, but that may have been the intent.
Right. You're right. So that's why I think unraveling things is important, because otherwise you get mixed up with definitions. Where in one setting, just like before, right? Remember Brenda talked about natural versus synthetic. It seemed like in one context you have a dichotomy.
Was nonsense. A lot of it, even within their field that they were talking about. But yeah,
that's odd.
Well, I think it was extrapolated out a little bit too far. But in one context, it seems to be that there's a dichotomy between natural and man-made, versus in another context, man-made is a subset of natural.
Understood. Has anybody seen the Terrifier movies, by the way?
No.
With Art the Clown? I highly recommend them.
I don't watch YouTube or TV or movies.
Yeah, neither do I, but Art the Clown is the new Michael Myers, Jason, and those movies are fucking awesome.
Thanks,
and they're funny.
we were having a conversation.
Good.
That's
Fuck
okay.
you. Suck my cock. I hate Italians.
Okay.
Vissuto Montichiari Triani.
That escalated quickly.
Good. Do I sound Italian?
No.
Poppity poopy.
You don't sound Italian at all.
Fuck. Man, some people are dumb as shit. People come in here and spout like that. Like, God.
Oh, they left right after making that statement.
Yeah. It's very comical, man.
I'm going to change your name to Giuseppe.
Shit.
No, Mick's not Italian. I know for a fact he breaks spaghetti.
Nah. Oh.
No Italian would do
Michael. What are you talking about? So yeah, Rada, you follow, right? It's really
absolutely, yeah.
Christmas is coming up, so we should get used to unwrapping stuff soon.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I'm really autistic about like language and stuff, and it helps me with like contract stuff. But yeah, no, that makes sense. It does take sometimes extra words to like bring me up to speed, if that's fair.
Of course, and it's a very specific thing, and it's critical because, like, for example, in my line of work, right, if a thing is not defined properly, then things just break. Okay, so if I had like for example, in my context, if I had a context where I set a definition for the term bachelor, unmarried, true, false. I write software for a living, right? And then I have a statement that checks that all bachelors are unmarried. At some point in what you're talking about, it's going to break. But if I separate that out to just a person that is married or unmarried, I can make that distinction very clearly. And the software will just run making, doing its thing on either case. You follow?
Yeah,
it's evident.
So I too am in bioinformatics. I'm familiar with Oxed scripts, and I work with FastA, FastQ files, and I'm an electrical engineer, and I work with instrumentation. So flow cytometry, mass spectroscopy, etc. Yeah.
Okay, right. So if at any point in any of your stuff, there's an ambiguous term, like you're kind of screwed, or risk of being
exactly. So you have to really work to define it for all classifications for whatever it is you're trying to control. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Like let's say you're reading a FastQ or a FastA file, and you have your ACTG or whatever, but A didn't mean adenine; it meant fucking acetone. How can you make that distinction?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
you can't.
Stupid,
you have to limit it, and you can use the FastQ to find the qualifier for like the distinction. But at some point, you need to cut it off. Like it's at some point, which number do you get to determine the values? Oh shit, we're clearing the room. Let's stop talking about engineering stuff.
It's fine. It's fine. All I'm saying, dude, is if you hit an A and it's ambiguous, you can't apply a logical, structure to it and have it be concrete, because it's not going to apply in both contexts. Right. That's all.
Correct.
So given that, like, you see how like we're whittling down and things are becoming a little bit more concrete and objective and kind of standalone. So outside of our kind of understanding of it, let's say, or terminology or whatnot, like it's not a subjective thing, man.
I mean, so right. Here's where my delineation comes from. Are you familiar with like the Kraken database?
No.
Okay, so Kraken database is a taxonomic database that like helps figure out like the lineage of the DNA or RNA that you're trying to observe. Okay. And I bring that up because definitively Kraken should give you the information that you need from the sample that you're pulling in. But often it has some misses where it should have hits. So even though objectively the Kraken database, Kraken 2 specifically, if you want to look into it, I think it's a great database. It's really, really fast, and the methodology to pull through it is great. So if you want to like figure out like taxonomic classifications, I would advise it. But if you have a little bit more compute resources and you want to really figure it out, so like you have a virus, it could be like E. coli, but what is the lineage of the E. coli? Did it come from like a bird, a human, or something else like that? There are other databases such as like Gotcha2. They're both very specific and discrete in what they're trying to call from, but the Gotcha type databases are able to give you more lineage than the Kraken database. And both are true, both have truths with it. It's just that with the sets of information, the Gotcha databases were able to give you better lineage within the taxonomic classification.
Okay, so
I'm trying to speak your language, so I apologize.
It's fine, it's fine. So in one set you have a set of whatever, and in that you have an array of absolute knowns and some spots where it's unknown but probabilistic. In another scenario, some are still known but it's mixed up. Some things are probabilistic or not, and then you just have to make basically guesswork. Coin tossing.
Yeah. Now that you said it, that sounds wrong because it's more hits on averages, not like definitive truth.
There you go.
So, bad example.
So that's the problem, dude. Yeah, when you look at I've seen reads, dude, where there's like 4 or 5 or 6 different possibilities, and at the end, there's an assigned probability to each one. Like it's not definitive. It could be this, it could be that, but it was just a matter of the machine couldn't really tell the difference between the two because lasers have these things, right? So the laser color that bounces
exactly. It's not weighted. Well, I mean, some of them do lasers. Yeah. Some of them use enzymes like Oxford Nanopore.
Okay. Okay, so by any means, they're getting a read, and they're trying to compare that with something. But when it's not sure, it assigns it a probability distribution. So in those situations, and sometimes when it's below a threshold, they'll consider it a miss because it has no fucking clue. So you're not
right,
dealing
and
with
even with that probability
absolute
distribution, it's like 96% sure that it's human, but it's not concrete. So that's why I gave it. That's why I gave this.
By probability, by probabilities, what I'm talking about on an individual, what's called an individual read. I'm not talking about the probability of what it's related to. I'm talking about, I got an A, I got a C, I got a T, and then this is maybe a C and a T, or maybe a CTTT. You know, that grouping? I forget what they're called when you're dealing with the two strands. Those two things, the pair, what the thing is paired with, it could be a cluster, it could be you know what I mean? Like these are unknown.
Yeah, contigs.
Contigs, there you go. So this is what I'm talking about. So when you're dealing with a set like that, you don't have something definitive. You only have a maybe this, maybe that. So it branches off into maybe this other thing, or maybe this other thing. You see what I mean? Like we're not really dealing with the same absolutes type of discussion that we were having before. So it's not exactly analogous.
Yeah. No, and that's what I said like 5 minutes ago, right? Like as we were describing and you first started saying it, I was like, yeah, it's a bad comparison because I was talking about
did you? Okay. I missed it. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
So there we go. So that's why like if you can find something that holds to what you're saying before, wherein here's an absolute thing and another absolute thing, but maybe it's not absolute. Like it sounds kind of stupid to say it like that, but it's true. You know,
I agree.
So that's all you gotta do, man. You just gotta dig in. You dig in. You find distinctions between things. You can reclassify, and then everything else that Flatsy was saying before upholds.
So wait, Flatsy, who's that?
The lady you were talking to earlier. Initially, about an hour ago.
Oh shoot, yeah. No, yeah.
The laws of logic and shit.
So this is my weekend, and I usually go hard with alcohol on the weekend because I have nothing else. But also, I go super hard because I sober up too fast, and I'm like, I could drive right now. Like if you gave me a breathalyzer, I'm probably like 0.04 or something right now.
I wish you luck with that.
What's that?
I said I wish you luck with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like to me, it's a problem. Like it's one of the things that I do, but I'll like come on and usually like listen. Tonight, I felt like engaging. I've engaged before.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fun. It's fun talking to you guys. Yeah.
You know, like of all the shit that I've heard tonight, you know, as much as it is the case of what you said didn't really hold, we were able to find some sort of conclusion here. So it was probably the best that I've heard all night. So, despite
and if you have questions, feel free to like ask me. I can elaborate.
I mean, it seems pretty clear to me. I mean, the only question I'd have is, did what we talk about kind of clear up something to you? Some of what was said before that might have been talked past one another at the time.
If there was one thing that stood out, and it was brought up like 3 times during the VC. Flatsy brought up 3 times that she took notes on what I was talking about, and she wanted to meet me on. And I was looking for an opportunity where like I could actually engage and answer the different areas where she took the time to take notes on my discussion, and I never got the opportunity to fully discuss with her, and I felt like that was a disservice, less towards me, because I think the room was understanding that like at the time I was intoxicated, but I think it was a disservice towards her, and that's probably the biggest regret of the night.
Well, it's not too bad, man. If she's got the notes, it's on paper. If you come back, she's there.
Yeah.
She might revitalize it. But I was talking about, like, to you specifically, with what we just spoke about, like breaking things down and shit. Do you see how, things clear up a little bit?
Well, I'm already a skeptic. Yeah, I don't think anything's like more or less clear for me. I'm already a hyper skeptic, so.
No, but I mean, think about it. In the way that you were defining things, there was room for misinterpretation and error in understanding and communication, and thus, you were led
to communication in general. Usually, we do misunderstand each other. I love English because it has the best jokes because there's the most room for miscommunication.
Yeah, more to my point, right? Like the Bachelor thing, that led you to conclude more or less that, oh, indeed, there are situations where things are, quote, not objective. Mm-hmm. But that was only really because of the wrapping. You still had a Christmas present. One was wrapped in red, one was wrapped in yellow. And you thought they were different because of the wrapping paper. But when you opened it up, it was the same.
It's the same. Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? And thus, when you put that back in the loop of for all bachelors are unmarried, if you rewrap it,
and that's not
true.
Yeah, and that's not like a huge epiphany for me because like I got to that point before I stopped talking where like I said before, once we remove culture from it, it makes sense because I understand the framing and the scope of the discussion that we were talking about.
Right. Well,
maybe 15 years ago it would have been more like eye-opening, but
no, but think about it, dude. It's not even really just culture. Culture is just one instance of a possibility for miscommunication to arise. Minus the miscommunication or clashing of terms, right? Culture being one possibility for that, things align. No, it's not.
Yeah, an example of that I tried to illustrate with culture would be like, I don't understand why the American leftists are super against like the military whenever the military is the U.S. military is largely what they want. They want some socialized healthcare that's able to help everybody. They want an environment and a culture where everybody has respect of each other and they're able to push forward based on their ability, and they're able to get what they need with it. So that was a parallel I was trying to draw. I think I messed it up because I was trying to do the Southern accent thing, like in a fucking snotty way.
Yeah, that threw me off personally.
But, so that was like kind of my example towards the cultural discussion that you're trying to do, but I think I missed the mark.
Maybe, man. But then another thing when you're dealing with a problem like that, that's hyper complex. You can
there's a lot that has to be explained.
If you have 1,000 variables at play, but you're only articulating your point, in your logical sequence, highlighting 4 or 5 of them, everything could check out. And just from that reasoning alone, yeah, sure, it was very similar to your where there's smoke, there's fire thing. There's other variables at play.
I apologize. That was just like the example that is initially taught to you in propositional logic for axioms. So like I stuck to it.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's one variable initially, but wherein in reality there's let's say there's 2 of them just to be simple, and you negate that for the sake of the argument. Well, then it can hold true. So I can imagine that in your thing about the military thing, let's say there's 10 variables, but you're only articulating 3 in your statement. Well, that could maybe hold true too. Yeah. I forget that thing there, but you follow, right? But if you factor in the rest of the 7, oh, well, what about this? What about that? Have you thought about this? Then it might not. So at that point, when, it's a matter of, but, yeah. So it's just all about being clear. That's long story. Moral of the story. Just be very clear in your statement, and it should hold up for everybody.
That's hard because, like, I'm old and I'm set in my ways, and I do change, but it takes like lots of stuff.
You're
to
old.
change
You
me.
don't sound old.
Oh, I was born in '72.
Oh shit! I'm 93.
My oldest child is 16 years old, and I have 4 by birth, and we have 2 foster kids. The youngest is 5.
Okay. Wow, nice. A lot of responsibility.
I'm very set in. Yeah, I'm very set in my career. I've done the commercial game, and I'm in research and development now because it's great because I can be home with family.
That's cool, man. Just be sure to be very clear with your kids, right? Because for them, they might not see
clear with them
these types of things. Very good.
My problem with my kids is I think I'm too clear. They aren't integrating with society. They aren't integrating with society properly because they are bucking their teachers to a point where it's causing problems.
Like, sir, did you mean this? Did you mean that? Well, that's good, man. They're critically thinking.
Yeah, they're doing right. Yeah, so I'm proud of them, but it's causing problems. We have to go to a lot of parent-teacher conferences for reasons, but
at that point, just be like, just write the thing the teacher tells you. Pass your grade. I know you're smart. You're good.
Right, yeah, literally. I'm like, school is a place not that you don't go to learn. You go to produce. Just produce. That's what they hear from me all the time.
I think that's why. But good for you, man. Good for you. Indeed.
Well, thanks.
On that, I'll mute up and see if anyone else in the room wants to take a stab at it. Nice chat, man.
Yeah, same. And I apologize. I've been hogging the chat a lot tonight. If anybody else wants to talk, it's just been gross. Last couple hours.
Yeah, Brenda is indeed very gross.
A shoe is a natural phenomenon.
Is that Jedi?
No. That's Brenda. I'm quoting Brenda.
Oh my gosh.
The hole in a donut? That's space-time.
How?
Wait, who played that? I know that one.
The hole in a donut? That's space-time.
I don't understand how that's true.
Just so you know, dude, that's a recording of Brenda from like 3 years ago.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Because
it's become a meme, dude.
I'm trying to figure out like where that would be true, and it doesn't make any sense. I'm reaching to rationalize it, and it doesn't make sense.
It's supposedly, the best analogy. Something to do with, when you have 3D space, you think of like, a fucking square or a cube or a sphere or something like that. When you add an extra dimension to a sphere, for example, it creates what they call a tesseract. Or no, when you add a fourth dimension to a cube, is what they call a tesseract. And when you see an animation, it's like
that has
holding
space.
each other. Well, see, that's
so
the whole
that's
point.
also
So
true, but it still has space and mass. The hole in a donut has no space, so how can you have space time?
I know it's stupid, but the thing is, like, if you animate that like a tesseract in motion, you see the cube kind of unfold and fold into itself and out of itself. It creates a toroidal kind of shape.
You could freeze that cube with a tesseract at any point in time, and it would still have like mass and volume equal to its hole all throughout the tesseract transformation. A hole in a donut has no mass, no volume. How is that space
I get
time?
it's a bad I think it's a bad analogy, but it's a good kind of picture. Supposedly, it's like the best one they have. So, but in your example, if you took a snapshot, technically speaking, what you would be taking a snapshot of is the one instance of that tesseract that is actually manifest in time, because it's over time. So you take a snap, you pause time, so you're taking one slice of that thing, then you weigh it, then it's really just the one thing. So it's only space that is of any use at that in that instance. You follow?
Yeah. So are you measuring the whole donut?
That's why it's not very congruent. It's not very congruent.
Yeah.
So it's not congruent at all, because the donut itself is one 3D thing, but it's supposed to be analogous to, like, the donut is supposed to be analogous to the fucking the whole time thread in which something it can be manifest, wrapped around, and as it rolls into itself, whatever's in the middle is the fucking thing. You know, it's kind of
a cube in fourth dimensional space, and if we're talking about like a tesseract or whatever, in different areas, the whole entity of said tesseract, if you freeze it in different moments of time, it's not like it's becoming more or less or whatever. But the quote of, you see that hole in the donut, that's space time, that makes no fucking sense.
I know it's very stupid, but what Brendan was trying to allude to is this, analogy, and maybe on the spot. And in the context, it slipped, or it just came out retarded, because it did. But that is my understanding of what was being alluded to was that.
Okay. No, and I mentioned before, like, I'm really weird about like language. I am autistic, but like I'm an old autistic, so I can feign normal human communication. But I still get hung up on like words, and that phrase hung me up.
No, you're right, because it is stupid. But it's good that you're like that, because you can catch bullshit.
Yeah.
Especially in these rooms, dude, people will weasel their way through almost fucking anything. It's all with words, so.
Yeah.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
I'll just accept that it's fake, and then I'll move on. A lie.
More often than not, you're probably correct on that.
Yeah. A big coping mechanism that I use is the phrase "lies we tell our kids." At work, the actual answer to the questions that people will ask is more complicated than the time they have to get. And I'll give them the short answer, and I can cope with giving them the short answer, even though it's kind of a lie, by telling myself it's lies we tell our children, because they don't have enough time for a 3-month course to fully understand what it is to answer the question that they're asking.
Well, is it a lie, or is it just a condensate of the whole truth packaged for them?
Yo, why is everyone else like muted? By the way, what's up with that?
Yo. I mean, when two people are talking,
Oh, okay.
It's hard to have more than that, but sometimes it can.
Yeah, you can jump in though.
Yeah, we've been rambling for a bit.
Yeah, I have some thoughts.
Yeah. Okay, what's up?
These are my thoughts right here.
Oh, I'm not at a computer to read.
No, he left.
Oh, that was his. I see. Okay.
Or he got banned.
I said I was autistic.
Took me a second, but for a second I thought maybe he posted something inappropriate and got banned right at the same time. But I don't know. Speaking of the chat, it seems like Hawk Jungle has something to say about your donut thing.
Oh yeah, Hawk's been harassing me in chat all night, but I don't know if they're able to talk.
If he has VC perms, it'd be nice to go over it, maybe.
Maybe. I'm not at a computer where I can read. Can Hawk talk? Probably not. I mean, people tend not to be able to use a microphone. Who doesn't have a microphone in 2024?
I mean, level 2, quote unquote, level 2. You would think they have VC ability, but I don't know exactly how this server operates.
I don't know either. Well, sorry, Hawk. I know that you're really passionate about what it is that you want to say. And you have really strong opinions that are kind of malformed in text, but I wish you could be in VC so that way you could possibly articulate it better.
Yo, Old Hoss, did you catch what Neptune was all about? Because I didn't really. Oh, he's not even here. Okay.
Ah, shit.
Yep. That's funny though, because he's not in the room, but he knows he was here. So Old Hoss probably caught something in chat that we missed. So. Hey, Gloria, do you want to jump on VC? Maybe we can go over your concerns.
Oh, yeah, Gloria.
Gloria.
Can you talk?
Hell nah. Hell nah. That's okay.
Gloria's heard me meme about math for hours. Fake constructs. I guess on that topic, because I was just thinking back to it. Gloria is also taking discrete mathematics, and one day we were in a VC in another server, and I was going through the same thing once like the logical principles were brought up, and she was funny. She was like, "How do you remember that?" I didn't remember it, and I took it like 2 years ago or something. And the answer, Gloria, is still the same. It's because I still have to use it to this day in my field, so that's why.
Yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's so true. What a pain. Bioinformatics is really big about Perl language. I don't know how you are with Perl, but that's something that I keep having to make. I have to keep working on Perl projects, so that way it's easier for me to maintain Perl projects. Me too.
We were working a lot with Python, and even that's pretty shit. Yeah. I'm more of a compiled language guy, you know. It's crazy, man. We had projects that were, you know, a couple files here and there, not too crazy, but to actually get it in production, because I was doing a lot of DevOps work too. You have to package this, you know, 1 or 2 files with all the dependencies and all the OS stuff to be able to ship it. And the whole thing oftentimes was like 3, 4, 5 gigs in size.
Yeah.
Whereas when you write something in compiled language, you just compile down to a binary and you ship it, and it's like 2, 3 meg. Like, it's insane.
Right.
Maybe 10, 15, you know, with the OS and everything, you know, when it's all containerized and shit. But, like, fuck, man. I had colleagues that got used to, oh, okay, I did my work, press the button, it's going to build and deploy, and it takes hours to do it. I was like, what the fuck you guys doing? Get that done in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Man, bringing up this, it's bad because now my mind can't... It's hard for me to hear what you're saying because Brenda's claim of with the RNA, it just adds more chains is bothering me. And you asking how does it add more chains and it not being answered still bothers me. Because
it builds spontaneously and shit on like a clay.
It builds spontaneous chains, and I'm like, no, that's not how RNA works. No, that's not how enzymes works. Yes, you can add carbon chains, but no, it's not done at the RNA level. Not for like what you were talking about. Like, what are you talking about? And then you asked, and I was just like waiting for that answer.
Yeah, that's the crux of this room, man. People say something, we want to know how they know that. You know, because that same argument goes way back. Maybe you could delve on this. Like the claim that, you know, we basically emerged from pond scum, you know, randomly because of the approach. Well, see, that's the thing, right? So the claim of abiogenesis being a thing, as far as I'm concerned, it's all theoretical, because there has not been an instance of anyone in a lab, you know, with the right little packets of, you know, this material, that material, is thrown in this petri dish and see if fucking life emerges. You know, like that has not been done.
Well, yeah. On this planet, in Earth's gravity, with its atmosphere or whatever you want to call it, the idea that spontaneous life happened, sure, that makes sense. But as time goes on, with our advances within science and us trying to spontaneously create life and it just not happening here in this environment where theoretically it happened before, becomes lower and lower and lower. And then also our ability to quote unquote observe through the lens of science and not finding life anywhere else where it spontaneously happened, it becomes less and less and less true.
So you would think, right, that to validate something like that, they would at least try to replicate a scenario like, oh, if supposedly billions of years ago, you know, if they want to go that far, we had some soup and, you know, it was like zero pressure because there was no atmosphere at the time or whatever concoction scenario they want to make up. Maybe they could, you know, you would think that they'd at least try to simulate that in some lab setting, you know, with all sorts of vacuum chambers and dehumidifiers and all sorts of shit. Throw that shit in there and see what happens. But no one's ever brought up, oh, this, Joe Blow, PhD guy from University X over there, he had the perfect scenario where something popped up. Therefore, it's likely the case that this happened in the past.
Right. That would add credence to the argument a lot. And we literally live inside the best environment to demonstrate that possibility scientifically, because we're on the planet in which theoretically it happened before. So
well, there you go.
Do it.
That's why it's very amusing to listen to people say they know this happened, they know the Big Bang thing, they know for sure, all this stuff.
Right.
When, they can't really even cite one thing to validate one of the building blocks that makes up that entire scaffold. It's all pure theory. And that's why people in this room would argue this is not science, because there's no cause and effect relationship assessment.
Oh my gosh, if you want to talk about like goop and the buildings for biological life, we have so much goop that we could theoretically like charge and discharge and work with in a controlled environment 20,000 times a year to try to recreate that experiment, and yet we haven't.
Even with the goop existing already?
Right, even with the goop existing already, yes.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. So let alone no goop becomes goop.
Right. Yeah.
It's critical, man. These types of questions, people build their entire self-worth and worldview around this type of stuff. If it's not true, then what does that mean for who they think they are, or who they think other people are, and why we're here? All these existential sorts of questions. This stuff, it as far as I've understood, it's like the bedrock for, I don't know if you want to call it nihilism or whatever. Like everyone thinks, oh, we're just a random ape derivative and nothing matters. Like what the fuck? It's not. And as far as it hasn't even been validated to begin with. Like holy shit.
When I was in grade school, the part that sowed the seed for me was, so fish inside the goop came up, it got legs, it gets on the land and everything else like that, and then once it gets on land, it's eating these multi-celled, highly carapaced, flying, multi-eye faceted insects, these superior creatures. Everybody wants to talk about the fish coming out of the land and gets legs. Where the fuck did these superior insect beings come from? And largely science doesn't really talk about that, but that was always because like I said, I'm autistic. That was the weird thing that nobody ever explained, because they were just and then these frogs come on land and they eat these insects. And I was like, those are really complex things. Where did they come from? They didn't crawl out of the ocean.
Or do they mean to say that the fish turned into insects also in another branch?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That was something that even at university I couldn't find anybody to explain to me.
I mean, if you think about it, that argument leads to the statement that at some point in that lineage tree, they were cannibals.
Yeah.
Or highly likely to be, unless they're just eating raw minerals or something. It doesn't really hold up.
Yeah, so within the theory of evolution, the idea that we started from nothing, insects is the gaping hole that I want solved. Where did these crazy winged, strong, multi-eyed insects come from, and what was their lineage? Because they can explain for hours where fish came up and kind of flopped around on the ground. But these insects, I don't have a good explanation for them.
It's all a crock of shit, dude. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense anymore, man. And I used to be like a staunch quote unquote believer in this stuff. I was very much agnostic, atheist, materialistic, not like, I don't mean materialistic, like I only cared about, material shit, but under the assumption that everything emerged from raw matter. That's what I mean. It's very much like that. I can't intellectually, honestly, I cannot with intellectual honesty uphold that anymore, because there's so much unknown. Things that were held to be true are actually unverified. All sorts of stuff like that. It's like, oh shit,
Well, maybe if you got into a field like bioinformatics, you would understand the truth.
Well, that's your
Sorry.
job.
Hey, do you guys?
I thought it was yours.
No, I used to.
Sorry.
Used to.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's why contigs and stuff was harder to hit your tongue.
Yeah, I don't work in it every day.
I was just listening to you guys, and I wanted to interject something that I kind of like. I was raised in church, and then like when I went to college, like you were saying, you were real agnostic, or I wasn't atheist, but I needed more. I needed more than just like you got to have faith statement, and so I kind of started like believing the evolution thing, but the thing that made me really think that it can't be true is like if you take all living organisms, like plants and animals, from the simple single-celled amoebas to humans, the most complex or most intelligent, and you put them all on a scale or all on a line based on their intelligence. So, the next most intelligent animal on the planet is going to be like a gorilla or a whale, something along those lines.
Take this something,
just anything you can think, an elephant,
or like an octopus.
Yeah, they're real smart. But take the smartest other animal other than a human, and look at the huge gap from there to like the most ignorant human, like the guys on North Sentinel Island that think, white people are the devil or something. But the difference in intelligence, there's such a wide gap. Whereas if evolution was a real thing, it would be a constant flow of things evolving, and there would be no large gap from one animal to humans.
Hang on, by gap, are you talking about from one species to an adjacent one, or from like our parent ancestors to us?
Their intelligence.
But in turn, but from one, are you talking about a gap in intelligence between adjacent species, like from us to dolphins, or from us to our ancestry?
Any other animal, whatever other animal other than humans that you personally feel is the most intelligent animal on this planet.
Okay. Okay.
This techno Viking guy, you sound like a fat guy.
Like a what?
Am I right?
Like a what?
A fat ass.
A fat ass?
Yeah. You can sort of hear the fat around your throat, giving you that, rasp voice. Not rasp, but, like slow, sluggish.
It's 3:30 in the morning, bro.
Yeah. Who you talking to, me or him?
I'm talking to Techno, not you, Meek. Meek, you sound all right. You don't sound that fat.
Okay, I just didn't hear the name of the person you were talking to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 205, like that matters. But anyway,
205, of course.
Yeah, 335 here, guys.
So just take any other animal that's the most intelligent thing, and its intelligence to the dumbest or the most ignorant human, is they're not. There's just a huge leap. Whereas if evolution was real, there would be species filling that void between the two.
I haven't heard that one. I heard from us to our ancestry that gap shifted enough to be like, okay, something's weird, you know? Like the smartest monkey is like stupid as shit compared to like a Down syndrome person. You know what I mean? You got a Down syndrome baby, and he's like 100 times more intelligent than the dumbest ape. I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean?
Right.
Like that shit is like, that throws me off. Okay, something's off here. And even though monkeys are not exactly our ancestry, but you get my point, you know? Like they're closer.
Right.
No? Something doesn't make sense with that. But yeah, I pretty much abandoned it. I can see the reasoning for smaller step type of evolutionary patterns. Like species would adapt, like, you know, to their environment, change color or something that alters their business, you know. But to go from whatever, you know, fish with gills to fucking monkeys with no gills, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we would have kept the tail. If we come from monkeys, you know, there's no reason to drop the tail, because the tail's obviously, you know, you can hold, you can carry shopping with it or close doors and things like that. There's no reason evolution would want to get rid of the tail, you know? And same with, like, and say we evolved from fish. I mean, what about drowning? I mean, wouldn't that rule that out? I mean, you know, you think we'd be able to. They kind of, you know, the drowning thing kind of bothers me if I'm told that I'm evolved from fish.
No.
I'd say I'd be able to breathe underwater. You know, that would give me a clue that if I came from fish. But no, it's like, I think just drowning debunks that.
The tail thing, I remember hearing or being taught that, it's because the tail was to help balance us, you know. But now we have more, you know, rigorous balance on our heels or something, so we don't need it. You know, it's like all these
toes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. All sorts of ad hoc, you know, pulled out of their ass type of explanation, you know? The fuck do I know, you know?
I think maybe we found the animal that bridges the gap between humans and monkeys, and he just left the chat.
That's racist. Yeah, all that to say, shit is weird out there. And, yeah.
We've just been taught so many falsities, you know, like they teach us. Obviously, there's people amongst us that know all the truths, and they just want the rest of us to be peasants. So we're taught stuff that's just completely incorrect.
I remember hearing statements like along evolution and the Big Bang and all that that were made in such a way as to insinuate that we know these for sure. When you look into the literature and you listen to people in those fields kind of talk amongst each other about the nuances, they speak in terms of like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, I'm confident of this, probably not this, you know, all this other stuff. They're highly suggestive, or it's highly suggestive types of language. So there's like a disjunct between the public-facing stuff that gets communicated versus internal. And I'm hard-pressed to not think that there's some sort of political motive for that. Because these people are masters of rhetoric. You think they would be able to craft in a fucking word, oh, we think, or a maybe in their statements to the average Joe. That wouldn't be discounted to simplify things. Like, come on. Yeah.
I mean, we think we're like so modern, but we're no different than like medieval times. I mean, you just have the power that is, and then just the serfs. And if there's 8 billion people here, 7.999 billion are just serfs.
Yeah, but we got our phones, man.
Stupid. What? I'm back here again.
Coca-Cola.
Hello.
Do you have something to contribute to the room, man?
What?
Did you have something to contribute to the room?
What is this discussion? No. I just pressed a random VC and I returned here.
Oh. Well, prior we were just talking shit. Before that, it was more shit. But the topic of the room is, it is called 24/7 Flat Earth. And we like to...
I don't think the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, you're a perfect candidate. We like to hear people, come in here and try and bring, their evidence to support their supposed understanding that we live on a spinning water ball.
MIK, are you flat earther?
I mean, I think that sort of makes sense. I mean, everything in the night sky is sort of round,
Okay, so because you see things in the sky, immediately you think the thing you're standing on is like the thing in the sky?
Yeah, why not? Isn't it in the sky as well? It's part of the sky, the world.
Well, if you revert back to
the universe.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you go back to square one and you're trying to assess things out prior to having been told what is what, trying to figure that out, using that line of thinking might not lead you very far, right? What do you see when you go outside? You look up and you see a bunch of lights in the sky. Okay. You experience every day, as if nothing is moving. The terrain looks flat. It's actually technically operated as such, like flying planes and shit. It assumes a flat level stationary plane. All these that's jumping far ahead. But you see what I mean? Like if you start from the base, like brass tacks, what would lead you to assume that we are living on a ball in the first place?
Well, sort of, all the science and all the images we've been seeing, all the science in the images, and it sort of makes sense that, why would we be so special? Sort of course, humans are special, but in the grand sort of space, sort of a thing, it would be.
Do you have an example of the science? Do you have an example of the science?
I mean, well, the space, sort of, the sun is round, the moon is round, many of the planets we can see are round.
Stuff in the sky, though. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, well, the ground is the Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth is a thing in the sky. It moves in space. It moves around the sun.
When have you seen the Earth in space?
Okay.
Yeah, when have you seen the Earth in space? When have you had that point of view to state that?
Well, I haven't been outside of the Earth to state that.
Okay, so we don't see the Earth like the things in the sky then, do we?
We don't, well, we can sort of see with satellite images.
You can make assumptions.
I got a picture of a unicorn. It's real.
Well, you know, I can say that, you know, you know, there are sort of things that there are tiny little building blocks making up this glass right next to me called atoms. I can't see the atoms, but they're there.
And what does that have to do with viewing the Earth as something that you're viewing in the sky? The Earth's not in the sky.
Well, we can't see everything that exists. That is true, you know.
Well, what does that again have to do with the Earth being in the sky, being viewed as those things in the sky? What's science?
The science
you believe that
tells
there's some type of science to do with the shape of the Earth? You're in a category area, my friend.
Yeah.
Science doesn't deal with shapes. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. We're talking about shapes and surface properties, not science.
AJ, you sound like you're like 40 plus.
And it sounds like you don't understand what science is and what science deals with. Cause and effect relationship, my friend, not shapes.
Well, you talk in a very derogatory manner, very disrespectful manner.
No, I'm not being
that sort of makes sense from
says the man that says I sound fat.
Users, right?
No, you can sit on mute, yeah, because I haven't been derogatory or disrespectful to you. I pointed out that we're not talking about science, yeah? We're talking about shapes, geometry. You want to go off and talk about things that can't be seen, like atoms. More things that are created in the mind of humans that can't be proven, yeah? So don't come in here and start accusing me of being rude, yeah? He wanted to leave. He had nothing.
Yeah, right after he got done saying, I sound like I'm fat.
Yeah, what's that? It's not derogatory at all.
What does a fat ass sound like?
I don't know.
I don't. I find it very weird that people come in imagining what other people in here look like or how old they are, yeah? Just stick to the topic.
Weird. It's not a dating site.
I wouldn't know, man. I don't speak fat.
They just don't want to stick to the topic, yeah, because they have no evidence to support them. They look like fools. They're made to look like fools. So then they have to start with the insults. Try and make themselves feel better. A little bit smarter, maybe.
Well, how fat do I sound now?
You sound like a dude on the internet to me. I wouldn't fucking know.
Yeah, it was funny too because the guy came in here and that was the first thing he said earlier. I think it was before you were here, AJ, or I don't know.
No, I heard him. I was just debating on whether I was going to mute him or what I was going to do there. I was sort of listening, but yeah.
It was, just a provocative thing to spark up whatever it's supposed to. Then he left, then he came back.
And then he compares the Earth to an atom because it can't be seen, apparently.
Yeah, it always kills me how people are like, we look up in the sky and we see these things that are round, so that means what we're standing on is round. I mean, that'd be like looking out, you're driving a blue car and every other car on the road is a red car, so I guess the car you're in is also red. I mean, it makes no sense at all.
Well, they're also confused because something round can still have a flat surface, like a clock, a compass, a coin, a CD. Yeah, we're talking about spherical here, not round. They're confused to begin with before we even start.
The other thing that kills me is how they always want to say, well, look at all the pictures. But, I mean, they admit that there's CGI, and then are you just going to take pictures from one entity that says this is what it is and just be like, oh yeah, like, and that, imagine trying to use that in court. It would be hearsay. I mean, you could not use that as proof in a court of law. So how is it able to convince people that that's just the truth and there's no arguing it at all?
Yeah, I'm of the view, man, that the image and video shit, that side of the argument, it's going to become even more and more of a problem going forward with all the AI shit that's coming out. CGI aside, the AI stuff that's coming out, like, it's still in its infancy, but it's getting there. I've seen examples of what they call text to video generation, where they'll take a prompt, they write little mini, a sentence or two of a scenario, and a 5, 10, 15, 20 second video pops out. And the video is pretty damn good. Like, there was one, it was like a showcase or whatever. The prompt was something like, a boardwalk, on a cloudy day, on a boardwalk walk, in Tokyo or something like that. And the thing created like a drone perspective kind of thing, kind of just hovering over a boardwalk, going alongside the river, with Tokyo sky in the background and little shops and people walking around. It was very good.
The spaghetti and the meatball.
Bro, they managed to convince everyone the Earth is a globe even without the good technology. They managed to convince everyone with just black and white footage. So with AI, they're going to do even easier job now.
Yeah. So it's going to be very convincing for those who are not astute enough to recognize that video can be even more so easily faked nowadays.
Yeah.
But
I saw a video and it was just this kid holding a baby unicorn, and my God, it was so real. There's nothing in it that would say that it was fake. It was real as anything.
Look in side chat. I put an example of what he means, where you put in a prompt with a couple of words and it just makes an entire scenario for you. It's pretty cool. It's scary that I find it cool, man. I don't know.
Yeah, boys, it's never been easier to fool someone than it is today.
All right, Alpha.
You there?
Yeah, I gotcha.
What's going on, man?
Oh, not much. Just had Coca-Cola run away.
Why'd he run away? He didn't have an argument?
No, his argument was that we can see round things in the sky. And once that got pulled apart, he just started calling me an old over 40 fat ass and ran away.
No, I'm the fat ass. You're the over 40 guy.
Oh, we got to do it in the chat here. Over 40 fat asses. Apparently, I was being very, very rude and aggressive with him, and he ran away.
Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, he's scared. He won't come back. Yeah, you are muted. I muted you because all you were doing was talking over with insults. Maybe come back and actually discuss the topic, Kakolol.
Don't forget to.
I asked him, when do we view the Earth as we view these things in the sky? And he said, well, we can't because of science, just like we can't see the atom.
That's dumb. You should have talked to Heretic. We made a small little room for us to go hang out and talk crypto. I was gonna mention it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
I don't know where he has it. I think he said he was gonna make it today or something. So I don't know, Heretic, if you're there.
I made it. It's in there. There's a chat there. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, AJ.
Is that in our other politics room?
Yeah, in the server, yeah. So we just run out of Globers as soon as I show up?
No.
I gotta get going here in a moment. I'm just on a 15.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We just getting started.
Oh, you just showed up, huh?
Come on, dog. Go live on X right now, Mickey.
You coming from old girl's house? From other old girl's house?
Hey, yo, Jill. I'm trying to cook some ballers. Come on,
they're in here somewhere.
All right.
No, they're not in here yet.
Damn it. All right, I'll wait. W panel. Who's here? Who's actually here right now?
Me, AJ, Heretic, just got here.
Okay,
Mick,
W Heretic.
I heard Mick just a while ago.
Oh shit.
Techno Viking, I heard him.
Techno Viking, okay. W's in the chat. Guys, if you're here, say what up.
Yo.
There we go.
What's up, guys?
There we go. W Aussies. Aussie.
Yep. Aussie prime time.
Facts, bro. Wait, what time is it over there?
It's 8 o'clock in Melbourne.
In the afternoon? That is prime time.
Yep, 8 p.m.
Okay.
It's around dinner time, mate.
Nice, mate. Nice. Are you gonna have some prawns on the bobby?
Just a couple of snags. Couple of
snags.
Yeah, some dimmies. How Aussie is this, right? My mate went to a funeral, and the guy was a boxer. He owned this boxing gym. And it's Jim, I think his name was. And his best mate, one of his best mates, got up to do a speech. Huge.
Wait. Hold on, Daz. A guy named Jim owned a gym.
That's right. Pretty sure it was Jimmy.
All right. Sorry. Continue.
So his best mate gets up for a speech and goes, "Jim, you're a cunt."
Damn.
And he walks off.
Damn, that's Aussie for real.
It's the Aussiest speech ever. I loved it.
Damn.
And the priest was like, "Well, that's new. I haven't heard that in a speech. Thank you."
Hey, yo, Jemsy, you there?
Oh, wait, I see what you did there. Jimsy?
Jimsy.
Are we this bored right now, guys? Yes. Yes, we are.
I just can't sleep because it's so freaking cold. I'm a Floridian living in Tennessee, and I hate it.
Oh, Techno Viking. Yo, when I heard that name, I immediately thought of that guy that did the the walk dance thing. I didn't realize that was your
avatar.
That's hilarious, bro. Wait, you're in Tennessee?
Yep, in the mountains.
Boy, you need to. Come on now. Toughen up there, boy.
Shit, it's like 17 degrees right now.
God damn, man. Nah, bro, you're not gonna. I'm an Ohio boy, and it's like, what? Let me just check the weather. It's 50 degrees. It's fucking cold over here, bro. But I should not be complaining. Let me not complain. I'm really just complaining because there's no ballers here, bro. Can we cook?
Stoned.
Oh, shit. Come on, guys, let's cook. What's the worst argument you've heard from a Glober this week? Anyone? Worst argument of the week. Anyone? Weakest argument of the week.
Images from space.
Oh,
no. They are all weak.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, with all the shit out there about, CGI and now with the AI art and stuff, like, you can't rely on that shit as evidence. Or at least not conclusive. It could be suggestive to some degree, but conclusive, no way.
All right.
Don't you love it, like, when it's a picture of the satellite? Like, do they have a second satellite right behind the first satellite?
Yeah, it's like, who took that picture, man?
It's real, though.
Oh, God.
I can't believe they still come in here with that garbage. Oh, we have pictures, bro. What? You have the standards of a Bigfoot believer, basically. Well, is Bigfoot real? Yeah, there's pics and videos. Like, come on, dude. Those are very low standards. You can do better.
I like when they have the pictures and it's like, well, look, the Earth is curved, like from a spacewalk, but then also the space station is curved too.
Yeah, Planet New Mexico. They don't really like, bro. They don't give a fuck, bro. Like, you put any globe in front of them, and they'll be like, "Yep, that's it." Right? So, like, the whole Planet New Mexico thing, they don't even see an issue with that. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's the globe right there." It's like, but where's all the continents? Oh, it's on the back. What?
And New Mexico's one half, and all the rest is on the other half.
Yeah, it's like they don't even think about it, bro. It's crazy. Come on, man.
How do they build space stations? It's kind of like China's got a space station. It's like, this is like, how do they build it? Isn't there any, like, I don't know. How do they build it?
They just spawn up there, bro.
They seem to just spawn. And imagine they have to fly shit up in the rocket and then unpack it and nail it and screw it together and start. I have no idea how they do it.
They defy entropy just like evolution.
They're spawn camping outer space, bro.
If you go to Google Maps and you go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, to the building where they have the pool with the full-scale space station in the pool for practice spacewalking. If you like the little orange guy down in the corner where you can drag him for street view, you can drag him right on top of that building, and the street view is the view from inside the space station looking at the planet. Like they screwed up and pasted the pictures on the street view.
What?
Let me see if I can. I'll pull it up. Like when I first heard the topic of flat Earth, maybe like in 2016-ish, of course I was like, no, it's a globe. But like I saw everybody just calling each other names. And me being Mr. Nice Guy, I was like, well, I'm not going to go in there and call them names. The flat earthers. I was going to be like, well, I'll just use science and math. And then, like, when I actually started doing the math and the science, I was like, we don't really have any proof that it's a globe, guys. Here's 100 people that shot a laser across water way too far, but we don't have nothing but a picture. Have any of y'all ever been to Daytona Beach, Florida, to the lighthouse?
Hell yeah.
So the Ponce Inlet lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and the base of it's 4 feet above sea level, so just call it 180. I was able to see it from almost 50 miles away, down near Melbourne. I was out in the water. And I think that's when I finally was like, nope, it's flat. 100%.
There you go. There you go.
Because there's no way. It should have been like 1,500 feet or something below the horizon.
Yep. I did a project on that lighthouse when I was a kid. That's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, I grew up right there next to it.
Nice. Yeah, I did a couple football tournaments when I was young down in Daytona. Daytona.
That place is a shithole.
Is it really?
Hell yeah. There's only like 150,000 people that permanently live there, but there's like 1 million people there at any given time, and they're all just trashed.
Yeah, facts.
I remember a bike week when I was a kid. My parents were like taking me to dinner or something on like a Friday night, and there was these like 55-year-old women with their shirts off.
Oh God.
My parents were like big churchgoers, They're like, don't look. And I'm like, yeah, right. It's a free titty.
May God have mercy on your soul.
All right, here it is. Ah, damn, I need to record a video, though. Like, literally, here, let me just take a screenshot real quick and show you guys this shit. You're just going to have to trust me that the transition from this picture to the other one. All right, so if you go here. Damn it, can I not put a picture in chat?
Boomer detected. Oh man. What are we gonna do, man? Where's the Globers at?
It's hard telling.
I think all the smart globe earthers became flat earthers already. That's why we're facing this issue.
We were all globers to begin with,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. All the smart people they're already flat earthers. That's why we're not running into intellectuals and smart people all the time. They're already flat earthers, bro.
There's just no hope.
It's over.
When I looked into it, it was like, oh, go and do your own tests. And I remember thinking to myself, God, these guys are dumb. Go and do your own tests. I thought, right, Joe, I will then. Yeah, I'll get a calculator, I'll get a super zoom camera, and I'll put this to bed, and I'll come back, and oh shit, it's not a ball. Like that's it's what happens. That's the process.
Nice. Sounds about right, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I would say I'm not at the point of, if somebody was to say to me, okay then, yeah, genius, what is it? I don't actually know. I have no idea what this is. But I can confidently declare it's not what they told us at school.
Oh yeah, facts.
It's not. Like you can go out, you can go and check, you can go and look, you can do your own investigation. And I don't just mean BBC News, I mean actual investigation. And you might not get to the end of that process and go, haha, I've cracked it, the meaning of existence. Like, no one's got that, right? But you can, at a minimum, arrive at your point where you think, okay, so what they told us it was, it's not. It's just not.
Right. Hey, are some of y'all on computers or your phones?
Wait, you're asking if we're on a phone or computer?
Yeah, are you on your computer?
Both.
Click on that link that I just posted, and that will take you like right to the what do they call it? The Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility.
Guys, don't click it. It's an IP grabber.
Yep. Shh. I do work in IT. That's why my name is Techno Viking. So,
see, guys, I told you it was an IP grabber.
Incredibly boring.
But like, if you go to that link and then grab the little orange Street View guy and drop it on top of that building, you'll be in outer space. It's magic.
How did you figure that out?
He's
Play on
CB
Google Maps
for the
all the time.
Huh?
For the record, just so everyone's clear, CB, all websites are technically IP grabbers.
Yeah, they really are.
I'm logging out.
Just get a VPN.
You can't really do anything with just the IP, though. You have to like scan it for ports, then figure out which ports are open, and then figure out which protocol you're going to use to go through that port.
And we now have your social security.
My net worth is like $5, so I don't care.
Brokey! You're broke!
I really am, man. I got flooded. When the floods come through here, I literally walked away in shorts, a shirt, my dog, my phone, and my wallet. That's all I owned.
Based. Very, very based. That's very Florida man of you.
I really didn't give a shit though, man, because I don't really care about like material items.
Yeah, he's based, guys. Listen to this. Hello. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Nope.
All right, cool. I switched over to a different microphone. A fucking mic. All right, bro. We're so bored. Can we get a Glober, or should I just? Do you want me to do? I'll be a baller.
Well, we've got Sal in the chat. I'm trying to get him into the live stream, but he won't come in. He's too scared. Yeah, he just wants to be in the chat.
I like how it's just like a pit of vipers, you know, and we're just like waiting for something to fall in.
Facts, bro. Facts. Wait, I'll be a baller. Let me be baller. I'll go baller.
I'm happy to talk one-on-one with old Sal, but he's not up to the task.
Sal Ladarami?
Is it final form Sal? Second stage Sal?
What is that, Italian? Ladarami? No. I just imagine him sounding like that guy from
Sal.
Sal. What's the name of that show where they fucking prank each other? There's like 4
Pranksters, Impractical Jokesters or whatever.
Yeah. That Sal guy.
Nice.
I just imagine him coming in.
Hey guys.
Yeah, it's just a fucking globe. It's a globe, you know?
Wait, so he's saying in the chat, a boat disappears? What the fuck? Is that so season 1? What?
He gave me a gish gallop at the top here. We got The Earth is widely accepted as a globe due to the multiple lines of evidence, including the round shadow cast during a lunar eclipse, the disappearance of ships over a horizon as they sail away, different star constellations visible from different latitudes, the curvature observed from aeroplanes.
Wow!
And the constant behaviour of weather patterns based on a spherical Earth.
What?
So I've invited him in instead of just gish galloping in the chat, but he's not up to it, guys. He's a bit scared.
We have to give him. We have to be fair though, because I've just looked out the window and it's raining, so it must be a ball.
Wait, did he?
The
cut out,
raindrops
or-
around.
Damn. Pack up, boys. We're done. It's over.
Cooked.
So a dude that I grew up with is a captain for Delta Airlines, and I asked him one day. I was like, when you're sitting in the airplane in the back at 40,000 feet, all those windows are curved, but like the windshield is not curved. So I was like, how far can you see? Like when you're making an approach, how far can you see the runway? Like at night when it's all lit up? And he said like better than 150 miles at 15 to 20,000 feet. And then I asked him like, what's the highest altitude he's ever been to? And he said 47,000. And I said, well, from that height, can you see the curvature of the Earth? He's like, no, it still looks flat from there, but it's definitely a curve.
Is that what?
Yeah, it's definitely round. There's no way it could be flat, but no, it looks flat.
But it's flat. That's crazy.
Yeah. And he's like a really smart person, like book smart. Kind of dumb when it comes to common sense, but
Exactly. Though that's usually how it is, bro. The quote unquote smart ones are like the dumb ones.
It's what's called sunk cost fallacy.
Oh yeah, exactly, bro. Because
but
my education. But what about my degree?
Yeah, so like when FEMA was here doing this flood shit, they're like, oh yeah, we're hiring some IT positions. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I got like 20 years experience. And they're like, oh, well, what kind of degree do you have, associates or bachelor's? And I was like, neither. And they're like, oh, well, you have to have that.
Oh, that's not good enough.
Yeah, I'm like 20 years of doing it, but nah.
We need you to have a paper and not have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this world's cooked, bro. And yo, like on the homies here. Actually, never mind. But like, yeah, the education doesn't really mean a whole lot if you're not, especially if you don't. Number one, if you're not applying it, what's the whole point? Okay, and then if you're gonna like tout it around, well, my master's degree, that doesn't make you correct, right? There's this weird idea people think like just because they have credentials, that doesn't make you infallible. Like you could still be wrong. You can still be a fool. Many things.
I wrote a thesis and I was graded on it, and that means I know more than you.
Yeah, that hasn't come up here in a while, where people are like, "Oh, so what's your education?" I haven't heard that in a while, but it does happen.
The issue is that even somebody with a degree in gender studies.
Exactly.
No, it's true, like they would unironically believe. So, well, I spent 4 years studying the 90 different genders. Like you would not be able to convince that person, not even for money, would you be able to convince that person that just because they're quote unquote educated, it doesn't mean they're correct.
Right.
18 years to study gender. I'd just say pull your pants off and I'll tell you. Pretty easy.
Pull your pants off, yo, chill.
Yeah, buy a man dinner first. Jesus.
God, take him on a date first at least, AJ. Man.
You're going to pay for it either way.
Yo, man. That's funny. But you're right, though, dude. They'll be like, I'm educated. And then, oh, what was your degree? Psychology? Okay, bro. Like, yo, man.
Dude, psychology majors are the ones that need the shrink the worst.
I don't even trust shrinks, to be honest, bro. Like,
hell
oh, well, you need a therapist. Oh, so I'm gonna go to someone else that, I don't.
It's just another scam part of the medical industry. Like
I've seen people.
Drugs.
Right. You know what? It's kind of true. Plants, maybe. But yeah, friends, a shaman might be nice. I'd go to a shaman over I'd go to some random dude in the jungle over some educated Harvard therapist or something like that.
1,000 to 1. 1,000.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, I've met therapists before. Like my chick's sister, she was like going to school to be a therapist. I'm like, I would never fucking sit down with her. What? Never. Fuck. Hell no. She's gonna give you life advice? Fuck no, bro.
One of my customers is a place that has like 3 or 4 of them. It's called like the Behavioral Wellness Center or some shit. And
classic.
Yeah, I'm like going in there like swap a laptop or something, and the whole time dude's talking to me, you can see he's just like analyzing every motion I'm making, every word I say, and it's like on the edge of his tongue. He just wants to be like, I think you're depressed and you need
you need Propofol,
Prozac.
Prolaxin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like I constantly just want to turn and be like, why the fuck you looking at me like that, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Well, then he's gonna be like, oh, this guy's confirmed crazy. Get him on 2 doses of.
Did the voice in your head tell you to say that? Like, actually,
Exactly,
it did.
bro. That's the field. They want to prescribe you medicine and put you on some sort of recurring payment and all this stuff. I don't know.
So,
I have serious issues.
Look, 7 out of 10 Americans are on at least one prescription drug, and 60% of that group is an antidepressant.
God damn.
So when I like my immune system doesn't behave properly, basically. It beats the shit out of me. Can't tell the difference between me and something else. And when I was younger, it was like a really active condition that quite impacted my life. And I remember going to the doctor and I'm like, look, I need you to. We need to try and understand basically what's causing this. How do we stop it? Because it's severely impacting my quality of life. The first thing they did was try to prescribe me antidepressants.
Yeah,
and I was like, no, but I'm not depressed. There is no chemical imbalance. There is no like problem within my brain. My immune system is misbehaving, which is a physical phenomena causing physical symptoms, which naturally has an impact, or certainly did at the time, day to day.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to discuss any of that. Nothing to do with solutions. Nothing to do with how do we address the root. It was just literally instantly. I'd barely finished explaining the problem. And they prescribed me antidepressants. And I just thought, right, this tells me everything it is I need to know about, what they're trying to do here. Yeah,
bro.
A waste of my time.
Yeah, dude, fuck that industry, bro. I don't trust that at all. I feel bad for people who are so into it too, and that's all they have. Like
once you start as well.
Oh yeah.
It's gay. Like I know somebody who her grandma died, and then a friend died in a short space of time, and she took it hard. These people were very close to her. They died in particularly tragic ways as well that we don't really need. It's by the by. So she went to a doctor, and she's really struggling in this moment, but not because there's something wrong with her brain. She felt sad because sad things had happened, and the doctor's like, here. Get yourself on these antidepressants for a bit, just while you ride out this period. And it's now, 12 years later? She still takes them every day, because if she stops taking them, well, she can't, that's the thing, she can't stop. Like, if she tries to stop, she has a complete and total breakdown. Like, her brain...
Her body doesn't make serotonin anymore, so the drug has to...
Oh, man.
Got a customer for life. They get you on membership, you've got a customer for life.
Sucks.
And guys, who are we blaming for that? The fact that this woman's been on drugs for 12 years. Who are we going to blame for that?
I mean, it's a little both. A little bit of both.
Call it a draw.
Yeah.
Because I think people trust the so-called institutions, the experts,
too much.
blah, blah, blah. You trust them too much. But at the same time, I think once you get past a certain age, I don't know what that age is. It's different for different people. You do need to take an element of responsibility for your own health, for your own life.
Exactly.
You can't be over the age of, I don't know, let's call it 30 as a round number. You can't be over the age of 30 and still just believe the doctor's a magic man and everything he says.
I would say, I agree with you, sir. I would just say that age should be around 18 rather than 30. Probably even lower. I would say 15.
I disagree with 18, just because if you look at people today and you look at the next kind of generation of people who are about to hit 18, they don't know anything. Like they are children.
Yeah, I mean that's not totally their problem, though, bro. Because your grandpa,
Hold on. When I say it's the problem, I mean it's their responsibility. So when their body is fully mature at around 18, 19, whatever, 20, by that point, they have to be ready for life because their body's ready. So they have to be ready. So it's on them. The responsibility is on them.
No, the responsibility is always there. But I would say that your grandpa at 18 is not the same as your like current little bro who's 18 right now. Those are two different people.
I know, but you still stop growing at age whatever. Not early 20s, you stop growing. You're fully grown at that point, and that's when you take full responsibility.
I don't disagree with that. But the circumstances are different for certain.
So if some very devious vaccine or whatever drug companies are giving us dog shit, and then we decide to take it, I think we should start blaming ourselves rather than the vaccine company.
No, I agree entirely with that. Like, I know we're not allowed to talk about the topic directly, but what I will say is that recently there was a worldwide intelligence test. Many people failed. It was an IQ test, and people blew it.
Look, I've become recluse and like don't even want to go out in public because I just want to like scream at everybody because they're so ignorant. Is that bad?
Well,
around a third of people. Guys, around a third of people can't even read an analog clock to tell the time. I'm not even joking with you.
That's embarrassing.
That's horrible.
Well, who said they don't want to go outside? How long have you been in the truth stuff? Like recently, or have you been in this for a while?
Like I think my eyes opened up after I watched 9/11 happen in front of me, and I was like, "That's total bullshit."
And you still feel like tight about stuff like that? Because, like, bro, that's what you're describing. That feeling usually comes from me people. Like they want to run and try to help everybody and tell everyone to punch everyone in the face or whatever.
I did that for so long though, and like I would put like solid evidence in front of them, and they would just be like, "No."
Yeah, like conformity runs strong, bro.
I'm over it. Like I get frustrated just like watching people shop at Walmart.
I
don't know. They're just so fucking ignorant.
No, you're right. So I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Everyone's got an angle though, like because everyone here once believed the narrative, and it's different for everybody. It's like the domino effect.
Yeah.
And what is that first domino? And for me, the first domino was when you see the harnesses in the space station, you see the green screen, you see people's arms turning see-through in the space station, which proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that at least some of the time they're faking being in space. And then you have to think, well, why fake it once? Never mind, 50 times. But for somebody else, that first domino might be zooming in on boats that have gone over the horizon. Somebody else's first domino might be the moon landing. And once you kind of forced to accept the moon landing was most definitely faked, well, why? What does that mean? And I think sometimes I think most people, and I do think it's most, if with the right domino, with the right just angle, with the right little seed, I do think you can start a process and start a journey within most people.
Facts. Actually, I thought you were going to take that in a different direction because Homie said something about Walmart, right? How the people who shop at Walmart, like that's annoying. Well, I thought you were going to say that, or I was going to say that, like you're doing a Walmart type thing for someone else. It's kind of random, but like, you get what I'm saying? Like, what you find annoying in those people, someone's gonna find something about you that's annoying too. Right?
This
And I'm-
bloody weirdo always banging on about conspiracy. It drives me up though. I hate people like that. Me like.
But then they just like don't stop complaining about it, and it's just like it's alive, and they just like they can't live without it, right?
Oh.
Like, I'll show people like so much evidence, and they'll believe it. Like the clip where they're walking through the Space Center pushing George Senior, and you can see the green screen behind him.
Like the guy on the harness and the green screen. Like I love it. Like I love body language. Like, and I love like when people know they've been caught doing something they're not supposed to be doing. That's fucking. It says so much. Like.
Facts, bro.
It's so bad. Like they're handing the cookie jar thing, and they're just trying to like trying to compensate. Like, what else did they do? Like they had the interview that they were asking questions. Some kids were asking them questions on the space station, but there was no delay.
Right.
Like none at all. And like the guy he's talking about. He was talking about like when I go home to my garage tonight later on, I'm gonna to like, what do you mean go home to your garage later on? Like what the fuck are you talking about? You're in space. And they just fucking ignore it. Like,
I mean, that is a good starting point, though. That's a good starting domino.
The ISS reeked like shit, man.
I think it's the best one. Like when you can show people, because I remember, like I've got a friend who like super into physics.
Yeah.
He used to teach physics, and I showed him. I found that I kind of got the videos lined up, and I showed him one by one the harness, the green screen.
Yeah.
There's this one in particular where the spaceman, he's kind of floating round the corner, but as he does, because he's going out of shot, out of setup, he turns see-through. Yeah, he starts disappearing as he's going round.
He's glitching.
Like, this alone isn't right there. It is. It's flat. Tell your friends.
Yeah.
Right. But it's enough.
The most damning one though, like the most absolutely like one that really sealed it for me though, is like if anybody's been involved in special effects, like people on harnesses in the Matrix and stuff, where they're doing that kind of like stuff, right? If you are in a gravity environment and you're flipping around on a harness doing acrobatics and stuff like that, like especially on like like Matrix style like harnesses and stuff, your head is always going to try and like center itself to up and down to maximize blood flow. You can't fake that. It's automatic body language that you cannot fake. If you're in a zero-G environment, you won't be doing that at all. And every single shot that one of those people is floating around or doing something, their head is always fucking going like is modifying, like cricking to the left or the right to maximize blood flow. You can't fake that.
Interesting.
Yeah, because you would have no sense of what up and down is.
And that's what the chick said when she was talking about the bathrooms and stuff. She's like, I don't have any. I wouldn't have a sensation. It totally blows the lid off it because she's like, I don't really know. I wouldn't know what was up and down, even though she's constantly like her head's constantly moving automatically to maximize blood flow.
Yeah.
You talking about the lady?
Sorry. Yeah.
I was like, you talking about the lady that's got like it looks like a face mask, but she's saying like that's what they pee in or whatever.
On the ISS.
Yeah, like it's like a tube with like a
oxygen mask, but
yeah, and it just goes like over your crotch.
Yeah,
and the next scene, there's this guy like he's turning a screw that's like in the back panel, like the stuff that's in your shower or whatever, and like as he's unscrewing it, it falls to the ground on camera, and he's like, and bends over and picks it up.
They got them. Yeah. Did you hear about that full-blown Karen in space that NASA's trying to cover up?
What?
They had this like so this they call it the Karen in space incident, where she's on the Russian / like what's the other space station where like they share with the Russians?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. So
together.
So she's up there, and like the bar for being an astronaut is actually sinking lower and lower for Americans. And in Russia, you still got to be like an elite motherfucker. Yeah. But this lady in space is basically now complaining. There was like some doctor or something. She's doing some weird experiments, whatever. And like she starts complaining about the bathroom facilities and how they're not gender inclusive enough. And like, she starts like, God. And like, I know. And then she starts like kind of messing with them. And like she's starting to deteriorate in space, her mental condition. So she's basically starts fiddling with this, and she ends up breaking theirs. And like they think it's okay to like go. She thinks now it's okay to go to the Russian side and use theirs, and they're like, "Fuck off! Like get the fuck out of here! Do not even come in here. You're a fucking dangerous person." She ends up like losing her mind, like demanding a fucking trip home, and then basically a full blown Karen in space, and then to the point where she drilled a fucking hole in the hull, a tiny hole in the hull to try to get sent back earlier.
Bro, this is some deep lore right here.
Yeah. The Russians proved that it wasn't them, it wasn't made in pre-manufacturing, and it wasn't any of their tools that did it. And she literally pulled a full-blown Karen in space. They've put some mad hush on this stuff.
Are you just telling us what? Are you reporting what you found, or are you this
happened?
You're staying up to. Wait, what's your name? Space?
Hold on a second. I gotta pull it. It's been a while.
Is this raised by goats? Is this raised by goats?
1 second.
No, I'm raised by goats. The English fella.
Okay, what's this guy name? Claw of the Consolator. Okay. So you're not a flat earther, though.
Russia's space programs through NASA. What are you talking about?
Let's cook this guy. Wait, you're talking about outer space like it's real.
You shut the fuck up.
Wait, what do you mean? This happened in Houston in a pool.
Initiate dogpile immediately. You know how many of these gauntlets I've been through? I've been around forever. Fucking shut up.
Wait, no, but you're why are you talking about space like that?
I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't prove it, right?
But you're no, this happened for real.
Oh, totally did. What was her name? Let's see. Let's find her.
It's Karen from Houston Space
Karen
Center.
In space, Houston Karen. Got it.
Because the Americans and the Russians don't have any disagreement. They're all in it together. So I don't understand how there would be this competition among them. There wouldn't be any.
Is it bad that now I look at Russia as a better country than America?
I'd rather live in Russia than England. Have you seen the state of what's going on in England at the minute?
Yeah, England right now, bro.
England's finished.
Finished. Oh yeah, you guys took in all the Middle Eastern people, and I seen one town in England. The mayor is trying to. One of the Middle Eastern guys got voted in as mayor, and he's trying to put Sharia law in the town.
Oh god.
It's just
Sharia law wouldn't even apply to people. It was just if you're not a Muslim, it wouldn't apply.
Well, then you should be beheaded if you're not a Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Shit. They're supposed to cut your head off if they're following Allah.
With big scissors?
With a halal blade.
Well, the big scimitar.
Halal blade?
It's halal for you.
No, I don't give a shit.
You brought it up.
I know, I'm just saying it. That's over there. I'm over here.
You're floating around. You're in space?
I think NASA decided that they needed a Karen in their narrative somewhere.
Some Karens in there.
To appear more real. It's there's Karens everywhere, It's Karens
it makes it more 2024,
Yeah, exactly. It fits in with the rest of reality,
It just thinks of a narrative.
Oh, NASA's got a Karen too. Yeah, okay.
Next, there'll be a Kardashian in space. No,
exactly.
No, you did not.
If there was some woman that's gone rogue, drilling holes and shit, they wouldn't even announce it. They just keep it hush hush if it actually happens. They're saying it. I think it's a fake.
Exactly. Yeah, but they want to seem legitimate. Hey, we've got a Karen too.
USS Karen.
Operation Karen.
Why did we pick that name? Karen. She's caring too much.
I don't care a lot,
She cares a lot. Too much.
She cares too much. She sees too far.
So much she's going to call the cops on you right now.
Yeah, I'll fucking cop calling bitches. Fuck that shit.
Bro. But wait, is this guy believe in space, though? I know, I'm still wondering, too. I'm so confused. Wait. So, is there outer space below you?
Maybe the space is just the friends we made along the way,
Well, I mean, technically, we're all in space right now, right?
I need space to think.
We're moving in time and space. Well, here we go.
The final frontier.
No, but I'm talking about outer space. Well, it's not on the inside of me. It's all the space around me.
old school shamans and stuff, like, you know, Egyptian ominists and stuff, like these old school people, like they didn't really differentiate between big and small, like, you know, microcosm and macrocosm. Like they thought it was a waste of time to, like, you know, try and differentiate these things.
That's some deep shit right there. But I'm still wondering, like, about outer space. Like, is there Earth in space?
So where I lived in Florida growing up was like 20 miles from the launch pads. And in elementary school, every classroom, you know, had like a big CRT TV in it. And we would watch it from like 30-minute countdown. And then when it got down to like
shaking.
Well, yeah, when it got down to like 2 minutes, every class just walked outside and we would watch it launch. And I remember as a kid just wondering, like, why are they going out over the Bermuda Triangle? Like, space is up that way, you know? Like, I used to think, even then, like, what if they're just flying out there and landing on a carrier and then, like, driving that carrier around Florida to the Gulf of Mexico and then just landing in Texas 7 days later, like, hey, just got back from space, guys.
Exactly. Alan Watts had a lecture on this, actually. He's like, if you're claiming you're going somewhere special, like, you actually have to come back with something. Like, you have to come back with proof that happened.
Yeah, you
like,
got that moon rock?
Otherwise, you could just go around the corner, like you just said, and pop up a few days later and be like, hey, look, I went on this grandiose adventure.
Well, look, you can buy live streaming cameras for your house for like $9.99 from Wise.com. Okay, why don't they just take an unmanned spacecraft, put a live feed camera that just goes straight to the moon, and then when it gets there, it lands, it unfolds some solar panels, and it just has a live stream. I mean, I can go right now and look at like live streams in Chicago or Miami, but why is there not a live stream looking at the Earth?
Because there's no space.
Right. Because, I mean, that would literally cost like $10,000 to do that. Like, I could make the parts with fucking Amazon wish list and
Amazon.
Would it
Like, no
survive the
shit.
temperature differential, though?
Well, this is my question. Like, you can, with the technology that exists today, and the technology I can literally go and buy from, you know, Amazon, eBay, Asda, whatever it is, right now, you could put the matter to bed in 5 minutes. Or when they're on the space station, because they've got room for guitars on the space station, so they've damn well got room for
yeah.
I mean, they've got room for an iPhone 15 if they've got room for a fucking guitar. So you point your iPhone 4K 60 FPS, because we've all got 4K 60 FPS recording devices in our pockets now. Yeah, you point it out of the window and you show Earth getting smaller and smaller and smaller behind you as you're whizzing about in space. Case closed, done, finished. It's literally as simple as turn your phone to the window.
Bro, even better. They can just take that iPhone and on a spacewalk, when they're fixing some, you know, bolts and screws, just turn it around and show us space and, you know, and Earth on one side and the rest of space on the other side. You can just do that.
Yeah. That same Karen, too, lost a tool bag when she was on that spacewalk. She, like, just dumped a whole tool bag that they couldn't even replace, like, fucking right off the line.
To the bottom of the pool.
Yeah, apparently. She's like, I just lost the bag. Oh shit!
These many satellites these probes they send out that go to Mars. All you do, turn one of them back at the Earth, and show the spinning ball Earth. And then what I want them to zoom in on Australia. Keep zooming. Bear in mind, we can apparently see into other galaxies, other faraway galaxies that died millions of years ago, but that are so far away the light hasn't reached us yet to show us they've died. So we could definitely look back at Earth and show me a man riding his bike upside down in Australia.
Yeah. Bro, by this point, they should have a webcam.
Look in the chat there.
Bro, they should have a webcam showing Earth spinning 24/7, just like a webcam.
Like the sun or the solar like observations.
And then every now and again, like a comet whizzes past other planets in their orbit, fly past it, like whoosh, these unimaginable speeds. You're like, oh, look at the mysteries of the solar system.
Pretty slow, but like,
why would it be slow when they travel at thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles?
50,000 miles per hour.
Like a bullet.
Well, 66,600 miles an hour to be specific. Don't think too much about the number.
Sixes.
It's
Definitely not a coincidence.
Yeah.
I love it when ballers say upside down people. That's crazy. Why would you think that?
That's heresy.
I got a buddy from Australia. He says that they wear gravity boots.
Bro, what?
To hang on the bottom of the ball.
Yeah, but by this point, there's no excuse for it. There should be a webcam of the Earth, bro, 24/7. That should be like everyone's favorite desktop.
That's what I'm saying. It would cost $10,000 for NASA to buy them.
Not even 10 grand. Like
you can crowdfund that shit, yeah.
Like £60 a month for an iPhone. Finished, done, put to bed.
Listen, you'll never catch me dead with an iPhone in my pocket. Okay,
bro, £60 a month for an Android smartphone.
Just say you're broke, bro. Just say you're broke.
Remember, I work in IT for 20 years. There's a reason behind it.
I'm kidding.
No, IT types don't like how closed of a system the iPhone is. Like, you can't really tweak it, customize it, make it your own.
I literally have all Apple devices. That's crazy.
And it's like 5 years ago technology.
I just bought a new Z Fold, Sam, so I'm definitely broke.
Boy, they're all just black slabs.
AJ, I'm totally
black slab. That's it. It is what it is. Who gives a shit what brand your black slab is? Who cares?
Yo, why are you
monolith?
It's a monolith. Racist.
Who got all black slab? Some of them are branded one way, some of them are branded another.
My phone identifies as dark brown.
Yeah, I actually upgraded. I don't have a whole like hands-on phone. I got the Apple anal implant that like exudes a fresh scent and like it vibrates every time you get a text message.
It reminds me of South Park when that guy makes the fastest, most fuel efficient vehicle ever. Yeah, the way you have to ride it.
Yeah. We got those in Japan. You can get there. Apparently, there's a pretty big market for those there. I don't know why.
This conversation is crazy right now.
My computer hasn't crashed, so this is good. The fucking technician, like, I brought it into a technician, like, out of, like, sheer desperation, basically. They said I lost a 3090 and an i9 fucking processor in one day, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And I, like, take it back home. Don't pay them for a new system, because they're trying to, like, rack me up for a new system, like, for, like, $6,000. And I just take it home and keep messing with it. And it's just, like, only thing that it was, like, the power connector going into the power supply from the video card was just a little bit kind of undone a little bit. They're trying to say the whole thing was fried.
That's why you need a
$6,000. Like, what kind of computer are you getting for $6,000?
Last one I bought was the MSI Aegis TI5 11th.
Gee, bless you.
Yeah, I know, right?
The one I'm on right now, I got yesterday from UPS, and it's a 14th gen i7, 4060. 64 gigs of DDR5, 2 terabyte M.2, $1,000.
Mine's already obsolete. Like, it's crazy. Like the jump that like processors and stuff took like this year alone was pretty nuts.
Oh yeah, we're down to like, they measure it what, nanometers or?
Yeah, we're like 14 nanometers or something. Like what was it?
We're down to like 4.
4 nanometers. That's delicate, though, man.
It's unrealistic.
Do you guys speak in Chinese? Like,
no. There's a lot of pressure on those boards.
Yeah.
Well, if I wait till January to get a new one, I can like get a 5090. Woo.
What are you doing with it? Gaming or like video editing or what?
I'm just like running a concurrent experiment of trying to open up every tab on the internet and see if it doesn't crash. Like,
just get to the end of the internet.
While decoding the human genome and making deepfakes of myself looking like way better than I am. So
you need a MacBook Pro, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, bro. I was gonna say, bro. Why don't you take a backup, dude?
Man, I don't know. Did you guys ever get into like bypassing iCloud stuff and like like taking the like that protection, like the email protection stuff off of the systems? Did you ever do that?
Yeah. No, I just jailbroke my iPod like way back in the day.
I got way into that for a while. Like my buddy is like phones me, this obscure buddy that I kind of knew through a friend, like calls me one day and he's like, I heard you're like really good with computers. I'm like, He's like, can you take a 4-digit PIN code off of a MacBook Pro? And I'm like, yeah, no problem. Like, bring it over. I'll hook you up. And he wheels in this friggin' like rig bag on wheels, and he's got 62 of them in there. And I'm like, what the hell? Shit. And he's like, how much do you want? And I'm like, 10 grand immediately. Fucking 10 grand. And apparently these people, I thought about it for a while, but like it didn't matter because I was working on 3 of them. And then he comes back like 4 hours later while I'm having a nap, and he's got 2 black eyes. And like his like street boss, like / criminal biker guy's like, where's those computers? And he's like, you left him with who? And like he doesn't know who I am, so he's just like, freaks out and like, go get that shit back. But yeah. It's probably best that I didn't do all that.
So like, I mean, you realize when you're doing that with an Apple, you're just creating a local account. Like you're like with Windows now, how they want you to sign in with a Microsoft account, which by the way, you can still bypass that.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the Apple's just been doing that forever, like forcing you to sign into a cloud account, and you're just creating a local administrator.
The newer chips make it hard, though.
iCloud?
What?
I have an old iCloud account that's tied to an old phone number I don't have, so I can't get into the account. I just have some apps that I bought on that iCloud,
you just gotta call Apple, and you gotta like verify your ID with like the blood of your firstborn.
No, bro, they want me to provide the old number. I literally don't even remember it.
Yeah, if you don't have it, you just like flash the firmware basically. So depending on what machine it is or whatever, you like literally replace. There's programs where you replace the firmware and flash it to a one of the versions where they had like a hole in it, so they could replace it. And then it just gets flashed over, and if you're lucky, you can do that a few different ways, and it'll give you a fresh machine.
I mean, really, it's just Linux.
Sounds like a lot.
With their own little GUI on top of it. It's a Unix based. I mean, it's a little bit different. But.
Yeah, some people were like replacing like some small identifying chips and stuff as well. I didn't get into that. I would like to get into that though, like the micro soldering stuff, but I haven't done that yet.
Hell no! I'll just throw it away. Get another one.
Like I'd have people drop off like maybe like 10 or 20 like different phones or iPads and stuff, and like on a good day, like out of 20 I could get maybe 17, 16 of them like refreshed for people to use.
Mm-hmm. Nice. That's a W.
Yeah, some of them were so finicky though. Like too, it's like the more people mess with it too, like and try to like fuck around without knowing what they're doing, like it gets harder and harder. Like I've had ones that I've like messed with for like over a year, just on and off, and then finally get it. I'm like, God damn, it took forever.
It's like a Rubik's cube.
Yeah, like you close your eyes and you just see like iCloud and like code strings and stuff. You're just like,
Did you see the lady in the red dress?
Inform? No, I saw the Informer. Informer.
All right, bro. I think I'm tagging up, boys. I think that's gonna do it for me. I'm out of here. You guys have a good night.
See you, bro.
All right.
Gotcha.
Oops.
By the way, who said it took them a year to do the Rubik's Cube?
No.
Embarrassing, bro. Takes me 2 minutes.
Well, I don't know. Like, it'll work on your stamina.
Oh, it took me a week to figure out how to pull it apart and put it back together.
Yeah, just replace the stickers. What Viking guys? PFP.
Yeah, my stickers are all in crooked. Yeah.
Viking guys PFP.
Here it is. I'll give you a link. Make it easy.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's Techno Viking, dude.
Yeah, but it's a play on words though, because it's not. I like electronic music, but I work in IT, so it's techno.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that guy could dance like a motherfucker. He was great. You just would have had to been there, like old school rave culture. Like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, yeah. I went to my first party in the '90s.
Yeah, I went to the late. We used to go to Winnipeg when I was like 17, 18. We used to go do that.
Canada has a scene.
Oh, big time. Just like in the US too, it had to get like shut down after a while because like towards like the later like 2010s and stuff, like you just like saw like half naked, like really too young people in pasties and stuff. We're like, no, this is too much. Like we're shutting it down. We used to call them prostitutes. Like get them out of here. Chicks used to know, like women used to know how to dress. Like people used to know how to dress in like like late 90s, early 2000s. Like rave scene is nuts.
Yeah. Today
I miss those, man.
Like Burning Man is nothing to do with
garbage.
Yeah, it's.
Everybody had snug pants. Like we had those like the Snug Industries rave wear, like $275 pants. Like they'd have like the double fly, so like it would just open like a flap, and it would have like the secret pocket in the front where you could just like hide anything in it because they're not going to pat you down like right in your junk. God, I miss that.
There was this club in Knoxville, Tennessee. It was called Fiction. It was open from like 10 till 3. And then underneath it, like if you went in this alleyway beside it, there was a club called the Boiler Room that opened at 2 and went till 6.
Nice.
And like you walk in and there's like a DJ in a cage and everything's painted black and there's all these couches and chairs. And it goes like way back in there, and the only lights there are either black lights or lava lamps.
Yeah, you get very disoriented.
Yeah, there'd be a guy sitting in the back. Everybody used to call him Uncle Mike, and he'd have like a gallon-sized Ziploc bag just stuffed full of pills.
Yeah,
and it was insane. I don't remember a whole lot. I was there a lot. I don't remember much of it though.
Seeing it now though, it's just like when you like it's so funny. Like you go to like a place now and you just like some kid walks around the corner basically eating his own face, and you're just like, oh my god, like they can't go back to that, man.
No.
Like we invented raving. Like holy fuck. Like
I used to go clubbing like Sunday, like in the afternoon. So I'd get there about Sunday like 11 or 12.
In the morning?
And you'd go in and it'd be like, it'd be absolutely pumping. And I'd probably leave about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And it'd still be pumping. Yeah.
Well,
they call it recovery.
I've heard of that.
Sounds familiar.
But it was very chilled. It was real, they didn't serve alcohol or anything.
Yeah, they sell water and Skittles. You're like, where's the beer?
Yeah. There's no alcohol. It's great. Yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah, we have a guy who used to throw like underground parties. He's like 50 now.
Yeah.
And he still does like once a month in Knoxville at this place called the Garden Club, which is like a hipster snack restaurant, coffee shop place. And he does like Sunday, and they serve brunch, and they play house music from like 10 or 11 till 6 p.m. And like you can bring your kids. So my daughter's 6 and she's already addicted to house music, and I'm like, crap, what have I started? You
can either handle that really well, but I've seen people not handle that well, like just like children of the wooks, just like, what are you doing? Like
nah, she's a smart kid.
Yeah,
she just likes music. She listens to classical and jazz, and I never even introduced that to her. Like she found it on her own.
Genetic memory or something.
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I remember working with bass and cello ensembles for the first time, like having never been exposed to classical music, and it was this moment like where I felt so oddly familiar. It was just this weird, ambiguous moment that I was just like, I've done this before. Like, it's strange.
It's because energy can't be created nor destroyed. It's just ever changing.
It's kind of like that works. It makes sense to me, like especially with older cultures and stuff. Like people want to like the reason why Egyptian people were mummifying themselves and stuff. They wanted to like decline to reincarnate, like hacking the afterlife.
Right.
As long as your body's still kind of there, you're still tethered.
Well, have you ever thought about like time? You know, like we put it on a line, you know, like past, present, and future. But like, you know, time never ends, right? So like if everything we know that exists ceases to exist, time doesn't stop, which means time never started. So like it's all the time, all the time.
It's just now. There's only now.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I don't know. I'm not high enough to really
Makes people uncomfortable, like trying to think of nothing. You're like, this is weird.
But I mean, it never started because it can never end, so it never started. So it's like everything is existing all the time at the same time,
concurrently.
Maybe that's like why people are like, my grandpa used to sit in that chair, and ever since he passed away, I see his ghost go through there. Maybe it's like,
no, like people can imprint on objects. It's crazy, like especially like stone foundations, like buildings and stuff. Like the more intense your, like the more intense like human emotion is, like even on like a death state or something like that, or even like during normal events. Like if you have like you can imprint on it temporarily.
I just think people are seeing like a merge in time.
Yeah, I've been exposed to all kinds of stuff like that. Like I got pictures, which is really crazy. You're not supposed to be able to get pictures, but
I'm not really like into like ghosts or UFOs or any of that kind of thing. Yeah. But have you guys ever heard of Brown Mountain in North Carolina?
No.
So it's in the middle of nowhere in the national forest, and it's just like, you know, you have like mountain ridges after mountain ridges after mountain ridge. Well, it's like a ridge of mountains between two other ridges of mountains, and there's like not even but one road that cuts through there just to go to like an overlook. And mostly like between the beginning of September and the end of October, that's when it's most often, you can go up there and look, and there's like these orbs of light that people have been recording it for like hundreds of years before cars existed, because some people were saying maybe it's like a reflection of the city that's like behind the next ridge, you know, street lights or something, or car headlights. So like it was recorded by Indians, and there was no cars, but you see these orbs, and I found a couple of videos where somebody actually captured them, and there's multiple videos. And if you watch the videos, go down through the comments, and it's only like 2 hours from where I live at. I really want to go and check it out, but there's like these orbs of light that are so bright that they like light up all the trees around them. Like if you just had like a spotlight lit up.
Yeah.
And then they'll like move around pretty fast and then just shoot straight up into the sky. It's not ball lightning. I've seen ball lightning. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty interesting. I'd like to go.
Yeah, that's a wild phenomenon stuff. I've never seen anything like that either. Like the ghost stuff, I've been like definitely experienced, but like nothing like UFO. I wouldn't call it UFOs. Like the behavior that these things exhibit would be more likely that they're interdimensional, and they're not like craft of any kind. They're just like this interdimensional phenomena rather than, you know, interspatial.
Yeah.
You're only seeing like a slice of its existence, like not even like a whole thing.
Here's a link to one of the videos that's really good. The guy slows it down and has some still shots. But there's this other one where like National Geographic or some shit was out there trying to film for something else, and like while they're waiting to film this other thing, they catch this orb like right below them. And this guy's like, "Whoa, did you see that?" And then like there's a team of people on the next ridge, and they're like, "Hey, did you just have some lights on?" And they're like, "No." And it's on infrared, so it looks really, really bright. But
it's up on that butt, like that mountain. Like that's like that thing is so old. Like whatever's like been happening there has been happening for a long time. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, the second video I just posted, it's only like 2 minutes long. Skip to that one and check out that orb thing. That's like, you'll see like a little patch of lights off in the distance, but then right below him, he sees this orb start going around the trees, and then it just like goes straight up in the air, like 1,000 miles an hour. It's really weird.
It's like some properties of the mountain or something interacting with like the atmosphere or something weird.
It's really weird. Like if you go down to Chattanooga, there's this on the side of this mountain. There's like a gift shop, of course. And inside they have a elevator, and it takes you down. You're on the side of the mountain about 2/3 of the way up, and then this elevator just goes straight down. I don't want to lie, but it's like 1,000 feet or something. And when you get to the bottom, you're in like a cavern, a cave, and you walk back through there, and you walk like maybe half a mile, and there's all these different stalagmites and like different landmarks. They've named them different things, or whatever. But when you get back in there, there's a waterfall that's 180 foot tall, and you're like 1,500 feet below the ground. But the whole time you're walking back to it, if you look up, you can see where two tectonic plates, there's a fault line right above you. You can see where the two plates come together. And like, it looks like if you were like a field mouse, you could just crawl up through that crack all the way up to the top of the mountain, like 1,500 feet above you.
So much pressure on that shit. Like,
I know, it's so scary. I'm just like, what if this slips or like just a little bit or something? But it's weird. I mean, it looks like it's man-made. Like it's just cut, almost like just like
there's a few anomalies like that, especially in like Russia and stuff, where like these whole mountains look like they're walls. Like they just like they're like blocks and blocks like built on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got interior structure as well, which is really weird. Doesn't make sense. It's Cyclopean architecture.
The waterfall, when you get back there, they got all these LED lights on it, and they play this music that's like real, I don't think inspirational is the right word, but you know, they're trying to make you like become emotional almost when you walk into this room. But it is pretty spectacular to see a 200 foot, almost 200 foot tall waterfall under the mountain. Here you go.
The National Geographic one's sus.
Yeah,
it's almost like somebody holding a laser pointer, like because it's got that like jerkiness to it, like it's like in somebody's hand.
Yeah, but like where he's looking down is like a good 300 or 400 feet away.
Yeah, it's almost like because if it's night vision too, like it's like somebody's bouncing something off of the receptor plate or something, and like causing interference.
Yeah,
because it's not in front of them. It's like it's part of the fucking like production. It's weird. Like it's. Like chasing around that stupid jet, chasing around that like blob, and they say it's a UFO, right? Like it's like no.
Have you seen that video? That thing? It looks like to me, it looks like part squid, part robot, and it's just like floating across the ground by a military base.
Nope.
It is the weirdest
one.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
What the heck? It looks like it's part organic, part metal.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of those. Like floating squid UFO. Yeah, they're weird.
Let's see if I can find it. They got it like on night vision or some shit. And it was like right over top of a military base, like in South Carolina or some shit.
Oh, yeah. But it was it was cruising really smoothly. It was moving through the air really smooth and pretty fast.
Perfectly horizontal. Yeah, here it is. I'll put it in chat. I actually found it searching floating squid UFO. It just looks like perfectly suspended or something, though. It's.
Did you post it?
Yeah, I just put the link in there. And apparently,
weird.
Yeah, apparently they said it was like they were able to detect that it was like a biological entity. It was
Hold
living.
on. That's like superimposed, man. Or like that could be just as easily something on like because it's like a
like a smudge on
like
the
military
lens.
thing, right? You could just have like some dirt or like a squiggle, something like slightly magnetic on there, like on the sensor itself, like tiny, and it'll show up as like an image. Just like the blob, yeah.
It's just so weird looking.
It is weird. But I would think that's something else, like the technical thing, not something that's actually there. It's like got no shadow. It's got no, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is nighttime. This is like pitch black.
Yeah. Or like it could even be like a balloon, like.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of those like aluminum birthday balloons that got loose. It's just floating away.
It's like a probe droid.
What are y'all's thoughts on CERN? You ever like went down that rabbit hole with CERN?
I'm extremely concerned. No. They're trying to basically get the opposite of a nuclear explosion, which is they're trying to get like summon like kind of like matter from energy, not energy from matter, where they can like literally like kind of like get material out of the ether, like fundamental, like smashing fundamental particles together and getting like stuff back.
I understand what they're trying to do, but like some of the ceremonies they do there, and the symbol and the location. I don't care if you believe in God or not, but we do have books that are thousands of years old, and it talks about how Satan's like portal, or where he comes to Earth, is at Mount Ararat.
Yeah,
and that's exactly where CERN's at.
Wait, Mount Ararat, like Ararat or Ariat?
Let me see how to spell it. Like Ararat.
Ararat. Yeah, that's in the Middle East, bro.
That's Geneva.
That's where Moses came down, isn't it? Like yeah, but it could be named that, but it's like not the OG Ararat. Like, yeah, like Mount Ararat, isn't that the one that like Moses came down with the 10 Commandments, or where the ark landed? One of the two. When it was done flooding.
No, yeah, Mount Ararat is where they supposedly found the ark.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Mount Sinai was where the 10 Commandments was.
Okay.
But apparently in CERN there was it's a site of an old temple, which was called the Gateway to the Underworld.
Yeah, it's mentioned in Revelation.
Yeah, that's concerning.
But like the symbol for CERN is like 3 6s, like turned.
Yeah, it's like CNN is like a serpent.
Everything on the television, it like points straight to like, yeah, it's so evil.
Corporate logos and subversive use of sacred symbol. Even Apple, like fucking, you're biting the apple.
Yeah, my little girl said that. She looked at the back of the phone and she was like, "Dad, that's like the apple that Adam and Eve weren't supposed to eat."
Yeah,
they took a bite out of it.
She's a smart one. Holy.
Yeah, and I was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, you're actually right."
That's a big deal.
Listen, you guys were talking earlier about gender studies, and it made me think. Like, I live in the country, right? Like in the middle of nowhere, and we don't farm or anything, but there's like cows around us and everything all the time. So she saw something on TV, and it was showing like the Pride Parade or whatever. And
oh no!
And then she started asking me questions, and I'm like, I don't know how to explain this. So I just was like, sometimes guys fall in love with guys instead of girls.
Dumb,
And she goes, well, she says, it takes a bull and a heifer to make a calf. So these people are just stupid.
Good.
And I was like, good job, kid. But if she can figure it out, and we've got, 40-year-olds that are like, no, it's an infinite spectrum.
I hate that shit.
I just
They just want to change everything. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, like.
And if you don't go along with it, then
You know,
they're
you're
going to make
racist or
you.
something.
But then you're the fascist.
It's so bad. It's just like internet trolls or something like that. Like these like psychopath people online that are like they just like troll you and like accuse you of doing the very thing that they're doing, and like they gaslight the shit out of you. It's crazy.
I think some young people are really smart.
Some of them.
I think we're gonna have. I think the pendulum's gonna swing back even harder, back the other way, eventually. Like think about 1950, how people were. I think
that's like yeah,
we're gonna come back to that.
It's part of just like basically like we've been suppressing. Like we have like if you have like a bad kind of like practice or like you know like an imbalance like psychologically taking a root in your collective consciousness like as humans, right? Like if it's not nipped in the bud properly, like soon it's gonna fester basically and just kind of keep going. Like we like eventually like started doing this monotheistic religion stuff and like you know somehow thinking that women were you know fundamentally tainted and like you know responsible for cardinal sin and stuff. So like these priests are basically kind of just like, oh, women are gross. Like what do they can't get married, so they end up like you know it's like a perversion in the literal sense of the word, where like you know this like rampant homosexualism and like you know I mean even like child abuse and stuff like comes from. It's pretty wild. Like we got deep-seated issues that we needed to fix, and we don't even know the questions that we need to ask in order to get like the answers that we need.
Yeah, I agree.
Everything's backwards. Like it's just run away like out of control basically.
I honestly think the only way that like we could ever get it back under control would be like a full-blown like
Reset.
revolution or like civil war.
No, like you can't do that. Like even if it's based, especially if it's based out of violence too. Like if we had French Revolution 2.0, and like we iced a bunch of like politicians and stuff like that, in 10 years, not even, it would be just as corrupt and just as bad as like the system that came before it, or worse. Like we need like an actual reset. Like you know, what I mean, a meteor hitting us, and like you know, population just back to nothing, starting from the Stone Age again. You know, like how many times you think
300,000 people?
How many times do you think that's happened? It's happened at least once or twice. Okay, can you imagine like everything that we knew basically? You know, like we fell. Like these like our comparative mythology and stuff tells us a lot of stuff. Like, let's see, like we have electricity and magnetism, right? So we figured that they relate, you know, they're operating under the same like mathematical principles, so they're unified. We have electromagnetism. Imagine your whole society, your art, music, architecture, science, medicine, everything reverberating off the same principle, kind of like wheels, like three wheels, just like explains almost everything. Everything's unified. Like megalithic. Like, we used to be capable of so much more than like what's going on, especially like with our megalithic societies and stuff like those. Like we cannot explain how those cities were built. We don't like to even contemplate it because it makes us so uncomfortable.
What if there's been like multiple, like let's just make up a time frame. Let's say like every 10,000 years we go through like an ice age, right? And it wipes out. I mean, it's so severe that it wipes out everybody. You know, let's say the population was 10 billion. It wipes them all the way down to like 1 million worldwide. Which would be like caveman times, okay? But like, what if it happens so many times and they kept realizing, like, because if it happened right now, all the archives we have and like all the data that we have it'd be gone. So it's like they finally were like, hey, let's prepare this time and let's put it in stone. Yeah, so that way we can try to pass it off.
That's what they're trying to do, but like it's almost like imagine just like you got like maybe 3 or 4 wisdom keepers left, and they're trying to frantically like put the like you know the secrets of the universe onto like you know cave walls, hoping that it'll last. Like you know we got these squiggles left that we don't even fully understand. Like
it's like that game Telephone where you whisper.
Yeah.
like in the first person's ear, and it goes all the way around.
Information deteriorates over time, like a copy of a copy, no matter what it is. Like especially when it goes like their society's being taken over and all their secrets basically have to go underground. Like that's where alchemy came from. That's where like all this like secret society stuff came from. It's like all those secrets had to be encoded into something else, or to be like kind of decoded later if possible. But
we could have been like so much more advanced, like 3,000 years ahead of what we would be right now.
Oh yeah, like even like the steam revolution could have happened maybe like 800 years earlier if the guy like noticed like the little toy on his desk that whirled around like that steam ball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that could have happened way earlier.
Or if the libraries of Alexandria didn't get destroyed.
I would think that may have been intentional, and like they carted a lot of stuff out of there before it happened. There's always these like things like these like things like kind of stop humanity from progressing too quickly. Just happen to happen.
I think they withhold technology from us.
They do,
like by a big margin.
Yeah, anything with a potential military application is automatically blackballed. Any patent, anything. And that's a big margin of things that can be invented. Like government has things that are like hundreds of, like about 100 years or so, probably ahead of like what the general public has.
Yeah, so I've had this theory before about like UFOs and aliens. Like you know, Area 51 is like where it's all centered at. What if like how they don't let them do certain things with DNA because of like ethical reasons?
Yeah.
What if they're just doing it there, like illegally, and they've got like aircraft that is 50, 100 years ahead of its time, and then they've got like these human DNA projects
it's like
that are
linked to your
flying it
DNA,
around.
Yeah, that would make sense. Stuff that's like hooked to your, like nerve. It's almost like what is that thing called? The Neuralink stuff. They just updated that too. Like they did like a press conference of like the one guy that they're really putting Neuralink on. Like they did like a 5-week like totally open study where they govern everything that like they record everything that's like that he's doing. He's like a total quadriplegic, and he's like basically got a computer hooked up to him. So he's like playing Mario Kart with no controller and winning. Playing Civilization 5 with his buddy online. He had like 30,000 left clicks on like left clicked inputs like on like a mouse, and then 10,000 right clicks. The guy was happy as hell. He's just like, yeah, this is the best, man.
That'd be horrible, dude. Like the nurse that comes in to change your catheter, you think she's hot, and now everybody can see what you're thinking.
Well, no, they can't really do that. But they've been trying to get text data. They did this experiment recently. They hooked up like Neuralink to an MRI machine, and they're trying to get verbal data out of strictly brainwaves. It took them about 17 hours, and like the target sentence was like, I don't have my driver's license yet, and like what they got was, I have not yet received my driving certificate as of today, or something like that. After like 17 hours of trying to get it, that's still pretty quick.
It just proves that we live in a simulation inside of a simulation.
I'm not sure. I don't like that. I think it's a cop out, to be honest.
Yeah, dude.
Nobody wants to take any responsibility. Nothing's real, bro. I can do whatever I want.
A guy's Neuralink stream. His screen says, "Not busted, not busted, not busted."
Nice. And you got to be really careful with that. Like the minute you integrate humans, like we always want this shortcut to these like fantastical abilities and stuff. Like, but if we wire ourselves, like wide scale into stuff like that, like there's no going back. That's human 2.0, and you're supposed to be like doing these things by expanding your consciousness and doing like the real work by like really doing the work, not just getting like a shortcut to it.
Well, even if Elon Musk wasn't doing it let's just say Elon Musk is an angel, right? And he is trying to advance. Okay, I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying like hypothetically. Yeah. Let's say he was, right? Even if that was the case for him, and he generally was trying to allow everybody to use their full capacity of their brain, whether you're, incapable or not through physical problems or whatever, right? But the problem is, there's always going to be someone out there that is against this. And for example, as we see like companies being targeted by, malicious malware and all this kind of stuff, it would be so dangerous if the whole of civilization had a Neuralink in 15.
Yeah, you could literally have back. Like we're easily controlled enough. Like we have like electronic like technological backdoors into our into our brains. It'd be so bad.
What if it becomes like common where people are just getting Neuralink and like so you finally go and get yours put in, and as soon as you put it in, it's like, hey, we've been trying to contact you about your car's warranty, and you're like,
yeah. It's just like the trials for that. What was that antidepressant drug? Blah, blah, blah. What's that shit called? Like the one of the earlier antidepressants that
Valium or Xanax or
no, later on in the early 90s.
Prozac.
Prozac, thank you. They're doing these trials for Prozac, and they're doing these interviews, these test subjects and stuff are they're sitting there, husband and wife, and the wife's just she took it, he didn't because he doesn't have depression, but she's there supporting her, and they interview her. It's like, well, how do you feel? She's like, oh, I feel wonderful. Oh, it saved me. I've been it's just my life is so much better. And he's just crossed arms, looking right at the camera. It's like, what do you look really dubious, sir? And he's just like, I don't know. He's like, she's not the same person. I don't like it one bit, and she's not the same, and she's just absolutely just totally ignoring it 100%. She doesn't even think she doesn't even registering that he's speaking.
Yeah, she's faking it.
You don't even know that there's a problem. You know what I mean? That stuff rewires your brain and makes you a simpler being, and you don't even know. You can't even tell. It's that'd be the same thing almost. You would just there'd be no defense against it.
It's like when if you take a drug twice a year, you know that your norm is 363 days a year, and those 2 days a year is the different part. But if you're taking Prozac all the time, that becomes the normal.
Yep.
You don't even realize. My ex-wife, right when we first got married, I noticed every night at 8:30. Her pupils would be extremely dilated, and she would become super nice. She'd be like, hey, do you want me to go make you something to eat? We'd already ate dinner, and she'd be like, do you want me to go make you some grilled cheese, or I'll make some coffee, or come here, I'll give you a bath.
He's all wired and shit.
Yeah, and super happy, really weird,
manic.
Like Mr. Burns when he he's in the woodlands and he's glowing on The Simpsons.
Yes.
Hey there,
and then finally, I found a bottle, and it was the generic name. It's Florazidine or something that. So come to find out, every antidepressant, the main ingredient is fluoride. And you know how they fluoridate city drinking water? Do you know why they fluoridate city drinking water?
Oh,
apparently,
supposedly it
supposedly makes people docile.
It does, yeah. It makes you docile.
Used it wide scale in concentration camps and shit. Apparently, they just gave it to the Jews hardcore, high doses.
So Colgate toothpaste, Colgate Palmolive, opened a factory in a neighboring town, and I was there when they first. I was when I started working there. The building wasn't even done yet, and I was in the mixing department, and they're FDA regulated. There was 17 ingredients in the toothpaste. Only 2 ingredients are the reason why they're FDA regulated, and that was fluoride and triclosan, which is a antiseptic or antibiotic. That's what sits on your teeth and kills all the bacteria.
Yeah.
And just to go in the room where the fluoride was at, you had to go through an airlock, put on a Tyvek suit, a full respirator, and then it was all contained in this one cube that was 16-foot cubed. That was all stainless steel. And at the top, there was a 1-inch gap along the top of one of the walls with a $150,000 air filtration system. It was just a big vacuum.
Yeah.
So if any of the dust got in the air, it just instantly got sucked through that gap at the top of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And
it strengthens your enamel.
Yeah, sure, bud.
Yeah, well, also think about it's an easy way to get into your bloodstream because, I'd say a high percentage of people when they brush their teeth are going to have a little bit of bleeding, or are going to agitate their gums where they, you've got a lot of veins running in your
it's
jaw.
like right to your central nervous system. Yeah.
It goes like straight into your blood.
Well, like with anything, there's levels of toxicity, and that's why they put the certain amount of fluoride in the toothpaste. Or when you go to the dentist, they'll give you a fluoride treatment, put it on your teeth.
Yeah, as a topical, it's great, but it should not be ingested. It's poison.
Yeah.
It's like the fourth most poisonous.
Rat poison.
Well, you're gonna get a little bit, but you spit it out, right? You don't swallow the toothpaste. I mean,
still
some
get a
of
little
it
bit.
get into your bloodstream, of course, but not much.
And in the water supply.
Yeah, but if you go to your local water treatment facility, they've got a tank where they put it in the city drinking water, and there's little signs on the side of the road. They're round, and it says, this water is fluoridated.
Yeah.
And they're funded by the federal government to put that in there. And the American Dental Association actually has filed a petition against the federal government showing that the more the water is fluoridated, the more tooth decay there is, because their excuse is that, that's exactly right. They try to say, no, we put it in the water because it helps people with their teeth. But no, they put it in the water because it's a poison, and it takes away, it numbs your frontal lobe, takes away perception.
Actually, what's really bad for your teeth is the sweetening agents they put in toothpaste. You need to use xylitol because it actually creates the sweetening agents they put in there. It actually feeds the bacteria and creates more cavities. So I'd look into using a xylitol chewing gum or things like that because it actually reverses that. There's a lot of bad things with the dentistry. Also, orthodontia is completely, we could eliminate that in one generation. Because it's the food. They puree the food and give it to the kids. And that's why, you can look in history at, skeletal remains and stuff like that. Our jaws are like that because of the food they give us when we're babies. So orthodontia is completely, useless.
Yeah, you can regrow your own teeth with using your stem cells. So they just put these little pink dots back into your gums, and you regrow your own teeth. Yeah, it's like a thing that's really limited just for severe facial trauma and stuff that they do. But anybody could do this.
Wouldn't it be nice if we just grew infinite teeth like a shark or something? You could just be
that would hurt. He's got to chew on things all the time. It's weird we don't need wisdom teeth anymore, so people would be born with less of them because we don't really need to use it for opening up massive bones and stuff just to get bone marrow. It's argh.
You just got 6 on the top, 6 on the bottom.
Yeah, that was the worst. I hate wisdom tooth shit. Fuck. They took out one with no effective freezing whatsoever on me. Holy fuck, traumatized me for 2 years. I didn't think a human could make noises like that. The receptionist was crying. He shouldn't have gone through with it. He should have called me an ambulance and referred me to a university surgery department. And he just went ahead and did it. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that was the most traumatic thing that's happened to me, I think, in my whole life. I was on the Greyhound bus, where the guy got beheaded, and that's still not number one. I watched Terrifier 3 the other day. That brought me right back there. Nothing has ever done that. Ever. I was cool with it, but watching that movie brought me right back to that moment, and I was well, this is really odd. It's never happened.
Is that the one they said where people are were leaving the theater and stuff?
Yeah, it's even the guy in the clown suit had trouble doing a couple scenes in that movie. Yeah.
It's just gory.
It's beyond gore. It's the new level. It's the new highest level of gore you could ever set in a cinematic film ever. That's in color. It's really well done. The Art the Clown character is such a good body actor. He doesn't say anything. He makes no noise whatsoever, and he just mimes everything. But it's a great character. But yeah, it's the first one was kind of a little bit weird. Second one was doing better, but the third one they really, really, really raised the bar. I can't believe they got that in theaters.
Yeah, I saw a video online where people were getting basically a waiver, a disclaimer.
Yeah.
5 years after surviving Art the Clown's Halloween Massacre.
Yeah, great character. He meets Santa Claus too. Is the funniest thing in the whole world. Oh my god.
We watch Elf with Will Ferrell, and then National Lampoon's, and then the claymation Rudolph every year.
Of course,
That's our 3 movies, and my daughter will watch them every night, over and over and over.
That's too cute.
I think it's funny. She loves Will Ferrell. I let her watch Step Brothers. I probably should not have let her watch that, but
yeah, not too bad.
She uses that line all the time. Like, did we just become best friends? Yep.
Let her talk to Charmander in the politics server because he sounds just like John C. Reilly. Like just exactly like he hates it too, but he sounds just like the Step Brothers guy so hard. Like it's almost like as bad as Reconor in the Flat Earth servers.
Where's he from?
I'm not sure. He's like from the middle United States or something like that. But
where are you in? Like central Canada?
I'm in. I'm just above Washington in Methberta.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm in Edmonton, right? Like the big city, but like it sucks. Oh my god.
That's all that's there though. Like if you drive outside of that city, there's nothing.
That's all Canada mostly. Like,
yeah, I got a buddy that lives in. Go ahead.
Where?
I got a buddy that lives in Vancouver Island.
Yeah, that's really nice. I was in Banff and Lake Louise there for a long time, for like 8 years. The place was like heaven on earth. Like, except the people just sucked. But the Indians that weren't there, like that was their version of the afterlife. Basically, they couldn't build anything. They couldn't live there. They just walked through it once, like during their rite of passage ceremonies. And there was the Queen dudes. The Queen just like builds a railroad straight through it, and like 2 big hotels. Whew. Not good.
Yeah, it's my dad. He's from upstate New York, like right up on the St. Lawrence River, and like you can literally see Canada.
Yeah.
And the name of the town on the other side of the river is Cornwall. It's in Ontario. It's like the southwesternmost part of Ontario.
Yeah.
And it's maybe like an hour and a half up to Ottawa.
Yep.
And when I was a kid, I was 17, I guess, 18. I'd never been up there to upstate New York. And my dad took me up there, and we drove across the bridge into Canada. And like Cornwall is a decent sized town. There's probably like 50 or 60,000 people. But then, like once you drove out the other side of it, it was just like it looked like Kansas.
Yeah,
you know, just like flat nothing with cows and like I think maybe y'all have like bigger rednecks than we do in America.
Oh man, like people that I don't know, it's pretty much on par, but like people that grew up in rural Alberta, like there's cults, there's like, you know, polygamous, like, you know, like enclosures, there's like cult leaders, there's rampant abuse and stuff. Like if you grew up in rural Alberta, like in the like 70s, 80s, even in the early 90s, even now, like there's heinous shit going on. Like it's really bad.
So you're not too far. Just east of you, there's a highway that's supposedly like the flattest stretch of ground in North America.
That's the Saskatchewan one. If you're driving across the country, like, and you got to go through Saskatchewan, you just go as fast as possible because it'll destroy your brain. Like it's just one flat gray like drive for like 6 hours. You're just like, get me out of here. Even the cops don't really pull people over because people are trying to get through it like that hard.
Yeah, here it is. I just found it. It's this highway that comes out of Saskatoon.
Yeah.
It's Canada 16. And like there's railroad tracks that run right beside it. And this guy did this thing where he set up like a laser on a tripod.
Yeah.
And then he drove up through there and kept stopping and looking back, and you could see the laser down the railroad tracks. Yeah. Like I think he went 28 kilometers. How many miles is that?
Not sure. I can't remember the conversions. Something silly.
It's like 6.2 miles for every 10 kilometers. So like 16 miles, 16 and a half miles, something like that. And the laser was only like 4 feet off the ground.
The glacier had its way with that fucking land, let me tell you.
The what? Oh yeah, you can see it looking at the map. It's just
yeah. Mountains are crazy though. Like I remember like we went to Banff and Lake Louise area once. Like when we drove there in a snowstorm and I'd never been there before, and like we went to the bar and everything, and it was just snowstorming and just pitch black. You can't see anything. It's like 7 a.m. and they're like, "Claude, what? Go outside." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like just go outside?" And like you open the front door and you're just like you're just like surrounded by like 5 massive mountain ranges all around you. You're just like, how do I not see that? Like.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. BANFF. Banff.
Yeah, that's Banff. Yeah, that Banff is more like like Lake Louise, like Lake Moiraine is. If you like look at Earth chakra, like convergence points, like ley line stuff, it's Stonehenge's sister site, which is like the place is just buzzing. It's like ooh.
It looks like those are some pretty steep mountains.
Yeah, they go right. Yeah, it's nuts. Like you can disappear forever. Like I just cater to Chinese tourists all the time. They're like Chinese gangster like tour guides that just round up entire villages and say, "You go on vacation right now. Like you pay later for the rest of your life." So like there's just buses and buses of Asian tourists that come in, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, you guys get a lot of Asians in Canada. I noticed that. Like
yeah, we used to troll for we used to troll for like one of those guys like stayed one of the Chinese government delegates stayed at our hotel for like 37 days. His bill was like 80 grand. Like
holy cow.
He doesn't even care. It's like fuck you money. I used to like after my shifts I would like put on like some really good clothes and I would just like go down to the bar and try and like cruise for like some dignitaries like Chinese dignitary's daughter, because it's like it's so crazy because they love white guys. It's awesome. It's like you look like the Buddha. Oh my god. It's like yes, very wise, very wise.
I can actually see your eyeballs.
Yeah, I had a guy. He drove up to our staff residence once, like big place, and he's just like he doesn't even know who he's yelling at, but he's like throwing shit at like the west wall, going like, "Hey, you don't date my daughter, okay? You don't date my daughter, okay?" Just like screaming his face off. So funny.
Oh shit.
Yeah. People were toxic though. Like by the time I left, I was like, I warned like the entire staff. I was like, you guys are gonna push people with your drama so hard that somebody's gonna do something fucking horrible to this place. And like the next year, some fucking like guy got like bullied so hard that he basically burned down the entire staff residence, like 160 units. Everybody's like like passports and like papers and shit. They got like nothing.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's brutal. I was like, I told you.
Dude, Edmonton is like inside of that highway, that beltway.
Yeah.
Like perfectly.
Yep. It's a fentanyl zombie convergence area. It's not good.
What'd you say, fentanyl zone B?
Oh, dude, there's zombies everywhere now. It kind of like snuck up on us, but like it's everywhere now. People just like slumped over, like standing up, just gone. Like the whole downtown is just riddled, and like the whole system now is like saving billions of dollars by not providing housing to homeless people. They just make these encampments and bulldoze them every couple months.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's brutal. Like when the white lady had this, she made a wrong turn into one of these camps with her like SUV. She got like cordoned in and like had rocks thrown at her. Like so these natives are like, "This is sacred land. Get out of here, whitey!" Just harassing the shit out of her. It's so bad.
You guys still have a lot of natives that live around there?
Oh god, it's bad because even like Canada treated its natives so fucking bad. Like you think the US was fucking horrible? We made it systemic. Like it's bad. Like this is like a broken, dead race of people that don't even know they're dead practically. It's so fucking tragic.
Yeah, up there in upstate New York, there's like lots of small reservations everywhere, and like you should see how much money they get. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like casino money and stuff like that. Yeah, like the ones whose tribes didn't like get like profit by like what is it, governing away all their rights and stuff like that. Like the Queen promised the majority of them out here like a cow and a plow for moving, like a long time ago, the Queen was like a cow and a plow for moving your territories and letting us have this and like relocating. So they had to like translate and like update what a cow and a plow would be worth for, you know, an individual, and everybody gets that apparently, unless sometimes they get like a half cow or a half plow or something because they got it negotiated away. But it's a lot of money. Like the first batch is like 20 grand, then it's like 50 grand, then it's like, 70 more, something like that. It's ridiculous amount of money. Like for one individual to have is nuts.
Yeah, this one near where my dad's from, if you're an adult male, you get like a monthly allowance, and it was like $2,500.
Yeah,
which isn't a lot. But then you're married.
Yeah, it gets up.
So that's $5,000. Okay, and then for every kid you have, it's like another $2,000 or something.
Yeah.
So they have like 5 kids, and then their house is given to them.
Yeah.
There's no mortgage
bills,
payment.
no mortgage, and like if they got casinos and stuff, they get like more like tacked on depending on their situation. Like a lot of them are growing weed now and stuff like that, and like making businesses, which is good. But a lot of these places I'm from Northwestern Ontario originally, and it's just ridiculous. Like you could tell which reservation was what way on the highway just by following like the dirty diapers on the highway and like fucking like KFC buckets and shit. It was really bad.
And the Budweiser.
Yeah, like the the mill company that wanted to put a paper mill on their like traditional fishing waters, and they wanted to negotiate it. They wouldn't negotiate back in like the 1890s or something like that. So they just proceeded to like dump like 60 tons of liquid mercury into their traditional fishing waters, like purposely. Like, oh my god.
No, the government would never do that.
Oh yeah, they fucking sure would. People
they
are
love their people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't live too far from Cherokee Indian Reservation in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they legalized weed on the reservation.
Yeah.
And like technically the reservation's not the United States.
Yeah,
it's their own little country.
Yeah.
And but North Carolina is trying, like here in the South, they still, it's called the Bible Belt, so like weed is the devil's lettuce, so like Tennessee and North Carolina and Georgia, they still look at marijuana like it's like heroin, and so North Carolina's like, no, they're not allowed to do that, and they're trying to like take state police of North Carolina and run in on Cherokee Reservation and tell them they can't do that. And basically, they're not getting anywhere with it. But why even like waste the resources to, I don't know. Like, see, Virginia legalized it even for recreational use. And that's only like 45 minutes away. But that's a trap. So there's a town called Bristol. Like half of it's in Tennessee and half of it's in Virginia. And like you drive into Virginia and you only go like 100 feet and there's all these weed shops, right? But like if you go up there to buy it, there's all the Bristol, Virginia police sitting there. And then as soon as you drive back into Tennessee, the Bristol, Tennessee police are waiting for you.
Yeah.
And then, so like you have to buy it and then drive north, like further into Virginia, and then take like a back road west, like 30 miles, and then come back down into Tennessee. But it's so silly for something that was legal just like 100 years ago and doesn't cause any of the problems that like alcohol does, and alcohol is sold at every corner store. And I just don't understand why they waste the resources on it.
Because it's not taxed.
That's really what it is. They're not middlemen. The government wants to be middleman on everything.
Yeah, the biggest drug dealers in fucking history, man. Like you did the DEA, like they catch a tugboat full of cocaine on the ocean and stuff from the cartels, and they're all patting each other on the back. It's like that's not them doing any type of law enforcement. That's them. That's their cut for letting the cartels stay in business.
Right. And then they just introduce it into the black market in the United States to create basically phony jobs to fight it.
I guess, yeah. They got something good going. You might as well keep it going. It's like the drug what is it? It's like military industrial complex. It's like the narcotic industrial complex.
Yeah. Yeah, a friend of mine was in Afghanistan, and he was like a MP, and his job was to stand at the edge of a field full of
Yeah.
poppy seeds, and they loaded it up on American trucks and towed it away.
Yeah, that's what basically what was what the occupation was for.
That's kind of sick.
They just took it from the Soviets. Basically, they're like, no, and it's our turn now.
They ought to just do like Portugal did. Like Portugal legalized everything, and since they done that, the drug problem like went down like tenfold. And because number one, they're not worth as much anymore because you can get it anywhere, so people can't like demand higher prices. So it doesn't make sense to be a drug dealer. You're not going to be very profitable. And number two, a lot of people that were just ignorant enough to put so much in their body that it took their life, that they're gone.
Yeah.
And that they just treat it as a maybe it's not a good thing because they treat it as a mental disorder. So it's probably just a way to write antidepressants.
Wait, what's a mental disorder?
Drug use.
Oh,
That's they decriminalized it. It's not illegal, but like if you habitually use like hard drugs in Portugal, basically they'll like try to get you counseling.
Yeah, I don't know. Can't make people stop doing anything.
Yeah, we've spent like $40 trillion since 1970 to try to fight the war on drugs, and like I would dare say there's probably more people on drugs now than there was then.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny, boys? If you remove government involvement from something, it just magically gets better all by itself. Look.
Yeah, it never once in history has the government made anything better, ever.
Exactly. It's the absence of government.
For themselves, yes, but not general public.
They're just the mafia. It's no different than the mafia coming into your new restaurant and saying, hey, give us $2,000 a month and we'll protect you. We'll make sure nothing happens. But if you don't, we're going to be back.
Yeah. He'll
that's
squeeze
taxes.
you got to squeeze him every day, you know. You can't just like, take it all at once.
Right. I mean, that's tax. If you don't pay your taxes, somebody comes with a gun to take you away.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're dropping they're dropping personal sales tax on stuff for like 2 months here in Canada, starting I think now for the holidays and stuff.
That's because you guys pay double the tax we do all the other times.
It's brutal.
and we're bad enough.
Yeah. Like the price of food here, oh my god, it's ridiculous. Like
same here.
Like what is it, like maybe like a pack of like 15 chicken breasts is like $47 or something crazy. Like
I bought 2 like 14-ounce ribeye steaks the other day, and it was like $30.
Yeah,
I could have went to Texas Roadhouse and ate it with a salad and bread for cheaper.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They've been like a bunch of food, like in North American, like food distribution plants and like staging areas have been like conveniently burning down slowly over the past like 20 years, like just one by one, and they don't rebuild them, and food just prices just creep up.
Yeah, I saw that not too long ago. Somebody did like a full report on how many of them have burnt down. It was crazy. Like 3 a week were burning down.
It's like ones that we wouldn't play ball or something, or like wouldn't adhere to, wouldn't like jacking up the price even more. So it's like, all right, you're gonna like you don't play ball, like we're gonna, your business is gonna be gone or something like that. Like
the mafia, bro. It's the mafia. That's what runs the world. A bunch of Italians.
Well, a bunch of demons, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Have you seen the those pictures of like people from like 200 years ago and how it looks like all the celebrities and stuff from today?
That's great. Well, everybody's got lookalikes and stuff, yeah, but like it's pretty funny. Like I don't think there's much to it. Just like that's just how the human genome works, right? Like you just
there's only so many combinations.
Your past lives are basically just like your dad or your great grandfather and stuff like that, just down your genetic line, like.
Canadians, you guys are what? Mostly French and Scottish, I would say.
No, it's everything now. Like we're Icelandic and stuff like that. Like pure-blooded Icelandic is, we haven't really mixed. But like, there was all kinds here. What's that?
How can you say that, eh?
How can what?
How can you say that people are mostly French?
Yeah, it's way more diverse now. It used to be, like a long time ago, it used to be just like either French or British or whatever.
I mean, you got a what do you call it? Providence, not states.
We have provinces.
Nova Scotia just means New Scotland.
Yeah. It's almost like districts of Columbia and stuff like that for Washington. It's like,
Yeah, except for what Columbia do you think they're referencing?
They're doves. It's like a cult thing.
It's the the goddess of light.
Yeah.
Columbia.
Yeah.
Who cares though, eh?
Beauty, eh?
Did you say who cares?
He did.
Yeah.
I mean, you can leave the chat.
No, I'm just saying, like, in times of, yeah. I'm from Toronto.
The esoteric roots of, like, even, like, building of cities and stuff all over North America have been, like, built to these kind of weird, wiggy fucking parameters. Like, if you look at old Edmonton photos and stuff like that, for when the city was just made, all the fucking, like, the city hall, the railway station, the post office, like, these massive, like, edifice, the banks and all the buildings were just put there. Like, it's almost like they fell from the sky because there's just nothing around them.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. Absolutely. The jail, and then that's it for hundreds of years, and everything builds up around it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's like freakish. There's like people that think it's like some weird time fucking dilation thing or something weird, but it's pretty funny. But
have you seen the the streets of Washington D.C., all the different geometry?
Yeah, it's like a zodiac. Usually it's a zodiac built into the streets. Some of them have more, like Vatican City's got 6.
There's a lot of geometry though, eh?
We're on the grid system here now though, finally. Like, a lot of cities aren't like that, but we got just streets and avs. That's it.
No, but I'm just saying, there's Avenue A and Avenue B and C and D, and it's
well, there's numbers, yeah.
that's
going back to Pine Street or you know what I mean, Johnson Street would be just ridiculous.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not like Toronto or something like that, but I'm just if you look at Washington, that's different.
What?
Yeah, the roads are on very odd angles.
Yeah, they spoke outwards like wheels.
Well, it makes a pentagram, and at the bottom of the pentagram is the White House.
Yeah, it's just the way that they're linked up is a little bit weird. Some they approach the grid thing, or they approach like a star thing with central kind of radiating spokes.
No, damn! I just looked at that. That's for real. That's for real.
Yeah, the Freemasons ran everything, the whole planning of all this kind of stuff, and they're for things are in certain places for very, very good reasons to them, but doesn't make any sense to us. But
I suppose it made a sense 200 years ago.
Well, it still makes sense if you look at it, they're based on star patterns and kind of aligned buildings and facing certain ways and do certain degrees of true north and stuff. What is it? I think Winnipeg's town, City Hall, has a bunch of Luciferian kind of imagery in it as well. If you know what you're looking for, they got this golden hermetic statue on the top of the building and stuff. It's almost like the black lightning bolts and stuff you can find in the marble facades.
Like the black hole sun
Yeah.
Symbol.
Yeah. They like to hide stuff like in plain sight. Like what is it like? Like U.S. Congress has got like the international symbol of fascism like right on the wall.
Oh, for real?
The fasci, yeah, that axe with like the bundle of sticks with an axe blade in it.
No, where?
It's in. Hold on, it's either in the Senate or Congress. I can't remember unless.
Hey, click on that link I just put in chat.
Yeah.
So I just got back from, I don't know, like 2 months ago.
It's in the Senate, yeah. Oh.
So what does that mean? What do you think?
What, streets?
No, I mean, I joined this chat kind of late, but
we don't have any Globers.
What I want to know is like, what does everything mean?
What does everything mean?
Is everything fucked? Is like,
Yes.
because Trump just got voted in, are we all fucked? Or
You got to go way back further than
Or-
Trump, man. Like people laying the sins of like mankind at the feet of one guy. It's pretty fucking pretentious.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he is a New York City asshole.
But like, what if that's the asshole that fixes America? Fuck,
Right,
that'd be great.
I think he does have some decent ideas, a lot better than the opposition.
It's like there's a new, like apparently if he goes through with it, because like usually it's just the general thing is like, they'll say a bunch of shit and it'll just be the same shit, different pile, and nothing will get done. But if man, he needs to shake things up. That'd be really cool.
He needs to make Alex Jones the press secretary.
You mean Bill Hicks? Nah, he's controlled opposition.
Did you see Alex Jones standing up there at that podium going, "They're going to come down and suck your heads off"?
That's Bill. That's Bill Hicks, right?
Yeah, because he disappeared like 6 months later. Here comes Alex Jones.
Yep. And what is it? Even the original Alex Jones, like 2 weeks before, before it was a totally different person. Before it was this Alex Jones.
Yeah, but it was all a false flag operation, right?
What? What was?
Oh, I don't know. I just, I think as an Australian, I think it'd be interesting to see what would happen, like literally, if Alex Jones, was just the new press secretary. I think
he would have no filter. That's what would be so great.
Well, it's not a good thing. He's like a fake truther, man. He's not doing anything. He never cites anybody else's research. It's always like it came from the mouth of Alex Jones, but like he's been like plagiarizing like your actual researchers work forever.
Let's see it. I think you know what? Fuck it. Fuck all of the lefties. If you want to call them libtards, the whole thing else. Fuck them. Let's just see what happens. Let's literally enact an experiment whereby we just go whatever the fuck we want to. Let's just do it. Let's just fucking do it. Right?
I think we're getting closer and closer
on here
to idiocracy.
So therefore, even 4, 6, 8, 12, 13 years down the track, people have something to base the vote on, right? So that now, right, because let's be honest, it looks like Trump has a mandate for the Congress, the Senate, and the White House.
Got everything.
He's going to do it. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's literally see what happens.
I'm surprised nobody's bit there wasn't as much bitching as there was last time. People kind of just accepted it, which is.
It's like they planned it.
I just don't understand it. For me, okay, I would much have preferred that Kamala Harris would have won the election as an Australian. Okay, and if I was living in America, I would declare myself as a Democrat. But all of that aside, I would think to myself, you know what? Donald Trump won. So therefore, here's how I play it. Donald Trump now
you sort of claim as to the geometry of Earth.
All of the aircraft.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So you're off topic.
This guy's just saying nothing.
Yeah. Anybody got a claim as to the Earth, what it is, shape?
That's good. Well, it lasted.
All right, Mr. PhD, did you want to try to get back on topic?
Go for it.
Let's see if you can try again.
Okay.
So yeah, just FYI, so far as things like Trump, Kamala Harris, not the topic. All right.
Yes, Daddy.
All right.
I'm here waiting to answer your questions. I'm not quite sure where you're going.
Why are you answering questions?
Go for it.
Wait, PhD, are you a flat earther or a glober?
I don't believe.
Say you're on the fence, if anything.
No, I don't believe that there is a flat Earth.
There's our glober, guys.
Get him, boys.
Calm down.
Get him, boy.
Calm down. What's your evidence of your observation there, PhD?
He's got a PhD.
A PhD in what?
You literally presented me with a dichotomous position.
And really, it's a binary. It's a binary choice. It's either it is a globe or there's a fallback position. What is the position that you take?
Right.
It's a spectrum.
Okay. You're gonna refer to something a color spectrum or something to tell you about the reality that we're in? Do you have anything for the formation that we stand upon? What's your observation, your observables? Keep laughing, boy. I'm asking you questions and you're gonna respond with laughing. That's how you end up in a madhouse. That's how you end up in a madhouse.
Into a question.
I gave you a simple choice, binary decision. It's a binary answer, right? It's either spheroid or fallback position.
You've 95 different things into a question.
95? Wow, I must be really good.
I just asked you if you're a flat earther or a glober. Just one or the other. Why is that funny? It's just a simple...
Because he's trying to grasp at his sanity in order to maintain it.
It's like that movie Joker.
Do you have any, again, evidence for what we're working with, what we're standing upon? Do you refer to science? What do you refer to? PhD.
Wow, how quickly did this question turn?
Well, you laughed at my binary question, so I decided to make it a little bit more serious and double down on what I'm asking. So what it is that you refer to, are you going to keep on trying to skip past my line of questioning?
Right. So I reject your question. I reject the
Okay, I withdraw.
Bye-bye. Question.
Like, what if you had to prove to somebody, like a child, you're teaching them about the Earth? What would you use as repeatable, proven anything to argue that we're living on a ball?
Well, it assumes that I would want to prove that, number one, which I don't. Number two, what if the Earth was a cube and wasn't a ball?
Okay, so what would make you think that?
Well, that would mean that there was another option. other than what you presented to me. Wouldn't there?
Okay, so you personally,
No.
what do you
No,
believe
not
in?
me personally. I'm saying what you presented to me. Not me, you.
Okay, so now we're past that. Next. So what
we're
do
not.
you believe and
we're not.
what evidence do you have for your beliefs?
No, I'm not. At all. You presented me with two options. I'm saying, what if there was a third?
What if? Okay, so what evidence for the third? Or the fourth, or the fifth, or the 97th, or the 122nd? However many you want to have, what evidence do you have for whatever shape it is that you personally believe?
Don't need to. You presented me with two. I presented you with 397.
Okay, so which one out of 397 do you believe?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, man. I got a 6-year-old at the house that's easier to work with.
These are the guys that I wonder about. Like, do you guys philosophize tying your shoes in the morning? Are you capable of making a decision, or does like something as simple as pouring milk into a bowl with some cereal in it require further investigation in order for you to come to a conclusive decision on what to eat?
It could be 397 different shaped bowls.
Can I just ask you, did you ask me whether I believe the Earth is flat or round? Is that a fair question?
Yeah, you laughed, didn't give an answer. You said there's more than two. There could be a third. It's a cube. So whatever number of them you want, we'll make up any number you want to appease you. Sure. Which one do you believe in, and why?
So I just want to clarify your question so I can answer it. What do I believe, and why do I believe it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What are we living on, and why do you think that?
Okay. I personally think living on a round or a spheroid object Earth. The reason why I believe that is because I have, and due to my job, I spend a lot of time flying. And what I see from my time at high altitude, I see the shape of the Earth as round and spheroid.
What altitude are you at?
40,000 odd. Anywhere from 35 to 42,000 feet.
So commercial,
sure.
Cargo. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we were talking about this earlier. My buddy I grew up with from high school, he's a captain for Delta. I haven't really brought up the topic with him, but I've just said, hey, when you're sitting in the back of a 737 and you're looking out that window, which is curved on the shape of the fuselage, it makes things look like a wide angle lens, like it's curved. I said, so when you're sitting in the front of the plane and you're looking out the windshield at the highest altitude, he said the highest he's ever done is like around 47,000. He said at that altitude, he's still not able to observe a curve. But then immediately after that says, but I can promise you that the Earth is round. But he tells me that he can't notice a curve at 47,000. Maybe you can. I don't know. But he, like I said, I didn't bring it up to try to have a debate and ask him what the shape of the Earth was. I was just acting like a curious person of what it'd be like to sit in the front of the 737. And he says he cannot observe curvature. The other thing is he says he can do an approach at an airport and see it from probably as much as 200 miles away at about 10,000 feet. I don't think the math should allow that.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's math, and you can pull up a million different calculators and punch in the numbers. It's okay. So if his eye height in feet is 10,000 and the target distance is 200 miles, the horizon should be at 122 miles and the target hidden height is 4,008 feet. I mean, I can use another calculator if you want me to try a different one.
No, I'm not following you.
So, are you sitting at a computer?
No.
You on your phone?
Yep.
Just do a Google search for like Earth curve calculator, and there's so many of them. I mean, just pick whichever one you want.
No, forgetting that all aside, I'm not quite sure. Let's fast forward to the point you're trying to make.
He's able to see the airport from 200 miles away at 10,000
So forgetting your mind. So every time from now on, and every time I have been in the past, taken off when on a commercial jetliner, I should just say, you know what, forget it. It's all just me and my mind. I mean, what? I don't want to. Hang on. No. I don't want to. How can I put this? I don't want to, commercialize this. I don't want to. How can I put this?
You're struggling with the truth, eh, brother? Holy.
No, I'm trying to choose my words.
Just speak your mind. Spit it out.
How do I not? Okay. How do I not minimize this? How do I not minimize this?
Brother, you're the authority in the room, right? You're claiming to be the pilot, right? If anything, you should be literally flying above all of us, telling us exactly what it is, and you should have no trouble doing so if, in fact, you have the truth. Go ahead.
Rewind to the point in the chat where I claimed I was a pilot.
I didn't claim to be a pilot. If I can butt in here and I'll get out. Using simple math, geometry, we can calculate that the percent of Earth's surface, assuming a globe, as visible from a domestic flight, should be about 0.08%. Why would you even think you could see curvature from that height?
What?
Exactly.
Are you saying that any time I've ever seen curvature of the Earth, I'm lying or I'm part of a conspiracy?
Yeah, in fact, in psychology, in the field of psychology, there's something called the Lemon illusion. The Lemon illusion, look it up.
Oh,
it's the appearance of, you got wrecked by this. It's a psychological condition where you see curvature that doesn't exist. I'm not even joking.
It's personal bias. You think the Earth is a ball. Everyone got taught the Earth is a ball. So when you go up into an aeroplane and see the horizon, you think that that's the curvature of the Earth.
Wait to fucking meet you on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jesus.
All right, why don't you invite me on and I'll talk to you?
Yeah.
It just blows my mind how folks
are a fucking idiot.
Take it so personal and then resort to how fucking retarded we are because we're actually trying to investigate and have repeatable things that we can show you.
You're right. You're right. And the moon landing was faked as well.
Right. Unless there's two suns when you got shadows casted in two different directions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bill Gates is injecting all of us with microbes.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, you're spiraling like an autistic.
Yeah, really. We're talking about observing the curvature of the Earth, and now you're talking about Bill Gates. Where are you going, bro?
This is a challenging subject, but you got to stay on topic.
Yeah. If you get a hold of yourself, man, and be respectful, we can continue.
I mean, I was blown away when I figured out the horizon wasn't Earth curvature. Took me a couple of weeks to figure that shit out.
Well, then just tell me, how is it possible to see 200 miles from 10,000 feet if the Earth is a 24,000 mile circumference ball?
Right, so you've obviously never been above 20 feet above the ground, right?
What?
I mean, I grew up in the Civil Air Patrol. What does that have to do with the math that we're looking at right now? Are we going to have like a pissing contest? You want to pull our dicks out and measure them real quick? And then we can talk about the shape of the Earth? Like, where are you going? 200 miles at 10,000 feet.
60 feet.
Okay.
Keep going, moron. Keep going.
And it's not why have you got to do this? We're trying to have a conversation with you, and all of a sudden you're starting to call people moron for no reason at all.
Yeah, dude has been really respectful, and he's like putting forward a really like interesting observation. Like, it's a claim, like, that this pilot friend has said he can see runways from that distance at that height, and it doesn't add up with the globe math. So, like, why isn't he addressing that? Like, why isn't he challenging that? Asking for evidence. Can you get your friend in here? I want to know that, blah, 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 blah. Like, why not just talk about what's being presented to you? Get it?
All right. So about the shape of the streets in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I was about to say, what happened to the conversation? It dried up. Oh, you left. Well, that's unfortunate. PhD looks like he lost his paperwork.
He's got like he's either drunk or just has like some really weird issues, or I don't know.
Yeah, like if he had any academic rigor, he would stick through this. Like PhDs normally are put through the ringer like this and have a lot of experience defending ideas and also conceding to honesty. So
the fact that he was having
PhDs.
Yeah, I mean, I could be pulling
trouble. Go ahead.
I was going to say I could be pulling it out of my ass that my buddy told me that, but I don't have, I'm not going to gain anything from it. So he and I did not discuss what I think about the shape of the Earth or anything like that. I just simply asked him, hey, when you're looking at the windshield of the airplane instead of the side of it, how far away can you see the airport? At what altitude? And he says,
it's about 200. Right? What makes it interesting, because he made sure to tell you, even though you weren't like challenging the shape of the Earth, you were just asking him, how far can you see, blah, blah. He made it a point to make sure you can trust me, the Earth's ball, right? It's round. Why did he do that? Why did that, occur to him to even want to say that?
I don't know. Because basically I was asking, can you see the curvature of the Earth? But then, after he told me the distance that he can see the airport, he was like, but I can assure you it's round, and it, well, I didn't ask, but.
Right, because you might have just been simply like a curious glober, a curious normie that just wants to know, hey, high enough to see the curve, how high do you have to go, I'd really love to go and see it one day, sort of thing,
Yeah, it's almost like now that you mention it, it's almost like he's in on something, and he's like, don't worry, trust me, it's a globe.
Yeah, well, he knows that normies bend to what PhDs say out of their authority, right? So he took advantage of that. He's like, trust me, I'm a PhD. He thought you were a normie. You know, and that's good enough for normies.
Well, in his defense, he's only got a bachelor's in aerospace. But
oh, really? I doubt that completely. I really do.
I'm talking about the buddy of mine that told me the distance. PhD, okay. I'd be surprised if he had a high school diploma. He kind of reminded me of that character of the Joker in the movie Joker with what's his name? Joaquin. Where he like uncontrollably laughs and he has to like hand people the card. Like, I've got a mental condition where I laugh all the time. I didn't understand what was funny when I asked him, you know, do you believe it's flat or round? And he just like died of laughter. I was so stuck on that because he was saying, what if there's a third option? Okay, however many options. I mean, it could be like, if you look at the flat Earth model, you know, the one that we all see all the time, what is it called? The azimuthal equidistant map. It could still have like a curve to it. It could be that shape and maybe, you know, be convex or concave, or it could do numerous things.
That's a globe. The AE map is a globe map. It's not a flat Earth model. Most flat earthers don't get this point. They don't know that there's a non-uniform scale. The non-uniform scale accommodates distortions in the southern latitudes because it's a globe map.
I was about to say, you got to look at South America, you got to look at Africa and see what the distortions are. The elongated profile towards the south of the land masses definitely point at something funky going on.
Oh, no, you apply the non-uniform scale and those distortions are normalized and the distances conform to the globe. You can't take the same scale in the north and apply it to the south. On an AE map, you have to stretch the scale itself out in the south.
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to with when we look at the globe map, the distortion of South America and Africa, how they pull the bottom of it, almost elongate it to try to fit. I'd be curious if we were to find out or get the actual measurement of South America from the northern tip to the southern tip in real life, how that would compare to the globe model.
I see what you mean.
Have you guys seen where they show like if you're traveling east and west across North Africa, the width of it there in miles is wider than the width of Russia. But if you look at a globe, looks like there's no way possible. You know, Russia looks like it's 1.5 times the width of North Africa, but the actual measurement shows North Africa's more miles across.
Yes, brother, well pointed. And yeah, I agree with you on that point. Very much so.
You know, like when you're growing up, how they teach you about like explorers like Christopher Columbus, and then even like just pioneers in the United States, you know, that made their way west across the country. Like that just come to a halt. Like basically that was going on until like 1950 something. Like one of the last ones would be like Richard Byrd. And then it was just like, nope, we've been everywhere now, so don't go traveling anywhere looking for anything else. And now we have the ability to travel at much faster speeds, much further distances, but we're not going anywhere. You know, they've got everybody convinced that we're on a ball. So if you go one direction long enough, you're back where you started. I mean, it's like a fence.
But I mean, if we take on the idea of triangulation, right? Triangulation, be able to look at three different things to locate ourselves within a bigger plane. We look at celestial navigation, right? Which is a process of triangulation, figure out where you are, and based on the three stars that you can see up in the sky. So from that, even that.
The last thing I heard was even. What'd you say after that?
Sorry, brother, I got a phone call. No, I was just saying that all these things point to a flat baseline, right? In trigonometry, celestial observations, being able to pinpoint your location through triangulation.
Yeah. The other thing that I never had thought about until I was on this topic several years ago, but like a compass only ever references north. So like every other direction you're following on that compass, you're referencing it against north. So like somebody made an argument, like a glober made an argument that like what if you were flying on the equator, you would have to, you're traveling east, you would have to keep turning left to stay on that latitude. But like even if you're in an SR-71 doing like 2,500 miles an hour, you would only turn 1 degree to the left like every 80 miles. And you would never notice it because you don't have a compass that points east. You're always just referencing north. So as long as north is just always 90 degrees to your left, you wouldn't notice that 1 degree of turn to the left over 80 miles, even at those speeds. So if the compass had the ability to reference the South Pole, like if it was magnetized to the South Pole in the same way it supposedly works with our North Pole as a globe, then I think that would prove that there's a central point at the southern tip of a ball, or you understand what I'm saying, a South Pole. But because we never ever reference that, we just reference the North Pole. And because that the way the map is either globe or flat, the compass doesn't really help either way, either side of the argument. It works on both. There's one explorer, supposedly, I can't remember the name, that like traveled. He traveled around the edge of Antarctica, and if the globe is like 24,900 miles circumference at the equator, if you circumnavigated Antarctica, it should be much smaller, right? So it should be like 16,000 miles or something. But instead, he tracked like 65,000 miles.
Yes, Captain James Cook.
Thank you. I couldn't remember. I think that one throws up a flag. And I get it. You're not going to travel like a perfect straight line. You're going to tack left and right while you're going through there, but you're not going to add 40,000 miles of swerving left and right. It's those things that I think, for me, made me actually question what I thought I knew, because there's no experiments done by just people like James Cook or Richard Byrd. It's just pictures from the government, which doesn't have a good track record as being honest. And they're saying, no, this is it. Believe us and give us more tax money. So I'm sitting in front of Google. You said that azimuthal equidistant is skewed. What keyword should I use to find the correct representation of what we think the flat Earth model is?
Yeah, there's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, like I tried to word that into a search, and I end up at a website, flatearth.ws, and it says the polar azimuthal equidistant map is not the flat Earth map.
Yeah, that's right. That's just a globe map squished. But the Mercator map is used by the Army, and it's also used with GPS, which is flat map.
What is it called?
What did I say? The Mercator.
Mercator?
I think it's MER KATOR.
MERCATOR. Mercator projection.
Yeah, it may be correct in that instance, but I would be leery of flatearth.ws. It's kind of a straw man troll site.
Yeah, like the Flat Earth Society. You can kind of tell too, because the site's like, it looks too commercialized or too generic. Looks like New York Times.
Well, it has a lot of quote-unquote meat hooks, flat Earth debunk memes on it as well that are just total straight-out straw men.
Oh, yeah. So I'm reading through the comments on here, and it's like this site is made as a mockery.
Where'd all the glow proof go?
He laughed himself right out the door.
Figures.
He got mad, started cussing at me because I had
No glow proof could be found. You had to cope about it somehow. It's your fault.
He's gonna start taking Prozac now.
Yeah, gonna have to get him on Prozac for that one. Good call.
Man, I don't know where you guys are at, but it is so fucking cold here right now. Can't stand this shit.
We're all in the same room, all the rest of us.
Just all in one little hut. It doesn't get down in the teens here in Tennessee that often. Like maybe 1 day a year, 2 days a year. Well, I mean, we see freezing, but like, high 20s maybe.
I was going to come in and say the Canadian sees -10 currently.
Oh, God, shut up. That just hurts thinking about it.
But I say Canadian in Celsius because I know my American friends, unless you're good with the conversion. I think that's probably like 30 Fahrenheit or something like that, 30, 25 Fahrenheit.
0 is 32. 0 Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit. It's been -5 Fahrenheit here before a couple of years ago, like 2 days in a row. That was the hottest it got for 2 days was -5. It's Fahrenheit, so that's like shit. I don't know. -5 to see -20.5 Celsius.
That's cold. The coldest I've ever done was -40 Celsius in Winnipeg with the wind chill. That was some cold ass shit.
When it was -5 here, I tried that shit where I heated up some water in a pot on the stove and then went outside and threw it in the air and it just like turns into a mist and flew away. It's kind of crazy.
Did it disappear for you?
Oh yeah, the water never hit the ground.
That's cold.
Yeah. It was probably half a gallon or a little more. I mean, it was a pretty good bit of water. It got so cold that like it wouldn't snow anymore. Like it was snowing like down through the 20s and in the teens, but then when it got down to single digits, it just looked like sand. Like it would just blow away.
I'm surprised gravity didn't pull the mist back down.
It all went down to Australia. All right, who else is East Coast getting ready to watch the sun come up? I'll still be on here for a while, but I'm going on mute. I'm going to play some Rocket League. Thanks for the chat, some of y'all, and I hope you all have a good day.
Peace out, bro.
Yo, people, what's up? Hello, hello. Any flat earther here who wanna prove the flat earth? Hello, hello. Man. Ратаджговский, алло. Сука, блядь, иди нахуй, алло. Привет, привет, Ратаджговский. Batman, my friend, hello. No, no. Earth is concave, people. I'm telling you, Earth is concaved. Wake up. Flat Earth was 2019.
Hello?